change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like, shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check. Whoa, VVS
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. kin. Couple of
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA.
Bienvenue au VCT EMEA.
VCT EMEA, hoş geldiniz.
A long day of Valorant is ahead of us, and it starts here. BBL and Na'Vi, we're quickening the pace to get on into the game, and you can see the teams are down on the stage and ready to fight. What a matchup we have. Na'Vi's opening of the season historically doesn't go too well. BBL going to hope to capitalize on that today.
Yeah, you know, they've had a few issues in the past with maybe some shaky starts. They lost to Koya, which I think ended up with a streak all the way until they ended up playing against Fnatic. So we know that they could turn the tide. On the other side of things, BBL, it's a new look roster with 3-player changes. Some other players dropped out as well, and obviously we are speeding our way through the VIT of Bind, Ascent, and Breeze. A lot of expectations here. We don't have a lot of data to go on, of course, and the main thing I'm looking at, Na'Vi did play Bind already in the offseason. They won 13-3 versus Zeta, so they're clearly feeling a little bit confident on that map. Turkish map of Ascent, who's surprised by that? They may change the roster, but that will never change.
Yeah, you know that coming into Ascent, BBL are going to be looking fresh and ready to play fast, but I'm excited to see how we're going to get off on Bind. Realistically, this is a map that could look incredibly good for Na'Vi. We know that they've got a lot of stuff up their sleeve. Will BBL be able to take it pound for pound up against this squad, or will this be a quick and brief start to the series?
Yeah, I was fine with Na'Vi as well. I feel like there's a sweet spot for how much time Na'Vi need to cook up comps. If you give them too long, you get stuff that's maybe a little bit too far outside the box, and then after a week they have to try and bring it back a little bit. So I want to see if maybe that sort of 6-month break for Na'Vi means that they're going to be coming in with like no duelist or all smokers or just something clinically insane, whereas obviously for the side of BBL, you have your expectations of where their agent pool is going to go. Now, Turkish Jet has been something we've spoken about for years in Valorant, but looking at the matches yesterday, Jet really wasn't a popular pick. We had Yoros, we had Neons, an odd raise here and there, but ultimately people were moving away from what made these Turkish teams as good as they are. So I want to know if, say, for example, Kushner, sort of a mainstay within the VCT, is going to be switching up his agent pool, because he has always been able to play these agents. He once played, what, an Omen on Icebox? The guy had so many different ideas, so it's possible that they have something new. Now, obviously, something we need to really talk about is these new members on the team. The fact that, well, new is a word, because Pora has been here before and Elite has been here before, though Elite, I think, may have even been too young to actually play in the league. So they had their reasons with that one. Pora maybe not so much. And obviously, then on the other side of things, Reezy as well, who has come in for the squad. They have gone to the Turkish, the tier 2, but we always rave about Turkey in the tier 2. Those teams come in hot every single time. You look at the members of like Fireflux being pretty much every single member of that team coming into the league. The only thing I'll say for BBL is a lot of the talent that I sort of expected them to go for, maybe a CNET, a Yedoje, a Woot, all of those have gone to other teams, Riens as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see who they've gone for, why they've gone for them, and more so, can Pora now actually lead this team to victory? Because in the past, he didn't have that same level of success.
Yeah, I think, you know, circling back, so I think we're going to be getting into Agent Select in just a short while, and we were talking about Kushner. This is a man that last time we saw him play was leaning away from that Jet as well, right? They played recently over in Superdome with this squad, and I think you know, I wouldn't be surprised with what we saw yesterday if we continue down that path, but something in me just craves that Turkish jet. I'd love to see it here today.
Yeah, I think as well, if anything's going to be crazy, it's probably going to be on the Na'Vi side. I don't think that's normally the way we're looking at it. It also, the other thing I ask at this point is, what do we consider crazy? I guess an ISO or a deadlock, that would be considered crazy, or if you just had like only initiators, only something.
Yeah.
Because we've seen a lot of Gecko already. Like that was something that in the past you go, oh, you're running that as a niche pick. Well, we had Geckos versus Geckos. That's not really surprising. As I said, we had Yorus. We had Neons on Bind, which I'll be honest, wasn't that great, but we had it. So I don't even know what could realistically come out of this agent select where I'm going, okay, they're insane.
Yeah, it is. Actually, even a deadlock, you know, we could have conversations about it. I know Saints back home, he's getting mad. He's mauling with you right now because he's got I think a 24-page document for this map alone. But ISO would be insane. That's something completely different, and we're not going to get to see it here. A little bit of a shift over, but as we expected, Kushner on that raise.
Yeah, I know nothing really too crazy coming out of it. I've always been a fan on how you can sort of set up with Breach on this map. I think can be pretty good for the sort of retakes. Obviously, Viper has been a mainstay. The only difference between these two is sort of the initiators that they're going for. Obviously, one team actually going in, having themselves that double in terms of a Breach and a Sky, and the others coming in with the Gecko and the KO. And it is going to be a huge difference in the manner in which they play. I've been loving seeing the sort of double flashes, or even in Foot's position, they had the triple flashes as they were running an Omen as well. But the Brimmy has been a competent bind pick for a long time, and a lot of these teams are going to have some pretty impressive afterplants with just the sheer amount of util. Like again, look at Na'Vi, you basically have a plethora of Molotovs and grenades that you could just yeet onto the spike for the entirety of the round. So I think we're going to have a fun match here. I kind of want to ask you about your expectations, though, because I think you go into this match with a team that, even though they didn't have the best year, still made it to the international events, and a team that ultimately, okay, they didn't finish last, but they finished close to last. They were in that bottom tier. So do you think BBL can actually come in? Because thus far, this event, it's been kind of upset so far.
Expectations, I think, certainly at home will be that Na'Vi are the favorite. I think that a lot of people realize, you know, it's not even about Na'Vi's shaky starts. It's the BBL fresh roster, bunch of very experienced players, though, across the board. Someone like Pora, who's been down in the trenches for quite a while. They're bringing something new to the table, and you never can underestimate that. I was talking to Lothar backstage, just saying during this offseason, all the changes, there is just no way to put these teams. Sure, you're always going to have a community metric, but that's a fan favorite as opposed to a realistic metric we can draw from. It's time to kick this one off and find out what's going to happen on the server as Na'Vi and BBL starts out on Bind. Barriers up and a slow start from the side of Na'Vi. Spreading out in a default.
Yeah, of course, one of the things you really can do with this Gecko is go for some of those early insta flashes. Try and force people off the angles. You can, a lot of the time, retrieve that flash, although actually, Angel did. He had to go get it. It was a little bit of a walk, but he has managed to retrieve that. Not really going to lose anything too valuable early in these rounds, and almost just setting up for this initial take outside.
I think Angel's shift from the Sky makes sense, right? When you're seeing that flash can still be taken, used again, and you can then breathe out the round like that. The curious swap, I guess, from BBL to quickly mention was Pora and Reezy just flipping agents. I wonder if that's a comfort thing. We'll see how that develops as time goes on. But now, with 50 seconds left on the clock, and Na'Vi very much tunnel visioned in, we're looking like an A push is about to come through. Viper utility already bypassed as they make their way towards the A site. Some space to be taken, but look how many players are still here, tucked in the back corners. These are angles that you have to clear on the way through. And if not, stuff like that's going to happen. Kushner already on 2 and the third. The nade forcing Zipman out of position. Artist and Sugetsu left with it all to recover. And Artist does well to find the first, but the utility blocking him off. The shots coming his way, and the defuse already happening under their nose. There is no way to deny this. The round is truly in BBL's hands.
Yeah, great start for them as well. Again, something that we talk about with Na'Vi is sometimes these sort of attack side executions can go a little bit wrong for them, but a lot of this was just that firepower. We've seen it from Kushner, from Pora. These are the sort of experienced player within the mix of players that are coming up to that tier 1 in like Reezy and Elite, who maybe haven't been there quite as much. A solid way. And also, something I liked from Heretics yesterday, which we see in this sort of regard as well, fighting as a pack. I feel like that is something, especially in these early matchups, is just even just trading effectively and going back to something a little bit more simplistic can actually work out wonderfully for you.
Yeah, I did like the fact that for Na'Vi, it's not like they left the corner wide open, right? Xiao does clear it, but just a little bit too slow on the aim duel. Turkish aim, always something we're going to talk about, and here it's already on
Definitely
display.
on Ascent.
On Ascent, yeah. Next map up, of course it's BBL's map pick. There have been a few teams that have historically been foolish enough to pick Ascent into a Turkish team, and well, they've got their comeuppance most of the time. For BBL, 1-0 start is
Mitch,
perfect.
There's something you haven't highlighted. I was expecting.
I was about to get
you
there.
even paused. Like, what's going on?
Little outlaw for Angel. It's good to see. In a round like this, it's perfect. Dropped it over.
Wait, so
Ardis.
Sorry, you're telling me Ardis, the player known for his jet, he's known for his chamber operator, is dropping Angel, an outlaw.
Look, I don't know what Angel's been cooking in the offseason, but this guy's obviously been practicing his flicks a little slow on the trigger.
I just imagine him going, you left me, now you come back. You know, you do what I tell you.
You earn it. You earn it. You're their upper, not ours. Fair play. Fair play, Angel.
Put him in his place.
Yeah. Oh, nice shot. So gets his head ripped clean off. And look, a lot of the guys are running light shields here, but it's mostly classics. Ability to fight, not great. Xiao upgrades to a ghost. You're still going to be at a huge disadvantage. Full shields for most of BBL. They just have to bide their time. These smokes will fade, and then they'll get much more open angles, but that's where Angel might be able to cleave some value out of this round and find a position to fight from. Good right click. Look, 10 damage is all they need to do to make it a one-shot. Angel capitalizes on the damage done. Poor is already down, but that's kind of where it ends. A little bit of chip damage. I was hoping for so much more out of Angel's Outlaw, but we'll see it again, I'm sure.
Well, I wonder if we might see it again immediately, because I'm just starting to look at the credits down on the side of Na'Vi, and obviously the trade-off of him investing that and giving Angel that extra little bit is the fact that now Ardis is coming into the round with some severely reduced credits. So he's going to actually be left, wow. Yeah,
because he can't even afford. He can't even afford light shields and the outlaw. You know, an expensive enough utility belt, and he's been burning them up. So obviously, as well with Angel's flash, there's going to be a large period of time where you don't have those flashes while you're retaking the space to get the flash to then regen it back up. This means that Ardis has to use this utility when they're clearing a lot of these corners. It's expensive, runs down your economy, but I really don't mind this for Na'Vi. It was a good idea to have that outlaw to give them a chance in the previous round. It hasn't worked out, and the downside is they've got one weaker weapon. They can play around that just fine, especially when it's the player that's lobbing those flashes. That's going to be, obviously it's not the same as the Sky really, but it's helpful to still have Ardis around there. Lobbing flashes, not using his weapon. Pick it up when you die.
Angel still looks like he's basically entry fragging. I love the fact that the majority of the duels you'll see, he's facing first and Zipad's following in second. It feels so incredibly backwards. I love the utility being used here by BBL. Forcing him into a position where he's clearly worried about being pressured moments after, so Zipan has to just give up. And that was the early portion of this round for Na'Vi was, okay, I want to take some map control in hookah. Well, they're going to have to do it again, except half the time's gone.
It was nice avoiding the molly, not taking that damage. They're still able to fight two players in towards hookah, but it's going to be tough with 3 on site with a Viper wall just about to go up, slowing utility in play as well. This is just making them a little bit more discombobulated on the way through. Flash, wingman at first to try and leave some more extra information. Good kills, Angel on another. And with Xiao backing him up, this is looking clean. They pushed into a 3-man site with Viper utility backing it up. And they made it look easy.
Ah, hey, maybe they're giving Angel the rifle because he's the one who's actually going to be fragging. We saw Boo just literally yesterday, had been clearly on the aim labs for the entirety of the off-season. Lil Bro going to be sacrificed. As Elite is the last man standing, stuck in a corner. Still a nice shot onto Angel, but the guns are going to be retrieved, and Na'Vi, they're going to have their first round onto the board.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done. I think they were in a prime position having made it through. I was worried with so many players there. That's where your weaker weapons, your pistols can really get that value, but they dealt with it very nicely, even avoiding ultimates along the way. Couldn't have went much better for them realistically, setting Na'Vi up for a round 4 where they are neck and neck in terms of the hardware and also the economy. And maybe even a slight edge to the economy on Na'Vi's side where they'll have something to work with next round, but whoever takes this probably goes on a little run for a few rounds.
I think the only thing that might be interesting for the side of BBL is potentially trying to get his Ulma online. The stun, it hasn't connected. It's been avoided completely, but It is going to be Elite able to get the trade. A dry peek into Pora. That's not something I'd like to do. Still got that crisp aim to give them the advantage. A little bit of a risk taken by Na'Vi and Angel. And well, he was actually the one with his ultimate online. So he actually had something that easily could have cleared that angle.
And with him out of the running, we've ended up pretty neck and neck, but the map control's the real problem. BBL blocked out. Oh, they are able to delay that plant a little bit. That's allowing some reinforcements, some damage done onto Zipan. This is starting to look a little better than before. BBL have at least got some control. That nade, though, will it push them out? It kind of pushes them, splits them, but no real after effect for it. Zipan flashed as he tries to use his ultimate, but oh no! He's missed the shot! The hitbox a little wider than he thought. Artist now has to clutch it all. The 1 versus 2. The defuse just about to be tapped. He's in the corner. They suspect it's safe gap though. He's inside the molly and they have no idea. The spray through the smoke and he hasn't got enough time. The molly eventually deals with him and puts 3 on the board for BBL. That one came a little close for comfort.
Only Na'Vi, man. Only Na'Vi can come out first day of the season and just kill yourself and then die completely to a Molotov. Okay, the second one actually wasn't a bad play at all,
look,
from Honest. It was the smartest thing he could do, but it's just so brutal.
No.
I think Zipan's going to want to forget that one. Either way, 3-1. Good start for BBL, and the weaponry a little bit shaky. Now, bear in mind, Shao won off his ultimate as well. There are a few things that could potentially pad the gap here, and you can see he's already going to be challenged. Saigetsu basically just walks up. Normally when you see this from a Viper, he's got his wall up. He's trying to be a little bit sneaky. That wasn't sneaky at all. That was brute force from Saigetsu. Well, the rest of BBL are going to be looking to try and find their way back in. The fact is they haven't had to use any utility, and now another goes down. Just to a Molotov. This is looking rough, and in fact, well, one by one, we're witnessing every single member of BBL fall.
And it gets even worse when you look at, Shao on the way through, and Bathrooms picked up the orb, so they even have the orbital strike online. There's just so many ways that they could fall back into a safety net in this round. I think BBL, they were hurting the second they lost that opening duel, really. It's one of those blink and you miss it.
Opening duels.
Duels,
yeah. He walked out.
Same second.
As said, like, normally when you're going for that sort of take, maybe you put your orb up, or you put your wall up, you're like, oh no, you put the wall up so that if someone swings you, you're not just in a 2 versus 1. Saigetsu just went, nah, I'll take it. I reckon I can take him on. And the fact is, okay, in terms of our league, in terms of individual skill, he is right near the top. That guy who loves his tracker stats probably loves Saigetsu.
I bet he does.
Probably doesn't like me very much, but that's...
Probably doesn't like Angel very much.
Oh dear, yeah. Well, do you know what I heard from, I was talking to Milan, he actually said, he was saying this to Steel, that your peak physically is 35 years old, so Angel's not even his peak yet.
I'm not sure the stats back that up, though.
No, but I think it's peak in maybe your physique.
Right, yeah. Video game reaction time might be a little bit of a different measure.
Milan, by Milan.
We'll call it into question later. We'll get him on the desk.
Maybe Pipson told him that one.
It could be.
No, I'm at my peak, bro.
You've had a timeout called for BBL, a responsible one. They lose 1 round, and they're saying, hey, let's get back on this. Realistically, round 4, they were definitely throwing a lifeline with Zipan, having a little bit of an oopsie, firing in with... I'm just looking at BBL's coach. He's just drawing a circle. It's a nice little calming technique. I might try that sometime. But I'm trying to see if I can read some notes. Can't get the speed down. But no, the fact that round 4 wasn't exactly like entirely their game plan working. 5 has some issues. They lose 3. I get why they're coming in, calling a pause this early.
Issues. A dude walked down mid and wrecked their whole defense.
Some issues. Some issues. You probably want to be winning those duels, but I don't know there's too much they can discuss about. Guys, try aim better. It's not really a strat, per se. But with the timeout coming to an end, BBL 1 round ahead, let's take stock of what they've got. Rolling Thunder, close to getting some ultimates online. Not that it's easy to farm Braver Elites, but they, because they need 2 orbs. But they might be able to find something, especially if duels go their way. Could be a late round play for Na'Vi. That orbital strike, dangerous. Artist one away as well. They could remove the utility, make it much easier to push into BBL. And considering BBL will be looking for a lot of reactive plays, utility-wise, that could help out a ton in terms of seizing that site.
Again, seeing the Dizzy used just to try and claim this control. Now, we've already witnessed it once in this half, but BBL fairly happy to try and use the Breach util to fight back for this position. Move Zipan out of this spot. I wonder if we're going to witness the same thing once again. Very patient, tempered attack so far from Na'Vi, just leaving nothing to doubt. And that's the thing. After the last round, BBL are going to have some worries in their head of going, okay, we've got to be wary of somebody just walking straight out into a position and taking the fights. Stim Beacon down, but that stun just being held. And bear in mind, there's still a Rolling Thunder.
Solid Molly keeps back any reinforcements. Reezy has a tough task on hand. Zipan swinging around to blind side. And a shot through the smoke from Angel. That was a wild spam that just took down Elite. So you're missing so much utility. That was their Viper wall to potentially allow them back through and cut off these attackers. Now, Na'Vi have their pick of post plants with an orbital strike. There's no real worry. And with only one rifle in hand, it's Kushner X who has to do all the heavy lifting. He's done well on the first, and Sugetsu's tagged. They need to be careful indeed. A weapon to be retrieved for Pora, but the time too low. And with Kushner down, this one's starting to feel like it's done, especially with the orbital strike bank. You know this round is not going your way. Question mark?
It can't be one, but he can do a lot of damage. This is such a ridiculous few shots from Pora, making things costly. Again, the economy is very good. In fact, every single member of Na'Vi goes down to basically just 2 players. And the thing is, that wasn't an investment. That was 2 save guns, and then just everyone else just full ecoed. So they now come in with some extra orbs. Nearly all of the ults actually getting fairly close to being online. That was very costly for Na'Vi. And that's the thing. They've had a few moments where it's just looked a little bit shaky. Maybe just the first game jitters. I think we can give that to both teams getting back on this stage again. And I guess something we haven't spoken about because it's such a sort of hot topic overall, I think, has been covered profusely. Artis is back.
He is.
He's back.
It's good to see him. It is good to see him on the EMEA stage where he belongs.
Yeah. Hopefully he won't lose to Billy this year.
I heard he doesn't even know who plays for that team.
Hopefully they get to the event to actually play them.
Well, that's it. And it starts here. BBL have already shown that pound for pound they can take these fights. Round 5, not so much, but other than that, they've been looking good. Damage in the previous round was fantastic. Zipan sniped out of the sky, and too quickly for any trades to follow through. Brave does well to drop Artis. He can be recovered, but they've got to get out to the body. They've got to clear all these defender bodies in the way. Rolling Thunder still cached and online, not needed. Sugetsu is down and out. On 45 HP, a spam and a nade closes it for BBL. The lead stays with the Turkish squad.
Yeah, I actually really like the way that they're playing this B site. A lot of the time, it's super reliant on, firstly, Elite being far enough away that his Viper wall will stay up during those executions. And the second thing is the stuns. I think Pora, even though he doesn't have the assists to really show for it, mainly because he's getting a lot of the kills himself, but he's been throwing in stuns that have just been causing so many issues for them as they try and enter into this site, that it's always quite staggered. In that case, you saw Zipan go out really early, and the rest of the team, they were still stuck behind that Viper screen on the other side.
Well, Viper's pit right away. No real chance for Na'Vi to push through that. I mean, it's such a deep pit. But Elite is deciding to push up, keep the information. I've seen Xiao sitting outside of A. This should definitely cause the alarm bells to start ringing that pit might be pushed. But we can see that Na'Vi have actually spread out even further. Now, after the pit's been down, shifting their focus to the B site, looking to seize some control of Long. Angel should be able to get that flashback nice and easy, safely behind the wall. It's a free little bit of utility for him to confirm there's no one in the close corners, and he can focus his crosshair on the site. This is where there's a few players waiting, and most importantly, that wall. That's just going to keep them way back. Oh, it's gone down. So they have a small gap, but they're not quite ready yet. Spike's still making its way. Xiao there with the smokes. Most importantly, Xiao with the orbital strike. Nice kill by Pora. That's Artis down. He stood inside of a Molly and a Snakebite just to get that done. Evading death, 34 HP. He'll just about be able to keep himself alive for a future combat. They're watching for a flank right now, but with a Viper's pit down, there's no need for BBL to go on flanks. They've got A pretty much on lock. They've left bathroom open. That's certainly going to be a worry in the next couple seconds, but it doesn't look like Na'Vi have any intention of going elsewhere.
They've got so little time. Look how many people are on the site. 4 sat here waiting. This looks like it should be impossible. The spike is being planted. Little Bro giving it a go, but now they have completely run out of time and members to fight with. It is a solid hold once again. These gambles facing off for BBL. And I wonder if there's now just going to be that same sort of brute force pressure being thrown in. Again, though, you have to start looking towards those finances. Like, there is not a hell of a lot, especially if you look towards some of the lower players over on Na'Vi. It's not really available for them to get a buy into this round. I think the main thing that should, or maybe will, sort of help them a little bit is the ults, because they're actually doing pretty well in that sort of scenario. Got themselves an orbital strike as well, as you can see within the screen. That is a beautiful circle as always.
Excellent,
I'm
excellent work.
actually very artistic.
Yes, that's what the doctor said. And the A side, 2 players stacked up. It's your Viper, but again, we're seeing that same utility, that same wall put time and time again. The reason that they're putting it, though, is to fight into bathroom, or at least deny that control, but the control wasn't denied. Angel had snuck up, yet the first few shots don't land, and quickly BBL are able to punish that. Now, you're losing out on some of that initiating utility, but they still have quite a lot to fall back on. The problem here is weaponry.
This is sort of the classic Angel. It's like he's playing what we've seen from most people as a support agent, and he's not playing it like that at all. He is using it as a quasi-duelist. I'm going to pop flash for myself, and I'm going to go facing into these angles. And I'll be honest, it's not been working amazingly well.
No, it really hasn't. I think at the moment, maybe it's just coming down to a couple missed shots, you know? Right there, you had players not looking your way, but a very tight angle to fire back on. A risk worth taking, but a reward not found, and now we look towards the side of A, where a trade has been acquired. Brave, though, able to eliminate Zipback, buy a little bit more space. Orbital Strike used, it's going to get them a plant. And that's about it. Quite a defensive, a turtling one, and in fact, they're not even able to get the plant down just yet, buying more time now with an Aftershock down to 18 seconds. Players are getting close. They can even start to spam pretty soon with Xiao down. Oh, that spike's very close, but it is put down on the ground. Just about. Damage through the pit is massive. Sagetsu on 49, Artis on 77, and down goes the pit. Artis has to do it alone. It's only a 1v2 though. A very winnable fight for this man. We've seen him do it many times in the past. The players he's up against, Pora and Reezy, they're hitting their shots, they're looking good, and combining together. The stun didn't hit. The second shot didn't either. Nice one onto Pora, but Reezy gets the clutch. 6-3, BBL now doubling up on the rounds of Na'Vi. This is one hell of a start to Navi's map pick.
Yeah, it definitely is a map again where a lot of the time we'll talk about the defensive side being that favored of the two, but I feel like there's been a lot of opportunities that Na'Vi could have capitalized on. BBL, though, have done really well to sort of pull back a lot of these retakes, and that's the thing. I feel like their B site hold has been fantastic, and then their A site retakes have been very good, other than when Saigetsu just slammed them. So they have put themselves in a fantastic position, and already we're going to be getting ourselves a pause. Someone we have to highlight as well, Pora, making his way back to the main stage. Obviously, we've seen him in the past on rosters like Heretics, even on BBL before. He is 13-6 at the moment while playing a Breach. He is having a lights-out game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, what a return to the EMEA stage for this man. 13-6, 1 assist. I mean, he's just doing all the work himself. You really can't complain. For Na'Vi, well, they certainly can. 3 rounds here on the attack. It's starting to feel like deja vu. Last season, a tough start, losing out to Koi, a team that didn't really do much damage as the season went on. And we had our questions, but Na'Vi bounced back, as always, as they literally always do. But they're hoping to avoid a slow start here. I mean, coming into this season, there have been so many changes to these other teams. There's no such thing as a free win. And I think yesterday highlighted that, underlined it, and put it in bold.
Again, we're going to see this early Viper screen placed down. And I'm more so just looking at this man here. It's going to be that aggressive push from Kushner. Bear in mind he has his ult online, so he can look to almost take that control early. Try and find someone out. Also has the operator. The rest of the team still going for that stack up, but hasn't really found anything. Bear in mind, they've already spotted a couple of rounds ago with the Tiger. The Xiao was lurking outside of this position, so he's very happy to just wait and hold on to this control. And Xiao looking like he might be about to walk straight into the trap.
You know there's a good chance that Na'Vi decide to initiate, well, obviously with the flash there, but having Thrash, if they spot you in an isolated corner, you are not getting out of there alive. You need to make sure... Oh, they just heard the flash being taken back, but it doesn't matter. The shots through deal damage to Angel, but he's able to survive. There'll be no further punishment.
They're so patient, and they are starting to wrap back around. Bear in mind, Elite at least still has himself A snake bite to delay. But it's whether or not they face into this. Bear in mind that Angel also has Thrash. This could be perfect. I imagine it's going to get shot or almost immediately, and it doesn't matter. Cushion is going to land it anyway. An instant TP, but a trade out, and Elite's going to land the shot as well.
Zipan, 2 out of 2 of those ults have not gone his way so far. Struggling when it comes to the showstopper, but Sagetsu is making sure that BBL struggle with site control. Plant still not down. 17 seconds left, but it doesn't look like there's any further contention with Brave down. Smokes are out of the question. It's going to cause problems. Pora, only 1 flash to play with. Reezy already burned up his, but Pora's put it to a 2v2. A fantastic kill for this man. So he can now buy them a little bit more space to cross over, and he spotted both players, but that information came with a very heavy cost. Price tag more than they were willing to pay, with Reezy now having to try a defuse under the nose of 2 players. This just isn't looking good. Xiao still has a molly, but a post plant is not needed. Not with time this low. Instead, they will face, and wow,
that was a moment.
They almost wish they had that molly lineup, but it worked out. It's all okay in the end. Sagetsu from this position, he just doesn't let you down.
No, he has been one of the more consistent players so far in this game. Even still, though, a close round, and one that actually, again, leaves the economy of both teams sort of on the brink, more so for BBL. Even though they managed to win 3 rounds in a row, they were close. And thus it means that, well, you got a showstopper still, save from the previous round. But by the looks of it, it may only be a singular rifle here. Now, if Na'Vi can grind back a couple of rounds, this ends 6-6, you're looking at a very good half. So for the side of BBL, it's a must that they do some damage here.
I'll be looking for even more than just damage, but take a look at the minimap. Just 1 player on the A side. Smokes are down, and there's a question on Kushner's mind. Should he be sticking around? Should he be running, or should he be popping that ultimate? And it looks like that decision is being made, and a player was spotted, but the shot lands on top of the box. Na'Vi have got a team kill under their belt. This time it wasn't Zipan going down, it was Angel, but look, it seems recoverable somewhat. Just 2 players left, damage across the board, though BBL making it insanely competitive. And with Xiao just 1 hit to the Sheriff, it's now insanely close. Rolling Thunder for Pora. He's on his way to the B site. He knows that TP was pulled in just moments ago. Does he sprint in? Once he hears it's planted, that ult might come into play, but no. And with the snakebite keeping him out, it's a good thing too. He's just 65 HP. Can't afford to lose too much. There's the peek and the shot from Pora, putting him in his place. Sagetsu's disrespected them in so many rounds, but not this time. 7 for BBL.
Yeah, it seems like those were the sort of 2 players you want individually to take that fight. You can understand the confidence in the Red Bull clutch from Sagetsu. He's like, okay, I've been winning most of my Angels. Let me take that 1v1. Let's know exactly where he is.
Down and out.
The fact is, though, it's maybe that molly kill. What did it cost? Everything.
Everything.
Angel going down, and Pora, he has just not been missing this game. We spoke about it with Boo. A man coming in that you don't necessarily expect to be right at the top of that board, playing more supportive roles. Pora's doing exactly the same. 16-7, lights out performance. Didn't even need the Rolling Thunder.
No, he didn't. That was the crux of it for me. I'm thinking the whole time, when is he going to use it? Where is he going to use it? Instead, he sits down, takes the headshot angle, and goes, he's going to peek me. And rightfully so. Sagetsu's had a good game so far, but not good enough to win out on that clutch to give Na'Vi that extra lifeline. So to be 6-5 right now, instead, they're guaranteed to be behind moving into the next half. The question is, by how much? BBL search for an 8th round to close this out. They've already seen that it's an A hit. They haven't got players that close by. Elite might even fade back into the smoke with the utility in play, but Kushner's not going anywhere. What is that from Elite? So much damage done, and they're not aware of Kushner. He's coming around the back, taking every fight, and with Sagetsu low, 70 HP, surely not. It comes down to a fraction of a health bar. But BBL will find 8 rounds by some miracle.
That was unreal. I feel like he deserved to win the round. That was truly ridiculous. The shots that are being hit by Sagetsu, as I said, that man lives in the aim lab, but even still, fantastic half for BBL. As I said, so far, this tournament has been the tournament of underdogs. We had Giants and Foot, 2 of our sort of top 4 last year, going down to have to face each other in a lower bracket. Na'Vi, obviously another team that was up there last year. If it keeps going like this, they might be about to join him. It would be a truly absurd turnaround if our table was flipped almost completely. Gentlemate's going to beat Fnatic. Should we just throw that one in the mix?
At this point, you know, no, that's too far. But anything else,
I cannot get behind that. But anything else, sure.
But anything else really is up in the air. You know, at this stage, from what we've seen of BBL on their defensive side, now moving to the attack, a little bit more freedom for a lot of their players, a little bit more pressure on individuals of Na'Vi on their setups. I am starting to get worried. Again, though, with it being the opening match for Na'Vi, I know this is kind of expected. We all know this can happen. But they can warm up moving into this second half. We'll see if they've got what it takes to keep this game alive.
Yeah, this tournament format doesn't really give you much time to warm up, though. No. You 2 matches, you're out. 2 matches, you're in the playoffs, unless you're Fnatic, in which case it can be 1. Either way.
Grenade!
It's already looking pretty bleak. Pistol round in a good spot. Plenty of utility to try and deal with this. Wingman going to try and get anything, but he's not surviving that one. And now getting anyone onto this spike is going to be imperative. Running out of time to do anything, and now it's left all onto Artist. He's back on the block, but he's got to figure out where Brave is. Knows it now, but the time is ticking. The time is gone. He needs this kill immediately, and it is not happening. Another round on the board. Brave will seal it, and BBL, they're running away with this game.
If I'm not mistaken, Brave even got hit by one of those wall bangs, putting him down to a sliver of health. You know, there's been so many of these rounds where BBL have just edged out the victory by a slight bit of health, a slight couple of seconds here and there. That's all they needed. The extra pistol round victory with such a lead at halftime. Tom, the odds are certainly stacked against Na'Vi now, despite a good performance in the pistol from Artis. We need to see them answer up, not in the next round, because, well, they're going to be playing pistols most likely. BBL, 90% of the way to having 10 on the board. And then they're in the home stretch. Very worrying times for So Marcus in the crowd. Scrapping the content ideas for later today.
Oh dear. Don't make him cry already. It's his first day back. Like, come on.
They don't go easy.
Not on Marcus, at least.
Nor do BBL, from what we've seen so far. They've been playing one hell of a game, and this is the squad that we were hoping to see last year. You know, I think for BBL, not making it to international events and whatever, that aside, it's about being competitive on the server, and I feel like they fell flat in a number of games last year. If they can keep up this kind of performance, they've got something special.
Well, that's the thing. This was the proper rebuild. This is where the fan favorites, unfortunately, had to go. And the players that make things competitive have joined the roster. And after Plant that leaves very little to be desired. Dizzy going through. It has left players blind, but they just don't have the weaponry to compete at this stage. Being slaughtered by everything that's on the board. At least getting a few kills along the way. But Elite will be there to close it. I believe the extra rifle will be saved, and all that's really lost is the SMGs.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, perfectly reasonable, level-headed round for the side of BBL. 10 rounds on the board like we expected, and now the chance for Na'Vi to fight back. They're 1 away from an orbital strike. They're getting rifles on the board, and the investments are going to be, you know, not the best for BBL with some of the losses they've had. This is a true bonus round for them.
They're going to play as a bonus. They're not going to invest into all of those extra weapons, which they probably could have done, but it's more so just to make sure that they'll have a decent purchase into the next round. The other thing as well, unfortunately for them, is you look down at the ultimate orbs, there's not really anything particularly close. They can maybe try and fight for Brave's ult to come online, but realistically, you see the challenge coming through on B-Long from Na'Vi, putting the pressure on super early on in this round, just looking to almost surround this area and just keep that control. They'll leave Xiao behind, at least for now, just placing smokes and not allowing any real positioning. But after the early show over on that A site, BBL are going to start making their way back. And that's the thing. When you find that control, you don't spot anybody, the Dizzy doesn't get anything. That's why you start rotating your players away. And playing into this in the late round, just look at that rotation already. You can see it on the side of Angel. He's going back towards that A side. In fact, it looks like Xiao's going to join him. And finally, that execution begins, but the fact is there's nobody here anymore.
This is so nice, you know, and it came off a little bit of utility from BBL. Putting up the Viper wall, Elite used all of his toxins. but the window that they opened has allowed the whole team through. Now the flank is being watched. Poor's managed to sneak his way into a position you might not expect. They've just taken the site, remember. They're clearing it, but only half. And now there's a rifle on the floor. They weren't going together either. Remember, we didn't just see Zipan here. Earlier on, Artis was by his side, but having split up, he'll now make his way through long. A flash close for Angel, but this player's closer than he expects. Luckily, Brave is dropped. Na'Vi still alive in this round, still breathing with an orbital strike, eliminating Elite. No more Viper utility. Post plants now get a little bit easier as BBL are left with just Pora. They know where he is. He's already got a kill, and the sprays make it so easy to fire back. Well handled by Na'Vi. They've lost one player this round, and considering the utility, the hardware that was brought in by BBL, that's exactly what we needed to see if they're going to bounce back into this half.
Yeah, even still though, it's a good sign for the sort of beginning stages of the half of BBL that they're able to almost play their opponents like that. I do think they'll be a little bit disappointed though that you're from a 5v4, you don't do any extra damage. Like, that's got to be infuriating. Okay, you bait out the orbital strike, but that's probably one of the reasons why Xiao was actually happy to leave. It's like, okay, we can clear a very big angle of this, and if they made it just a little bit more sketchy, they could have easily won that one.
Well, early strat here seems to be B-centric. 3 players here, flash down long, and a big push from Angel. But they've seen that there's no one here. He even used his own flash. I believe they had Artis pop one as well. So they were really looking to scrap for B-long. They've seen no one there, so the rotates begin, but not on time. BBL were a little quicker than expected. They're already breaching into the site just as Artis gets here, and it's too late to reclaim control over Lamps. Now they've got another angle to fight from. This makes it much more difficult for Na'Vi to support each other. They don't need it. Sagetsu's going off on site. A quick double and a real chance for Na'Vi now as they can just slow it down, pop their utility, and make it so uncomfortable for BBL, forcing them into individual duels that they are not winning. At least they weren't. Elite has stepped up to the plate, but 3 more hostiles to eliminate.
Well, he's actually going to stick it. Just needing to get that plant down. They've been struggling to do that for the past minute. But eventually, they found it. Finally, Xiao can make his rotation after waiting patiently for a player to head through the TP. Artis hoping to find someone with a pre-fire, but that clock's starting to tick. They need to get a move on. Kushner just can't quite land the shot, and now Elite with everything left to do. He's been great so far, but this would have to be the best of the bunch. It is going to be another round of this climb back for Na'Vi. And that will also be the finances of their opponents put in the bin.
Yeah, excellent retake, and I think fantastic patience on display as well from this squad. You know, after this opening by Sagetsu, which really buys them that space to play with, another kill for Zipan, then they waited for Xiao to rotate in so they'd have that extra smoke to play with. They'd have the molly potentially and just the extra body to go into those fights. And nobody overextended, nobody gave those kills away, and that's exactly what BBL were waiting for. Waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, not a bad idea. But they've just showed you they're playing a tight game, so BBL call a pause. Now it's time for them to bring their A game to the server.
No, I think it's important, especially on the attack side of this map. Like, we've seen a few teams recently run a lot more attack-sided compositions, like throwing in extra duelists, throwing in like Yoras and stuff to bypass a lot of the utility. That's not really the case for BBL. Okay, you have the breach, which definitely gives you a little bit more in terms of setup, but when you have that Sky, especially now that it's been nerfed that little bit extra, you're going to be looking at, okay, you have a couple of flashes per round, they're not going to regenerate into the late round, so you can't have these extra little burst plays, and also the main reason you'd have it is for the defensive side information. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually get things moving. And it can very easily get out of control, especially with a team like Na'Vi. Let's be real, more than maybe any team in the world, they have been down many times, but they are never out. So getting in that early pause, I respect it from the coach. Now we kind of have to look at what they're going to come in with here, because they're not going to be buying. They don't really have much to play with. We've seen a few pistol plays here and there. Pora especially has been sublime. But can they pull anything out of the hat to just get them closer, get them to that 11th? Because if they win this map, they're heading on to Ascent, which, as said, no one wanted to play them on Ascent. Literally no one. Yeah. I think they were one of the only teams who actually take a map off Fnatic, right? It was insane.
Yeah, you're right, actually. And you know, considering how the previous season went for them, you know, it really just highlighted it again and again and again for us as time went on, over the years even. You just do not face Turkish teams on this map. And for Na'Vi, they've taken the risk. If it doesn't go well for them on this, they're in a lot of trouble. But you look, they're 4 behind. They've got rifles. They have some ultis. BBL don't have anything. They're running pistols. And based on what we saw yesterday, that means they're going to win the game. Because teams were just destroying on these kind of buys. Add to that, it's a Turkish team, attack side grouped together. This is where they get very, very dangerous. But it's the recovery that can come into play, something like Thrash. You get a little bit scared, throw this out, find out where they are, and grab none of them. Oh, that's a little awkward. Nice shot by Kushner as well, and now it's getting scary. Elite was by his side. The trades are going the way of the attackers, and Artist does well to at least pull it back to reality. 11 HP on Kushner, but a rifle retrieved for Elite, and he's had some really nice rounds so far.
The Spike's in a horrible, horrible spot. Like, just getting that out of this corner is not going to be easy whatsoever. But you're basically going to have to push into the rifles, and I don't really see how they're going to be able to get that back without basically eliminating everybody, and it just isn't going to be happening. 10-7, Na'Vi somewhat starting to stabilize after what was, again, a very shaky position, but you have to bear in mind as well, Showstopper used. The other thing, though, is ultimate-wise, it is still very much in BBL's favor. Viper's Pit, Seekers, Orbital Strike online. Everything getting closer for them having basically a BS round where you can just spam your ults and get them to 11.
Well, that's it. That's why they use the Showstopper, right? You wouldn't typically use it in a round like that, but when you look and you say, I've got 3 other ultis online and a Rolling Thunder that was, I think, 3 away at the time, why not? Why not? And look, it didn't pay off with a round win. Some damage. Maybe some information that they got from how this A-hold is being played. We'll see. They definitely still want to challenge for it. Reezy. Kushner.
Oh, Ziphan's having a nightmare today.
You can tell he's been practicing his Raze utility. That's what I love about it. Nice shot by Zipan. He might not have the util down. But hey! There's a Showstopper with a kill. And it wasn't himself. That's a good one.
Third time's the charm. That's what they say.
They got there in the end. It's one of the weakest ults in the game. Don't worry about it. Nice flash by Angel and a kill to follow up. Okay, Na'Vi certainly have the reins now with BBL falling to pieces. Pora and Elite left to pick those up. And what a task that is. Great flash coming out of Artist from the site. It popped and pushed him back. And really, I don't know what the plan. There is no correct call. Roll the D20 and see where you're going. The odds be ever in their favor as they decide to go to spawn. I left my D20 here. I really thought someone was going to steal it, but I was very happy when they didn't. See if they can steal these.
Just to check, that's just a 20-sided dice.
Yes,
right?
it is.
You're calling D20.
Custom Lord of the Rings one from the Magic set.
But yeah, no, that's really cool.
Thank you. Everyone always says that. Looks
Lauren
like
said that as well, didn't she?
She loves it. It might be able to take this weapon out of Elite's hands, but I don't know if they're going to quite suspect him to be that far down. 6 seconds left. Angel's on his way. Could be a weapon taken, and indeed it is. Now Pora wants to keep this in hand. Oh, great stun. They're all in an alley, but they're surrounding him. Damage, but that's not really the name of the game now with Navi's economy. For BBL, they wanted those weapons, and that's good denial from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they need a combo breaker. And as said, they have the ultimates to do it. Everything other than the Showstopper is now online. We needed a replay. Honestly, we needed it. He deserves it. He's been learning as he goes. He's going to hate us for this.
100%.
He's going to hate us too.
I'm
If he watches this
praying. Nobody sends him these clips.
Let's put it this way. Doombros, I know you're watching this back. Don't show it.
Don't tell him.
It's our little secret, you know?
Think about it, you know, from a
I know you guys are like
perspective.
both Swedish and you should have some sort of like connection, but please don't do it.
Yeah, just take a look at what BBL are working with before we kick this one off. It's such weaknesses shining through from that side. Some ultimates, again, it's just not the round we expect to see that used in. Reezy has managed to get a plant for free. You can see the respect Na'Vi are giving them.
I'm actually quite surprised they haven't thrown in the Viper's Pit here. But instead, it's going to be post-plant. And they do have a lot of post-plant utility available. Pora just almost waiting. He's going to use it immediately. Bear in mind, weaponry-wise, he doesn't have anything to really deal off this. The whole thing is on the time. It's delay. It's try and burn that clock down as much as possible. He's 100% dead, not even realizing that they've wrapped around behind him. Now, you see that orbital strike go through. Another few seconds burn off that clock, but they still have more to do. Already, Xiao is going to get himself onto the spike. He is going to go down. I don't even know if he did get it to half. That's the only saving grace. There's a small opportunity, but they have to get somebody on it right now, and it isn't going to be happening. They're going to take it just on the post plants alone. It is an ult spam, util spam round from BBL, and it is beautiful.
That was so good, man. The molly didn't actually fully get it either. It was half on the spike, so that could have been a disaster if someone just stuck it underneath. But then the snake bites come down as they get on it, take down 2 players who are just desperately trying to beat the mathematics, but stats don't lie. You will die in that snake bite before you get it half. We know that, and now you do too. Unlucky, 11-8, BBL looking unreal. What a round. And it is surprising Na'Vi gave them so much space. Unfortunate for Na'Vi that they took so long to get back in. That Rolling Thunder, though, bought so much time.
I also want to say as well, like, out of all the teams, historically, that's not a BBL round.
No,
that's not something
no.
When we talk about BBL, we talk about Dragon Vandals and headshots. Like those are the things that we talk about. So already just a different look from this squad, something that they clearly had in the idea bank. But also, you have to bear in mind what that costs. So they lost 4 rounds in a row. They had to just use 3 of the 4 ultimates they have. The only one left is the Viper's Pit. So that is an expensive round.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, okay, weaponry-wise, they didn't have as much as they needed. But they can't do that again. They can't do that again until Na'Vi get probably to 11, maybe even 12. So they need to have something else a little bit more in this attack set, because right now they've won the pistol the second round, and that is it.
Yeah. And a miracle round that to say is not repeatable is an understatement. That would be a miracle to pull that off twice in a row. Definitely some challenges still here for the Turkish side. They have got the blocks lined up for them. The dominoes just need that little tip for Na'Vi. You know, it's not a terrible position considering they did end up burning up so many of the ultimates. Still, post-plant Viper's Pit is so scary. For this squad of BBL, they will be looking to get that down on the B side. You can see right away, stun, blast pack up, although Kushner slows it a little bit. His teammate's not as close behind as he expected at first.
This is a full long play.
Is there potential TP? I mean, they're going to just burst out long. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, this is a huge gamble. They don't have anyone there. Luckily, when you have a breach entry frag like Pora, I guess it doesn't matter too much. Winning the aim duel again versus Saigetsu. And they are going to get this site now for free. A quick TP through with the majority of players spotted. Smoke off into Hookah and a little bit of a lurk being left behind from Angel, but they now use that final ult of the collection to get themselves into a strong afterblast. Ooh, the counter flash is not in time.
A nice try by Artis. I think there's nothing else he really could have done there. With Brave falling, could be something to report home about, but it's the problem is right here and now. Thrash goes in. Okay, you've got Kushner, but there's players close, ready to defend.
Oh,
they got baited in. A player sees, but the rest of the team ready to fight. Xiao's got no chance. Hit that TP, save the weapon, and hope you can win 4 rounds in a row. Otherwise, BBL will go on to their map pick with a map under their belt. This is a terrifying time to be a Na'Vi fan.
Yeah, and the thing is, this round again, it's something simplistic from BBL. Completely taking over that long jump. Bear in mind, Na'Vi knew from the knife that was thrown out from Artis, there was no one in Hookah.
Yeah.
So they were able to focus in on that angle. Saigetsu was staring down the barrel, and it didn't matter because Pora wins that opening duel, and the second they get into the flow spot, that's where they have their ideas. That's where they have the, okay, I'm going to bait for you, you're going to work with me because we know what ultimates they have online. Sometimes that's all it takes. Keep it simple. Do something to work off the trading. The fundamentals for BBL right now looking good. And wow, at 12-8. Their opponent's map choice, 1 round away from taking the lead and going on to the Turkish hometown of Ascent. Na'Vi got to be sweating a bit.
A lot. This is a very tough position. Stringing together 4 in a row is not going to be easy, at least for BBL. Like we said, they won that miracle round. They won a round where they 5B, get the opening trade, and Viper's Pit down, and perfectly bait the jump out of Hookah. Again, we need to see that normal round. Or, hey, just 1 more random. Save up those ults, do whatever you want. 4 chances to close this out. They've made their decisions, and the decision is to move towards A, taking down 1 on the way in. It's Zipback, a big player for the side of Na'Vi. Quite quickly, Angel's trying to get on their back, cause them problems, and make them push further forward into the defensive setup and play from Xiao. He's got some support up top. Artis primed with a flash to go through the smoke, but not really able to get much done with Orbital Strike online for Brave. Post-plant now is possible. Down goes Angel. It's Xiao and Saigetsu to do it all. Viper's Pit, maybe if they can get close enough, they can find something, but he's stuck up in heaven and he's being watched on the way out. They want to take these fights. The second that they get contact on Reezy, the swing will come through. And I don't see a way that this goes towards Na'Vi. The time already ticking so far. Brave still has Orbital Strike, and it might not be used. It certainly won't be needed. That time ticking away as Segetsu blitzes in. The Orbital Strike won't even touch the ground. 13-8. Another upset for EMEA's Kickoff as BBL get off to a flying start. Their map pick, the Turkish map, up next.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary place for Na'Vi to be at this stage. They come in as one of the favorites for the tournament, a singular change, one that most people thought of as an upgrade. And while it's an overhaul for BBL, people probably expected at least a few teething issues along the way, but the fact is, we've seen Pora come in, we've seen the whole team look fantastic. Either way, it's not our job to break it down. There's a break, and then the desk.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
Well, Forza BBL, what a start it is for the Turkish team, and also the return of Pora to VCT as well, as you guys can see him here in the AIM Labs warm-up. Not that he really needed the warm-up, because he absolutely popped off today. I'm your host, Yingsu, by the way, and I'm here in the studio with Lothar. Lothar, welcome back. New year, new BBL, and what a time for you to come back. They look great.
I'm insanely excited for this new phase of BBL, and it seems like it's a tournament for upsets, because who would predict that BBL is going to win against Navi on their first map, but they also represent very good teamwork. So I'm gonna actually bring a round 8 from the map on their defense when BBL showcases very good coordination, and in that round we have a very good defensive setup, something that we typically see. This is actually round 19, unfortunately, so we're gonna talk about this one instead, I guess. So in this round we're gonna see how they coordinate the entirety of the post plant with all of the util dump that they want to queue in a specific order. So we see Pora here on an initiator. By the way, I still remember him as a Cypher from First Strike when he was fantastic with the lurch. But let's play the clip. You're gonna see how Pora tries to stop and delay the diffuse and retake from Navi, and now he's gonna go for every single piece of util to queue with him being the first one. So Pora tries to use the aftershock. He's getting killed from the back, but now we're gonna see all of this util being dumped at once. We have the Brimstone ultimate, we have the Brimstone molly, which is the 8 seconds long. Then we have the snakebite landing, covering together with the Brimstone molly, which essentially kills this, the player again. And we have another snakebite coming in, and all of that was enabled by Pora's breach utility in both round 8 and in both round 19 that we've seen just right now. Pora was the let's say the first piece of the puzzle that allowed BBL to completely overwhelm Navi with the amount of utility that they had.
Yeah, what an important round to win as well. This is going to get a little bit dicey for Navi, because you and I both know, Lothar, you don't want to give BBL Ascent. They've already won Bind, and traditionally Ascent is the map that is a guaranteed win every single time BBL play it.
Look, for me, Ascent is a map where the Turkish players just are born. You know, it's like the playground for Jets players. But I do wonder, with all of those meta changes that we'll have in general on majority of the maps, if we're gonna see it happening on Ascent as well. Because typically, you know, this is a map that doesn't have a lot of changes happening. We're gonna see the Jets typically, the Chaos, the Killjoy, and then most likely just standard Omen. Sometimes we see the Brim in case the more, let's say, exec heavy teams want to be with the Brimstone. But I don't anticipate a lot of changes in the compositions, but I would love to see some.
I mean, if it's anybody that's going to do what Loud did in NA, it's Navi, surely.
I mean, I love the Loud composition. There are some things you can work on to make it even more efficient when it comes to space taking, because with the Phoenix, instead of any other duelists, you can't really have like any kind of mobility, like TPs, or like dashing through, right? But that's something that showcases that Ascent still can be innovated a little bit, even though the map is simplistic in nature. But yes, Navi is a team that we expect to always come up with something different, something weird, but then somehow ineffective. Like we just seen on Bind, right?
Yeah.
You can see the idea from Navi. You can see that they have a set idea and planning, but the execution is not always to the same level that you anticipate from the players of this caliber.
I mean, I will have to say, BBL, they have been the king of Ascent for a long time, but we can't forget Navi also, even back in the FPX days, Lothar, they love to play this map as well. So if there's anyone that's going to give it back to BBL, it might be Navi. Who knows? This could be a 1-1.
And we all probably remember the biggest clutch of ever happening on Ascent with Ardis, right? That was insane. I think that's one of the clips for the ages. Whenever someone asks for like that clip that made you be excited for Valorant esports, I think that's the clip.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the agent select and see if there's going to be anything very fun out here. Not so much, but we do get the Cypher.
Yeah, there's a difference between the Cypher and the Killjoy here. Cypher actually is very efficient on the A side, which is the, let's say, opposite of Killjoy. Killjoy is fantastic on the B side when it comes to stopping the initial push, while BBL a little bit less effective on A. Cypher now has an unbreakable trip unless you use utility on the entrance of it. There's also a very nice trap on tree that stops the initial push from short, and you have fantastic traps against the Jet that is gonna be dashing towards the side. So it gives a little bit more safety net on that A side, but then maybe opponents will go towards B, and how do you plan accordingly to that?
Yeah, and I'm very, very excited to see Artist versus Kushner on the Jet battle. We didn't get to see that on map 1. We will get to see that, however, for this one. And of course, a reminder, if Na'Vi were to lose here, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. We've seen it with other teams in other regions. Lothar, you don't want to get eliminated this early on.
Well, definitely you're going to play next matches in April then, right? So there's a lot of pressure actually coming into this tournament. It's not something to scoff at, and I feel like even those veterans in Na'Vi have to be feeling it if they will lose the second map.
Yeah, very important map indeed, and it's time to get back into it and throw this over to your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and our analyst desk. You know what, Tom? Like Lothar said, a lot of pressure, and you really cannot understate that and the impact of it. I wonder if that's what got to Na'Vi, but it seems like BBL thrive under that pressure as they looked incredible.
Yeah, such a young player like Angel, he's always going to struggle under the pressure. Literally, I think it's his first time in the VCT, so I don't know how he's going to cope with going a map down.
Yeah, is that how you really feel?
No.
I thought so. I thought as much. Well, obviously, as you're seeing, it's going to be BBL mounting that attack side, Na'Vi on the defense. And, well, you can see that the A side, 3 players there, not ideal because BBL decided to run it up, making it straight through middle. Trapwire's going to catch one, and a few wall bangs coming through. A wall bang to start this one out. Another, potentially. Sagetsu's
so
after my heart already. It's looking good with Na'Vi. Already 5 versus 3, damage done to Brave, and a completely shut out attacking side. They are just stuck here on the side of BBL, attempting to make their way anywhere, just isolated in the laneway. You don't see a push get halted quite so definitively very often, especially not in a pistol.
See, there's a high risk of me jinxing something here, but I don't care. I feel like Artist is going to come out with like at least 25 kills in this game. I don't know what it is. I just see him go back onto that Jet, thinking back of like to the fish days. Like I know that he's just going to farm on this map, and that's the thing. It's like it's always been the frustration when you see him playing other things. It's not that he's bad at the KO or the Sova or whatever you have him on. It's just that he is unbelievable when it comes to this Jet. I think him versus Kushner is going to be a very fun matchup, and I also think this is going to end up being a very defense-sided match because that's something I've learned from BBL. So the sort of expectations there are to do some damage, of course. At the moment, the scoreboard is the wrong way around.
Is it?
Yeah, just for anybody who didn't.
I thought there were some background contractual changes after that.
Just so yeah, that should be on the other side.
Well, also Na'Vi, you're not attacking, so more so the names. But yeah,
okay, sorry.
We'll get
this
there.
should be here.
There you go. Hey, you're loving this tool, aren't you?
Yeah, I really needed to do that. I saw Steel do it yesterday. I was like, I can do that. So now I'm just highlighting their names.
I think you're doing just as good a job.
Was that production? Stop doing that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, at this stage, on that defensive side, 3 Bulldogs, 2 pistols. It's a nice buy, a comfortable one. It lets them lose a few players to just the all-out aggression of BBL, the death ball that we saw yesterday from a separate team. And, you know, if you're BBL, damage the name of the game, but you've got to get 3 kills before they really feel the sting. Maybe just strip some shields, so they've got to reinvest those credits, but chances are astronomically low for anything significant. And I think you're getting to see that firsthand. Nice stuff for Artist. The key thing being, with him picking up so many kills, now halfway towards a Blade Storm.
Yeah, obviously that's one of the things that's happened over time is these ults have increased quite a bit for moments like that. So you don't get him on like a round 3 Blade Storm, but
and we've seen it.
The fact is they're handing him over the rifle, they're handing him over the Vandal, because that's the thing, he is genuinely someone that can just take complete control of this map. I think it was something that they had with CNET as well. It's just that ability, and that's why this map has been so strong for them. I think the one thing I'm a little bit sad about is that we're not seeing Xiao on the Fade. I think that was one of my favorite things about watching Na'Vi on this map, is he was a Fade specialist, but it seems like he has switched more so into that controller role. For now, at least. Back to old school. Obviously, just the HUD being reset so that we can get everything correct, and what a start. Again, the dart coming out. I think that was a self-assist for Angel. He's going to throw that one out and get the kill with the wall bangs. Not what BBL were looking for. As I said, I expect this to be very defense-sided, but when you're playing up against what will be a slightly weaker buy, that's where you need to capitalize.
I love to see some sneaky beaky little wall bangs, and well, we're already off to one hell of a start on this map. Ascent is a home ground for it, really. Excited to see when we eventually get that Odin out. For now, Bulldogs, the bonus weapons in play for Na'Vi as they attempt to fight over control of the site. But look who's down below. Sneaking around was Xiao. He's being caught. Good clearance by BBL. Good protocols on the way in. And no losses to report because of it. Nice and safe. You can't wallbang through that many walls, Zipan. Certainly not with that gun.
Spike plant.
Considering they lost their jet early, the fact they got into the site and got into an afterplant is impressive. The problem is they've lost their lurk. They've lost quite a few players. In fact, Angel will eventually go down, actually peeking back in without too much of an option for a trade. Remaining 2 players stuck within the site. Elite this time, looking for a battle, but the trade is quick and leaves Reezy alone, left blind in the corner. Still manages to isolate the duel, though. Turned into the 1 versus 1 and a nice attempt, but Saigetsu eventually will hit himself the headshot. A 3rd round in a row, a flying start for Na'Vi. Already looking like they're back to their old tricks.
Yeah, kicking it off with confidence, definitely an important factor for the Na'Vi squad, considering how things went previously. And seeing some innovative plays, the trapwire and pistol, the recon to wallbang here. You know, a lot of things have been going right, and that's exactly what you want to see after how the first map went down. Now we move into round 4, and thankfully they've left BBL with not a whole lot to work with. Credits are going to be pretty low, a stinger, some pistols, and 1 rifle. It's in the hands of Kushner X.
Yes.
So far, yet to get a kill, but attack side of Ascent playing as a jet, he is going to have a few rounds where the impact is negligible.
You have to hope so, otherwise I think they're going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, this is a map where Na'Vi are really playing comfort picks. Like, Saigetsu back on a Cypher, Artist back on the jet. Xiao can play anything, so I don't think that counts. Zipan on a KO, like, we always talk about his raise, but his KO on this map in particular has been phenomenal. So it will be one of those frustrating things where, as always, if this works amazingly well, you're going to sit there with Na'Vi and go, you could just play basic stuff and you probably win most of your games, but...
That's not Angel's style,
No, no. If it's not creative, it's not fun.
And in a way, I agree. You know, we were having the conversation backstage last year. There weren't as much variety. There wasn't as much variety.
We've already seen like Phoenix coming back on this map, so that's what I want to see.
Nice dash. Not much to be found, but again, it's about space. The nade has denied all of that space. Zipan just completely stopped that plan from working. Jet dash in, take advantage of the chaos by spilling into every angle and find the trades. You can't do that when you're going to die to a grenade on the way in. So well timed by Zipan, good reaction, and that's given Na'Vi all this room to breathe.
30 seconds left.
Now what? 30 seconds left. You got to try and push into a site where there's still shock darts available. They could even, well, they could get a cage in here, but the fact is, Saigetsu hasn't moved because the spike could still go rotating back in the other direction, but the rest of the team are all stacked up. At this point, it almost gets to a position where BBL just have to die. Just go in to make sure that you get the extra finances. A nice couple of shots, but there's Artist once again. I said at the beginning, I think he's going to farm on this map, and already he will now have that Blade Storm available. 7-1 after just 4 rounds. And there has to be a response soon, Mitch. Otherwise, I do feel like this is going to get very far out of control.
I have to commend Zipan because you talk about his agent. I think it's such a good highlight of it. Just the fact that he has that timing, like what a timing it was, Tom, to be able to put that nade down. I love to see it. And it's even going to push BBL to calling a pause. Now 4-0 down, their map pick. They don't want to let this one slip. But going over to Breeze, we don't know what we're going to get.
Yeah, and that's actually a map where in the past Na'Vi really did cook some things up. They were running Yoru yonks ago, and it worked the first 2 times, and never again.
And then Angel's TPs were kind of predictable.
Yeah. But I imagine they're going to have some interesting stuff there. And it's always been, again, you can highlight him on almost every map. It was a very, very good map for Saigetsu. So I think that they do have to be careful, especially going into their own map choice, that they don't let things get out of control. And that's why they're taking an early pause. 4 rounds down. Okay, you've had the pistol bonus round. You've had a couple of attempts at buys. But this is where not only are they getting their finances back in track, although I say that there's still going to be a Bulldog in play for Pora, but more importantly, their ults are getting close. They can actually go for the orbs and get a couple of ultimates online in this round. So I wouldn't be surprised if they attempt that. And on the other things, well, the main thing will be is disruption. And I'm looking at Ardis right now. He has got himself a Blade Storm available and is currently setting up over in towards that short position. So he's likely to do something very aggressive.
Yeah, this is somewhere that Ardis can really stick it to you. Take your early game plan and make sure it does not work. Smoke off, and he's right down in his spawn. Out comes the Frenzy. Brave is so low. He knows he hit a few of those shots with the blind. That forces him right back. Unfortunate for Ardis not being able to capitalize. Now we look elsewhere on the map, and the B site under threat. Trap wires ready. Some more wallbang setups by the looks of it. Both of those traps are in the laneway as they make their way through. They'll be able to catch them, but nobody there to spam back. Angel good on the Kushner at least. That's something to work with.
Yeah, I believe one of his trips is to just catch somebody in the air.
Boathouse,
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
It's literally above to catch the jet. It's a filthy idea. It hasn't worked out this time. They've also got the information, but it's going to be that spam back of the ultimate. Nice work from Reezy to make things a little bit more costly. Whoa, Ardis! He tried to finish his dinner from earlier on. Now it's left on to Xiao, but it's Reezy to shut absolutely everything down. And now BBL, after a quick paced push in towards that B site, they're going to have their first round on the board.
Yeah, I love that. Picking up the pace is what we needed to see. I was a little worried about the traps in play, but the dash went the other way, right? You didn't have the updraft dash oversight, which is really interesting. It's not often you see those trap wires here being put to play. I think on Split was probably the first time I saw people actively try to counter those updraft dashes, and now a little bit more depth added to it. I don't know if they will have even spotted that on the way through as well. That's the other, they didn't break it, so.
No.
But it's not like you'd be running into it anyways. So you're free to leave it once that updraft is used. 4-1 BBL, quickening the pace again, this time towards A.
Yeah, I like it. Try and put the pressure on. Saigetsu's here, but all of his trips are on the other side of the map. Xiao looking to try and support him. A little bit of surprise in the corner, but it's not going to do much. A singular kill, and then the trades are quick from BBL. A couple of players already here. The operator of Ardis the first to take the pick, and he's going to land the shot, but do they know there's a second player? I don't know if they've seen Kushner still within this corner. This is a nasty spot. They might even expect him to just be underneath, but he might not be needed whatsoever. Eventually, he's there to drop the man that is Ardis, and now Angel. A late lurk coming back through. He's going to give away his position with this dart, just trying to find those couple of players. He knows that one of them, maybe even both, are going to be in that corner. The question is, can he find anything from it? It's going to be difficult from this position already. A move coming out from Kushner just to switch his position back in towards the corner. He still has absolutely no idea, and the time is gone. There's nothing he can do at this stage to find anything. They're just looking to get out of there. Angel's looking to try and make it costly, and he will go down with the ship.
A valiant attempt with the shock dart. You know, I'd be impressed as Kushner is extremely healthy, but
he just dies now. Bing, bing, bing.
But it was worth a shot, you know. You can't blame him for that. But yeah, like you said, Kushner down below, the patience that he displayed, it got him the kill. I mean, you have to wonder how much of that is luck and how much of that is skill. Spraying through the smoke, catching the head. But yeah, no, you're right, Tom. He could see him.
That was his first kill, by the way, as well. That's how you get it done.
No comment.
That's how you're on the board.
No comment. Pora has certainly slowed down as well. He was leading the charge in the previous map on the breach. Hasn't been able to find his footing. But again, attack side Ascent, I don't care if you have two players finishing the half with 0 kills. Just about grinding out those rounds. So far, doing a decent job. Updraft dash. No. It doesn't matter, the trap's not there, but he's on his way in with a normal dash. Kushner already seizing the site, and now trapping 2 players in the boathouse. This is quickly turning into a disaster, but they haven't spotted the second player. They don't know that. Never mind, all good.
What? Oh, you gotta be fuming. Like, he just let go and insta-killed him. Nothing.
I didn't even think you could draw a gun that fast. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I genuinely looked at the kill feed and went, it must have been a teammate that I just didn't see. It's like, nope, that was actually just him. He let go of the spike, popped his head, and then went back. It's like nothing happened. Really good resurgence from BBL. And as I said, I had high expectations that this would end up being quite a defensive-sided map. The fact is already, we've started to see a fairly big response. And I think Na'Vi are just struggling to deal with the pace. They have that. Obviously the Cypher, and they have a little bit of utility that can be thrown out by Zipan in terms of the fragment, but they don't have much else available to them to delay. And if BBL are just going to keep running in like this, they're going to have to try and do something a little bit more aggressive.
Same smoke gone out here. Artis denied any control early on. He wanted to opt that angle and take down Kushner and Pora as they made their way into middle. Instead, that's free real estate for the attacking side as they've spread into a nice, comfortable default, looking for any over-aggression as they slowly chip away at the map control. You're not going to see that coming through, though, from the side of Na'Vi. They are very patiently waiting and just jump spotting mid, allowing BBL to make a reaction. The problem with that, and I actually think BBL are making the right play and slowing it down this round, because this is where I expect Na'Vi to overreact, but they're not.
Okay, so Saigetsu has actually just repositioned his trip into the middle of the site. It was there for some sort of early contact, but instead he's trying to catch someone and almost just play from the very back, clearly having expectations that maybe when he was on his own that he wouldn't be able to hold it.
He's moved it again.
Yeah, he's just constantly switching up the position. You can see it back in his inventory again.
I mean, obviously this time he's got Artis who's just rotated just north of the switch, so has a teammate with him, feels that little bit more comfortable. Trap goes down to cover market, but it's over towards the A site we're worried about. Hunter's Fury popped off for one, close to getting the second, but Brave just about sidesteps. Xiao, though, is here ready and waiting. That paranoia has caught all of them. They're blinded up, the drop comes in. Angel's only good for one. The blinded faded, but Zipan was still standing strong. A shining beacon for this squad as Na'Vi push up to 5. That lead extended into 2.
Yeah, I think a lot of that helped by the disruption caused from Angel's ult, just being able to force them into some more awkward battles, trying to dodge that utility, and as you mentioned, the paranoia that came out from Xiao. He might not be doing too well in the fragging department, but definitely helping out in terms of the assists. Again, a response from Na'Vi, but you do wonder, do BBL, well, I feel like we can answer that. They are all building up outside of this B site, potentially just going to go for that fast-paced take again. It has worked well for them thus far. The slow and steady has not won the race.
Well, regular trap on the way through, and okay, knife hit. No more traps in play for a couple seconds, but the smoke won't allow them to deny. So traps come back up online. They're here again. They've heard them reactivate. It's at least some information. They fire a shock dart, grab one, destroyed, lockdown in play, pushes Na'Vi way off site, and a TP in bypasses the other trap. They've got a clean plant and just assuring that there's no extra player there. This is really powerful for the side of BBL. Without having to commit resources to B site, they can focus on fighting elsewhere, and it looks like market is where they want that scrap to go down.
The fact this as well, they have still a lot of map control, managing to hold a little bit more passively. These crossfires are just being, well, deadly for the side of Na'Vi, and just one by one they fall. Again, the pacier, more direct strategy from BBO is what's garnering the rounds, and it's one of those things where obviously you want to have a more layered attack. You want to go, okay, we throw in a fast round, then we go for these slow rounds. I think they've just got to keep running it down. I think they've got to keep going for these pacey strats, because if you give opportunities to players like Artis, for players even like Zipan, who's right at the top of the board, even Angel had some of the warbangs early, it hasn't worked. When they've gone really quickly directly into the site, they've avoided the stack almost every single time.
Oh, a look of surprise on Angel's face in the replay. Things definitely not going the way they expected in this series, and now the map, the lead that they built up, is under threat yet again.
How dare you? How dare you?
That's Zipan! He just did that too! The Hunter's Fury just about avoiding the players. That could have been a death sentence with Kushner staring down the smoke, waiting for the reveal. With Zipan out of the round, the A side is most certainly BBL's, and Tom, like you said, they just need to keep up these pacey pushes. It's working every time.
It's disrespectful to a point, but if they can't stop you, why would you change it? And that's the thing, Na'Vi have had absolutely nothing in response. They haven't been able to lay. Even with the smoke, he still just went straight through it. And now Kushner's starting to come alive. He was quiet in the early rounds. Xiao, though, has somehow managed to make this one competitive. They already know exactly where both of these players are. They know that one of them is still in the backlines, one under the site, hiding within the smoke. But again, this clock is ticking. They have to get someone onto the spike, and Kushner just isn't missing!
Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous watching this guy play the game. He's only starting to climb up the scoreboard as well. I mean, this is
10 and 7 now.
Yeah, 10 and 7. He is since they quickened the pace, he has been delivering.
What was he like, 0 and 4? Maybe even 5.
Maybe 0 and 5.
He was definitely 1 and 5, I think.
Yeah,
but even still, and that was the one kill he got through smoke.
Yeah, that was the spam.
Luck.
pure. No, you said pure skill, Tom.
Yeah,
Don't go back on it now.
Sorry.
All right, you stick to your guns, just like BBL have with these quicken plays. Na'Vi now calling a pause. They need to shift the focus to a much more strengthened defense, one that can slow down these pushes. And honestly, I don't know what that looks like. It might be proactive aggression, but we even saw from BBL, after they run a couple of these fast rounds, they slow it down and they wait for the pushes. Na'Vi won that round because they waited, but if they decide to push this time, who knows what happens.
The funniest thing is the last 2 rounds, Na'Vi have taken A control early each round. The last round, Kushida dashed through their smoke and shot someone instantly. That wasn't like that Na'Vi were just going, no, we'll just wait for them to push us. Like, let's not use any utility. It was like, no, let's smoke, let's be proactive. Like, I'm dead. I'm dead. So, he dashed through smoke and killed me. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, it's not like there is a reactive spot there that you expect someone to do something that insane. But that's, again, it's almost the beauty. We talk about BBL in the last map having these wonderful executions using ultimates and utility and not even needing their guns. Now we're talking about the other side of the coin where it's like, they don't need utility, they don't need all this additional stuff. They can just shoot you in the face.
You can see what Doom Bros is working on there in the background. The breathing techniques were on display, in and out. Control that breathing, keep the blood pressure low, and hopefully you'll be able to power through. Find the solution.
They're just doing it
that
again.
Mental clarity.
They've left a lurk at least this time. One man sat towards middle that Na'Vi will have to deal with, but it is the same thing. The knife is going to catch every single one of the players on the way through. It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. Zipan has just been spammed out. I don't even think he saw an opponent.
Now he's just getting first blooded again and again. And I can't fault him for it. The pace out of BBL is just too much to deal with so far. Now they've got the site control, and it's pistols mostly on the retake. You can't have a whole lot of faith in this going their way. The spam's not working out for now, and as the smokes fade, that's when the rifle advantage really comes into play. Artis has been looking for someone for the last 50 seconds. Every angle he goes to gets smoked off. And this guy is just not having a good time right now. He can't see anyone. He went off mid, smoked off. He goes heaven here, smoked off.
He's gonna die immediately.
Yeah, good luck. I don't know. I'd love to watch that whole round from his POV. I don't think he saw anyone. Well,
it's just like,
last round in
guys,
the
I'll buy a rifle.
Do you know,
I'll get some damage done.
It's like when, you know, 2 people walk towards each other, and then you both go right, and then you both go left. And you're like, you go that way, and then you still somehow keep bumping into each other. That's Artis the entirety of this round, just bumping into utility. And when he finally goes, screw it, I'm going through, instantly dead.
Such annoying smokes coming out of Brave, and well, it's fair to say he's doing a lot more than just placing the smokes well.
Bear in mind, this was 4-0 Na'Vi. Just take that into consideration now, looking at the score as 6-5 on that attack side. Na'Vi historically were pretty good on the attack, but again, a lot of that revolved around that having the fade. I think it was very good for them in these sort of executions. They're going to have something very impressive. Otherwise, they're going into the lower bracket. They're going straight there.
It's just Na'Vi things, man. The lower bracket run is where they were.
When will I learn?
Founded. Yeah. This is it, Tom. When will we all learn? I went with you on the predictions. You know, we're mirrored today.
Yeah, which, considering I was completely wrong all of yesterday, is a really good sign for you.
I should have asked you first. I'm realizing that now, but here we are. I really had the faith in Na'Vi. Now it is
I'm all in
on
Liquid, you know.
Good. You should be. For BBL, this has been a tremendous display, already surpassing, I think, what most of EMEA will have expected from them. A victory still evading them, the double peak, but it's being double held.
This is one of the first times they've actually walked into the higher of the stack sites. Na'Vi have not been winning when it comes to the roulette wheel they've been spinning each round. Orb will be taken. That's going to give the null command available for Pora, but there are still 3 players sat within this site, ready and waiting. Brave, by name and nature, tried to TP through the smoke, and finally, Na'Vi, after what has been 1 round from 6, is at least going to make it 2 from 7. They'll even up the scoreline as we go into that second half, but the fact is, they dwindle after the first 4 rounds.
I bet this has Na'Vi sat on the other side just thinking, what is going on, Tom? And for them, they at least get to change up now, move to a different side, like you said, somewhere they have been comfortable before. And if we look at the majority of the success for BBL, it has been punchy, start of round, getting in their face, putting them on the back foot. That is much harder to do now that you come to the defensive side. So certainly some signs of life for Na'Vi.
Have you worked Turkish VALORANT before?
Sorry, that is much harder to do when you come to the defensive side for most teams.
Yes, there we go. Okay, I'm fine with. Yeah, because Kushida the gloves are off. As said, he had a really rough start to this map. He's now right at the top of the board, and I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon. Again, though, full stack up from the side of Na'Vi. Every single player sat outside B site. Shock dart, pretty much perfect. Artist is going to take a lot of damage. He's going to go over the top, and he's just one-tapped. Just get finished off by Reezy. He's been having a great game. Already a second in this pistol round, trying to deal with him as Zipan, and he will succeed. Pora finds one with the fragment. And gives Elite a little bit of chance. He needs to try and hold on as long as possible. His teammates are very far away, and Xiao's right on him.
I wonder for how many seconds was he just screaming, smoke me, smoke me, smoke me, smoke me, but it didn't come in time. And Sagetsu's even pulled it back onto Pora, just brave left. He already used his smoke.
Spike planted.
It's not blocking off an angle that's terribly helpful. They've got the crossfire potentially, the swing afterwards. And Sagetsu was a little early on that, but it worked out. With a third kill for him, the lead is back in Navi's hands, just about.
Yeah, well, that's it. They had a great start to this map. They won both pistols, although I'm starting to learn that maybe that doesn't mean as much as it used to. A lot of teams have been able to sort of turn around games with a deficit in the series we've seen so far.
One enemy remaining.
Nonetheless, we see the Na'Vi purchase. 3 rifles. Low shields on every single player as well, so that does mean that these pistols, even though it's just classics, do have a bit more of an opportunity to do an extra little bit of damage. For Na'Vi's sake, you can only, well, you have to say 2 players. They can lose 2 players, because then they can still come in with the rifles. They'll buy them up into the next round. It's not a problem for them. Anything more than that, BBL have done a great job.
Right here.
Again, though, you know, when you look at that value that BBL are able to find out of these kind of rounds on attack side, group up, push in, and force them to push you. Not quite the same when you swap over. One player already spotted, revealed on the way back. Smoke out from Brave. It's not blocking an angle they're on. Unfortunately, most of these players coming through short. Nice fight already. Artist, though, quick on the recovery. Although the ammo's a little low. It's getting too close for comfort, but in the end, it's cleaned up by Zipan.
The main thing for Na'Vi, always in those sort of rounds, you come in with the 3 rifles, you take the 3 rifles, and then you can buy up a couple more. That's basically the way that these purchases have worked. It's something they've been doing for the last year. The only thing that really comes through is obviously you're playing on the light shield, so now that your favorite gun's in the game, maybe that could impact it, but it's not being purchased on the other side. So that might be something that other teams are going to start to consider, going, okay, if this is a purchase that Na'Vi do consistently, we can now outlaw into round number 3, and you could wreck them. But obviously that's not something BBL have considered, because they haven't seen them play yet.
Well, exactly, and I think especially with this map that's in play, the Outlaw is tough to use on some of these angles. Like, you're mainly trying to fight for mid. And so far there's been such consistent smokes going down there. There's not really been long-range angles offered, so I can understand avoiding it in favor of some of these other rifles, especially.
Cover going out.
Defensive side from BBL. Void of any information right now, and it's not like they really need to move. That Killjoy setup's going to do work for them if there's any pressure towards B. It's mainly the mid control that I'm expecting Na'Vi to start to carve out in the coming seconds. Really, they've grabbed their orb, they've made a little bit of noise, but they haven't got any real significant control yet.
It looks like if they haven't already, I think they're going to be going back and maybe trying to claim the other one, because one more kill and that will get Zipan onto his ultimate and make this setup basically useless for Elite. Should expect there to be the alarm bot. It is the classic position for it to be in. 30 seconds left. This is where I normally expect Zipan to be around this mid position, but right at the back of the site, information garnered and a lot of damage being done, but no kills just yet.
Now, Lead and Reezy only have to delay this a couple more seconds as they're on their way through.
Easier said than done.
Both players get dropped. Yeah, the wide swing's not working. 10 seconds left, but the spike is now going to be planted. Damage done. Look at how low these players on Na'Vi are. That was the only full health player that's been taken down. Angel's on 4, Zipan's on 12, and Sagetsu's got 56. The problem is they've only got Pora to deal with. A gun from behind. Take him out easily, and I think that market peak is gonna come through. No, it's very passive from Zipan. Because he's so low, they want to run this time down. It could have went awry. But in the end, Angel saves the day.
Yeah, if I've learned anything is that Angel, it doesn't matter what his HP says, he still believes he's on over 100.
He was 4 health there, right?
Full health, yeah, he had 4 health, yeah. A wallbang would have taken him out, but always feeling confident. Again, a little bit worrying now for BBL, because that's the thing with this purchase from Na'Vi that makes it so effective. They come in with 5 rifles, light shields, every single player. And now a 9-6 lead. The buy sucks, and also it looks like they're going to have a Judge no shields coming out of Pora, which I'm not sure where he's planning on using this. I guess short? Yeah, okay.
One of the more ambitious buys.
Yeah. It'll probably work now we've said that.
I suppose for the cost point, it is giving you a pretty much free map control. Guaranteed kill. A lot of the time that they make their way through, just about the utility bombardment. Maybe the drone. When we have seen Na'Vi move towards short, it's been droned out, but this time drone's making its way towards mid. Showing us that there's no intention of making this an A play, but you never know. They could swap back if they see too many players, too much resistance waiting for them there. And already that mid control is certainly conceded. Now it's being retaken. They're rubber banding on this back and forth as they try to find somewhere clean to go. Artis is down to 5. Very easy kill to be picked up by anyone with a bullet to spare.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for them is the information is going to be found very late. This push-up on A finally coming through, but ultimately the take is now coming in on the other side of the map. Clock being run incredibly low. That's the one thing that can sort of play into the hands of BBL, especially with this flank coming, but there is a trip available. Nice shot from Elite. The second time he's going to take Zipan down, but the trade's coming in thick and fast. Well, I imagine, yeah, that's been heard. There is absolutely, there's absolutely no way that Brave gets out of that position. The cam used as a distraction, and Na'Vi now getting up to double digits after what was a fantastic resurgence. It's now starting to really slip away. Same as before, though. 4-0, 4-0, both halves. Maybe this is where we get something from BBL.
It could be. Again, though, we haven't seen that extra element here in Ascent yet. It's been the pressure that Na'Vi crumbled under, the quicker plays that they couldn't keep pace with. Now, BBL need to discover that other element of it. And one of the problems that I see is that in the last couple rounds, Na'Vi have been looking for aggression. They've been spread across the map. They've had 2-man setups to hold a lot of these high activity points that BBL will want to try and pressure. We're talking bottom mid, we're talking moving through mid cubby. These positions are being held, they're being watched for. You can't flank A, you can't flank B because there's players there. And if we do see BBL try to get that little bit of extra aggression out, I'm just worried it will fall flat. The Na'Vi will be ready for exactly that. I'm curious to see what they come out of this pause with.
Yeah, unfortunately as well for BBL, there isn't going to be much in terms of ultimates or anything they can play with, but one thing that does get me that little bit more excited is the fact that we are going to have that operator coming into play. That's something that Kushner has been renowned for, especially when on this jet. You can expect to see him attempt to try and do something into mid. But as you mentioned, Ed, I think both teams have sort of been religiously just smoking that off, not allowing any real aggression. But Na'Vi have been going for late splits, so maybe he tries to get a little bit more cheeky, take a bit of a risk here and there. Again, though, early build-up outside B, and potentially a bit of aggression coming out from BB outside this A side, because it has mostly just been B hits thus far.
A very late knife coming out of the defensive side. Huge information to be garnered. No players there. Knife early. What does that mean? Often that it's going to be a B hit. They'll get here just in time. Kushner's arriving on the scene, but with an op behind the smoke, it's not ideal. It's not a fight most people would want to take, so he pulls out the classic? Question mark? Instead, Reezy's the one to find a kill, but he's got some trouble coming his way. They know exactly where he is. Full HP, good flash, but not a good delivery afterwards. Reezy, some more work to be done. He only finds the one, making it a very tough play for Braven. To be fair, his second kill, Reezy, he still did well, all in all. But with Brave in a 1v3, Zipan's low HP might not matter too much.
Man, it seems like Na'Vi are almost taking a leaf out of their opponent's book. Just very direct takes, and unfortunately for BBL, they just haven't been able to hold off on this delay. Doesn't look like Brave's really looking to challenge on this one at all. To be fair to him, I don't know how he would have been able to get back in onto the site. As you can see, just going to be a lull in the action as he looks to try and hold on to that rifle. For Na'Vi, though, this has been a flawless attack side. Every single time the execution has been perfect, just making things really awkward for the players in the backside. And I actually think that at this point, even though it wouldn't be surprising to me if Na'Vi end up changing, I want to see some aggression into B. Like, a lot of the time when you have that sort of aggressive operator player like Kushner, sometimes you're going to have him in the B main pick. You're going to have him like going for those pushes to try and take some sort of control. And although I agree that's something that Na'Vi will probably be prepared for and wait for, he has been nigh on useless in mid. Like, they haven't really pressured him in that direction, and most of the time they've ended up on B.
Oh, much more frontal KJ Util on the B site. We might see that fight taken a little further up, a little closer this time for BBL, especially with Kushner already supporting and plenty of pistols in play. Destroying the cam inside of B main. Na'Vi have that information. They know someone's close. They know mid is clear. Pizza empty. Yeah, it's been the same. This is just sort of how. It's the exact same thing that happened. It's the exact same thing happened last time. And I'm saying that Na'Vi breathed around the same way. BBL now starting to get a read. It was the same hit, taking Artist down to 5, but this time they've capitalized with a kill. And it's worth noting that's the only rifle they have. Brave has a Vandal, everyone else is on a Sheriff. This is not a guy you want to see fall.
Oh, he's getting frustrated as well.
But Pora's got the rifle, he's retaking the control. It's a good kill, but it was the low HP player. You would have liked to take someone else, but it is also Artist that they've dropped.
Yeah, it's going to make things a little bit more awkward into the entry, but bear in mind there is a Hunter's Fury available for Angel. Same for the other side. They might want to be a little bit careful on the clock if
30 seconds left.
Planting with the time being so late for under pressure, but it is basically just a 1v1. The IGLs facing off against each other. Paranoia sent through to try and give a little bit of extra space, but it hasn't actually helped too much, and Kushner still within the back of the site. There comes that Hunter's Fury to try and make these fights a little bit more winnable. And it's going to connect as well. It's a team kill! Oh, that's such a huge mistake. It's cleared the site. He's accidentally cleared the site for Na'Vi. That was the one player they had to clear. Oh, that is heartbreaking for BBL. It looked like the Hunter's Fury could be a saving grace, and instead, I think it might be the close. Oh, that is awful. That's so rough.
I'll say one thing, Reezy's been a killing machine in some of these rounds, just a little indiscriminate at that time.
Oh.
5 HP behind the box. Look, man, time they would have shock darted him. It's okay. It would have been easy. That sucks, though. Regardless of the potential, regardless of how much he realistically would have gotten done, they only needed to buy a couple more seconds. Oh.
It just clips him as well. It just clips him.
And it's not like he could swing out wide. It's not like he could jump up top. He was 5 HP. He was going to get killed if he performed any acrobatics. You also probably just trust your teammate not to aim it at you, but...
Now you look at the real danger, though. Na'Vi are coming in with 4 ultimates for this round. Okay, 2 of them are going to be the ones we talk about as the high-impact ults. Sorry, Kakuka. Either way, they are going fast. Straight through mid. TP rotation. There's going to be 3 players now in the back site here. Oh, maybe not.
Cancelled.
Sticking around. I guess they would have left the A site open, and because Na'Vi have hit the brakes a little bit here.
I like the idea from Reezy.
Second favorite gun now?
It's close. It's close.
Second most played gun, definitely.
It's just that the cost of the Outlaw, that's what helps out. You can get it every round.
Mitch was a cheap date for anybody wondering.
Reezy was aiming for his teammate again. This time it was just the Odin, though, thankfully. Close as Elite. Nice shot. Flashes in. It slowed him down, but he's able to peek right back out. No one can deal with Reezy. Okay, never mind. He's out of the game. Kushner and Pora.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, Kushner's certainly not having a good time. Sugetsu is still mid, and they're going A. Wow, what a fake out of the side of Na'Vi. More so just an adjustment that's made late into the round. It is a little scary with Xiao being semi-isolated, but Sugetsu's got the right angle.
What? What a way to end it. A little bit of style points for Sugetsu to hit that shot and take us to the 3rd map. The Turkish map has been overthrown by Natas Vincere as they dominate. Let's be real. After that first half, we were looking at it 6-6. I was expecting a strong defensive half out from BBL and Mitch. It was anything but. Luckily, we've got the desk standing by after this short break. as we'll be back for map number 3.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Na'Vi picking up that second map to tie the series up 1-1, and it looked like a much different Na'Vi on the second map. First map, we saw some glimpses of former Glory Na'Vi, but the second map, it was a lot more of the Na'Vi that we come to know and expect. And there's one round in particular I want to jump right into. It's round 15. It was where Na'Vi were grouped up together. They had the B main control with the Cypher. They have 4 players together. They are grouped up. 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're not really nervous at this moment. So if we play out the round, we're going to see them moving up. They drop the Omen smoke down onto the gate area. They pop that alarm bot. Once the jig is up here, they start going, but they're not really nervous. They know that the defenders are tucked away in the site. They know that there's going to be a nice defense here, but they're not stressing. They're taking their time still. They're not rushing through anything. And in the previous map, we saw them just lose composure a little bit. But here, 15 seconds left, and they're still not freaking out. They're letting the defenders sweat. The defenders peek out, Na'Vi get all the kills here, and are able to get the spike planted with 8 seconds remaining, and they're able to close out in this post plant here. And this is the Na'Vi that we kind of expected to see on Bind, but we didn't really get to see them. We saw a lot of solo individual plays, and nothing really concrete from them. So, what do we expect from Na'Vi going into the third map on Breeze? We hope to see a little bit more of what they showed on Ascent, but if they show what they did on Bind, BBL could do an upset here.
Oh, very strong words there from Steel. I've got Kakuka here with me to talk a little bit about Breeze, because Kakuka, the last time we saw a Na'Vi play Breeze, they were FPX.
Yeah, it's been a very long time in general since we've seen this map, especially here in EMEA, and I think it's the first time that we see it for Kickoff. So, of course, there's a lot of questions regarding how the composition is going to look like. Probably, knowing Na'Vi, we're looking towards something more standard with just Cypher, Viper, especially with the players that they have on the team. Everything makes sense, but if we take into consideration the latest changes that we've seen to the map, maybe something has changed. And one thing that I would like to say that applies to Ascent, but also has to apply to Breeze, is that I didn't see that big of an impact from Suigetsu's Cypher. From Suigetsu as a player, obviously, yes, we're going to see it. But I think that if we see the Cypher coming in his hands in this iteration, it has to have that impact. But if it's the Viper as well, I'll take it.
Yeah, what about on the side of BBL as well? Because you would think that a Turkish team, a map where you can just win off of aim duels, should suit them.
Yeah, definitely. I want to think of Kushner, just having a little bit more room actually to have that impact, because especially on the last map, he was 3 and 8 in those first duels. So he definitely has to have that impact. I would like to see some Outlaw as well. I know that we saw Angel using it on the first map. Maybe someone else. Or maybe
on
Angel.
an eco. No, Artist dropped it for him, I think.
Oh,
he
yeah.
got dropped
because Artist, he's that kind of player. But definitely, I want to see them having such an impact. And also, we need to talk about the way that they have been working the map, especially on Ascent. We saw that BBL was way more straightforward. They weren't, working towards mid or maybe faking, maybe not even splitting. They were pretty straight onto A, straight onto B. That is something that probably gave Na'Vi the edge and actually the resources on the attack to do something different. And as we saw in the clip that Steel showed us, doing something different and gaining that space actually puts you in a tricky situation. That's why it's important to have map control. Otherwise, what for?
This is the thing, though, because we were expecting BBL to maybe win Ascent, at least have a better chance of it. They don't. But coming into this Breeze, I know we haven't seen Breeze in a very, very long time, but this is still the same 5 players on FPX are still here in front of us today. So how much of an advantage do you think that'll be? Don't mention it. Just pretend we didn't see
I like it. I have to say that I like it. I think that it's going to be different from them because, time has passed for everybody. I think that the game has changed a little bit, but I like to see the comfort and the smiles on their faces. And I like to see that they still have that kind of confidence to working as a team, especially when things weren't working. Because if you think about Ascent, again, not having the best of the defenses, things not really working out, being a little bit separated in some of the decisions that they were making, that cannot happen on Breeze. And knowing, especially as you're saying, they're going against a Turkish team, they do not have a problem with aim. That is never going to be the issue. You need to be very selective and very resourceful in how you make those duels favor you instead of them.
Yeah, and for BBL, I like to see Reezy to get a little bit more comfortable. I feel like maybe nerves, maybe just not quite used to playing on a stage like this. But as we take a look at Agent Select.
I am so happy that we have Lothar back because I know that he's going to be very excited. And now it's Artist,
Yeah,
we
it's not Angel.
We had Angel, and now it's Artist consistent for playing their Yoru. We have seen it. They're also combining it instead of with that double initiator. Well, that's what the Yoru gives you. You know, that initiating power that you can use the flashes, and you can also combine it with the double smokes. So as a whole, I really, really like the composition on the side of Na'Vi. And for the side of BBL, they're just going with the most, as I was saying, standard, just usual way of playing this map without a lot of consideration into far ahead.
Yeah, and I can't believe it took 3 maps for us to get Angel on smokes. You know, he's back on the Omen.
Hear me out. I love to see that. I love to see that he's not the only one playing controller, so we will make sure that Na'Vi has smokes for the end of the round. But I really want to see him, you know, trying something different. For example, in Ascent, we barely saw him use those shock darts, if ever, at the beginning of the round to break that utility. He has his own way of seeing things, and it definitely has worked for him in the past. But in this Breeze, I feel like, you know, we need to see that kind of Na'Vi and that kind of FPX that back in the day made us fall in love with it.
I mean, they won an international tournament by winning Breeze. They beat Paper X, that map, at 5. And another player on this team playing Yoru as well. But then again, for BBL, they expected this, right? Surely they would be prepared for something like this.
Yeah. If there is something that you can be prepared is for some of these crazy compositions to happen, especially on Breeze because of how big it is.
Well, I can't wait for this. Let's get this back into game. Over to you, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our wonderful analyst desk. Tom, we're getting into map 3, and BBL have already surprised us by taking a map, but it's the order of the maps that's even more surprising, losing out on their own. Where's their headspace at coming into Breeze? And are we going to see some Outlaw gameplay?
That's all you care about.
All I care about.
People were expecting to see it maybe a bit on Ascent. This probably is the map where you should most likely see it. Maybe that and Icebox.
I will say as well, let's pray for Artist that he has a better performance than Angel on Yoru, because if he doesn't, he will never hear the end of it.
Yep.
So for his sake, I really hope this is a lights out map, and already the challenge as Artist is on 1 HP. The wall did decay him slightly, but 12 isn't much more. Still manages to find 2, but Kushner says anything you can do, I can do better. He's already put them into a man advantage, and it doesn't last too long, as you can see.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like when it comes to pistol rounds, Saigetsu is the danger man. He's the one you have to watch out for. Well, they are watching out for him, but Kushner not quite able to take him down early. He's going to get another bite of the cherry, and it doesn't work out. Saigetsu winning that one. Now they know exactly where Brave is, isolated to the back of the corner. The thing is, he can isolate these duels himself, take them 1v1, but look at the way Na'Vi are playing it. They are waiting to try and pick this one together, and eventually, there you go. Saigetsu will get over the line. Who's surprised?
Very well handled indeed. You can see the discipline as they wait, as they confirm he's still in that position. Never overstepping the mark. This is ridiculous. 1 HP, he was 12, which is effectively the same, and still manages to find 2, but Kushner really doubled up on it, finding so much more value. Just a shame that he couldn't quite match the might of Saigetsu. Pound for pound in terms of kills.
Look at his face. He's like, unfortunately did it. But that's the thing. If you're talking about just raw aim, like not even including any other like game mechanics or anything, just aim, I feel like Saigetsu might be the best in the EMEA. Like he's so good in terms of crosshair placement and hitting those headshots.
Not Boaster.
It's close.
It is a close fight.
It's very close.
Close battle.
I think I'd maybe just slightly edge it to Saigetsu.
That reveal won't pop off. Artist has got a rifle up close, but the pistols have the numbers to play with. A reveal down below Angel. He's trying desperately to make it out of there and push them through the wall. As they make it through, the decay makes it much easier to drop him, leaving Pora down to 65, but damage has already been done. A decent round so far, and with potential for more, but the rifle being retrieved costs everything.
Yeah, again, it's a similar scenario to what we talk about with their other bonus rounds. 2 players don't buy, 3 players do, the other 2 buy now. So it means that each time Na'Vi are able to get away with that, with just playing a couple of pistols, they get a bonus round that has 5 rifles. And that's the gamble that they're taking. If they lose 3, this buy now sucks a little bit more. But if they don't, then they get a bonus round that is more effective than any other team will have. So it is definitely a worthwhile risk, and it's something that BBL really need to consider, because now they're going into a buy round that the only real advantage they have is our shields are slightly better than theirs.
That's a big advantage.
Huge, yeah.
If you're against the Outlaw, sorry. But with 2-0 for Na'Vi, yeah, look, the position that they're in, serious chance to fight for so much of this control. I'm just eyes on Artis. What is this guy up to? What's the defensive Yoru ideas? And so far, like, it's not even for rotations putting in that gate crash. So much deeper gate crash than I expected inside of A main. It will be faked eventually just to try and cause some question marks to pop up above BBL's heads. And actually, after hearing that fake TP, Elite called it out, and we see everybody from BBL shift towards this part of the map. They're looking to find that advanced map control that Na'Vi have, at least in their heads, find that player in the corner and catch him by surprise. As they're going to find out, they're just wasting their time slowly clearing these angles.
The thing is, yeah, either it's a ruse or he's there and you get an early fight. So for them, it's probably worth it. Instead, yeah, they've just sort of wasted a bit of time, but they do get themselves the site control relatively for free. Good dart is going to give, well, what seemed like an easier fight, and in fact, Artis has decided he's got to try and get out of there. Zipan still in the back lines being pinged up, but there's not going to be much they can do. He might get to do a little bit of extra damage with that shock. A couple of low players, and now they're a little bit lower.
Still got another shock dart to work with. Snakebite on its way. That's where you combo. It's a little late on the land. Pora out wide on his low HP, and he'll be caught through the wall. Kushner in the same boat, 22 health, but he's got a nice pyramid to play behind. Elite's gonna be tagged up too. Artis round the side with a quick kill, and the wall's blocking off Reezy, who's now all alone. He's got a shock dart, but he's been revealed in the corner, and they are staring at him. The firing squad eventually deals the damage. And Na'Vi, 3 in a row.
Yeah, really good retake from them, and just utility onto the site. Like, the fact is, the majority of that defensive side was stuck on the spike. They didn't actually have an avenue to retreat back into a more passive position. It also wasn't the greatest plant spot, I believe, either, so they kind of had to play that little bit more aggressive, and that's where you just see, as you said, the Viper utility, the shot darts as well being thrown in, and Artis just basically farming up a lot of those kills, and he's going to have a very early dimensional drift coming in. Of course, for the other side of things, Kushner, he's going to gamble. Now, you might be looking at the rifle that he currently has in hands and the fact that his credits are down to 0, but he'll have a Blade Storm next round.
Exactly. You know, sprinkling in that rifle to give them a fighting chance in, well, in the fights. They're hoping to...
What?
So this is the same gate crash we saw, and I think we're getting the idea of why. Paranoia popped in, fight off the back of it, but it has left Na'Vi with a couple of losses. I think an innovative idea up against this kind of vibe. Maybe not where you want to use it, but it's worked out.
I think it was either Pora popped a flash or he blinded himself. Because Artis was completely blind as he TP'd in there. So I think it might have actually been that Pora pop flashed the corner, and so he just goes straight in and is as blind as you could possibly be. If that doesn't catch him, he probably does a lot more.
Well, that's it, yeah.
He's still got a kill.
Now he's Dimensional Drift in hand, operator out of Artis that we've seen bought up. Now, it still has time to sell it, but only a few seconds. It looks like that's going to be pulled into play, and Artis is starting things towards middle, but look where his TP is. Right up there in the spawn, quick rotation to A, so he can be globally present with this op. But Angel will not be present at all. Smokes down and out. Artis is going up top. This is a nasty angle to fight into mid and catch the rotations, and almost certainly something that's going to catch Elite off guard as he goes to rotate. But Artis gives up the angle. Understandably, they don't have control there, and he'd probably be shot in the side most rounds. In this, though, we can see there would have been impact. There would have been that kill. BBL avoiding that without knowing, and they're still with a man advantage. But that op hasn't been spotted, hasn't been discovered, and that's a big unknown to have late in the round. In fact, look, he's just come back from this angle now. Artis is his ships in the night with this squad. He's going back to check, and they're not there anymore. Now he's making noise. They might even know that he's here.
The thing is, there's now nobody within that site after not seeing anything for such a long time. The B site is clear. The thing is, they'll eventually get the notification off the back of the trips, but it's too little too late. They're finally making their move back around, but even if there was anybody here, they would have been reduced to no utility
30 seconds
with
left.
that null command. Hunter's Fury is going to connect. The thing is, Pora goes down, but obviously he can just be... Oh no, wait, did his null command run out the second that second pulse hit? That is cursed. He actually dies to that. It looked like he was going to obviously just be res, so it isn't even that much of a risk. Now, Artis going through. I assume he has a shorty in his pocket, or he's about to just try and TP away from there. Kind of stuck in the mud. No, he's going to go for it. Hits the shot, but still as an operator. This is not the weapon you want to have in this corner. His teammate slowly looking to try and round the corner. Even caught off by his own utility is so good, but they're winning every single fight. And now Brave, last man standing, meets the might of that op as well. Artis running riot, and a 5-0 start for Na'Vi.
That was a headshot to close it out as well. Nasty stuff from this Yoru. And considering the fact that, what ability is Angel trying to simulate? Considering the fact that they weren't on site when that push comes through, they have to fight their way back in. And you even had Brave with a nasty position in towards the defender spawn. I thought that could have been something that caught them off guard, but it worked out perfectly for them. And like you highlighted, Tom, that null command was online, it was active, but it fades away just a second or two before. What a shot. A second or two before. And so the Hunter's Fury is able to catch the kill. That is a disaster.
That's really unlucky. That's really, really unlucky.
To be fair, though, Artis had like 3 opportunities to catch them off guard, and just sheerly off random timing ended up missing them. So there's also other ways that could have went against them.
He also got baited by his own fake out. Ah, there's a Yoru. Oh, wait, I'm Yoru. Oh.
You hear those steps, you start to panic. It's normal. It happens.
Who did that? Oh, me. Once again. We've got the push coming through. The thing is, I feel like Angel has got a little bit bored. He's gone all the way up the tube in the early portion of the round, not spotting anything outside the A site. And this means they can almost start to be a little bit more cemented within this B site. Viper and Cypher sat here. Not the amount of utility you want to go into. Now, you might be able to shut down one player's utility, and that is going to be the case, but the cage is still there, the trips are still there, and Saigetsu is as well. They are finding everything here, Mitch.
Well, you can see from BBL on the way through, you know, there's too many angles to clear, and they get tunnel visioned in on Xiao, who they couldn't deal with on the initial dash. A little too slow, making their way through. So those players backside are able to catch them off guard. The fact that you've got Saigetsu there so early, now Artis is here firing off the op, and the spike's down on site. There's just no way to get this done, no way to wrestle that control back. It is a save, and that was called 20-30 seconds ago by BBL. They're in trouble now, 6-0 down, as you know, this round is most certainly out of their hands. And
10 seconds left.
A quarter of the map potentially gone already. There is a lot of work to do on this attacking side, somewhere that we've seen BBL thrive. In fact, the main highlight of the last map was their attacking side streak. It was the only highlight, and they've lost so much. They might even lose another rifle. What a disaster.
Oh, that's about as brutal as it can get, and wow, right at the last second, Andaluthia flawless. Like it's definitely not what you want to see when you're 6-0 down. You don't get any damage, and you save, and you lose all of your guns. Like that is a horrible position to be in. And that's the thing, they haven't really had anything. Like, they've been playing so passively and so direct, similarly to what they did on Ascent where they were successful. The problem is they're just given too much space. Like last round, the halls were completely taken, pushed all the way down. You've got these mid pushes, you've got aim being taken at times, and then they could just stack up Viper and Cypher on one site because you're not pressuring the rest of the map. This time though, they are going to go looking for this A site. It's a passive hold, but it's Artis again with this operator. They have struggled to deal with this man, and while this round again, it's just one hero rifle. No hero rifles.
Well,
they got an op now.
They've picked up an op, so it's a worthwhile trade.
Spike planted.
BBL with a serious chance, and they're hitting sheriff shots. Instead of the rifle, instead of your...
Who needs them?
Your operator, yeah, just go on in, tap the heads, and a completely different sense of this game in this round, rather, compared to what we've seen so far. Na'Vi shut down, and they'll no doubt want to reset into the next. Now, they could try to fight for this with all the credits they've got. It's not like rifles being saved is a huge benefit, but it's starting to look like it might be too far gone. That time ticking, Reezy having his Hunter's Fury, but he's on site, he's being pressured, and the Sheriff might not land the shot, but the rifle finally does. 6-1, a sign of life from BBL at last, and it is on that low buy round, the quicker pace ends up working out.
Yeah, a lot of the time they've been going for sort of slow defaults into mid, probably to try and catch the aggression of Artis, but he's only really just been playing the Yoru as like, okay, I can rotate relatively quickly, I have a few flashes. Like, in the early rounds, he was very aggressive in towards A main, but that hasn't really been the case. This time out there, they're going to bring Xiao back over to the A site, have a bit more of early round control, and it does look like they're potentially setting up for that same sort of A take, but the majority of players still sort of lurking around the rest of the map. Porus still has an operator, by the way. I think he's looking for that Omen of Angel who pushed it a couple of rounds.
Zipan as well is quite a quiet hero. He's 10-2 at the moment, doing the work round after round. While Artis is flying around, popping these operator shots. There's not a lot of free ground for BBL to take.
Take flight.
Now as we come towards a conventional rifle round, well, they've spotted Artis at least. They know as well that Viper's here. The decision seems to be to move elsewhere. They do not want anything to do with this. And I noticed just looking at Artis, no more gate crashes, and unless I'm missing a little icon on the map somewhere, he hasn't got one down, so there'll be nowhere to rotate too quickly for him at least. Luckily, BBL have cancelled any rotational plans and instead just add a bit of a mid-split to this. They want to challenge A.
Yeah, they need to try and clear out Xiao. Huge. He's dancing his way out of it. Will be able to survive, but he's on low HP, and they didn't expect that wraparound. Cushion are the one to take the space, getting in to the back of the site, but Artis has shut him down. Viper's Pit definitely going to make things a little bit more awkward, and with Elite stepping up, it now just leaves two men standing. Now, as you mentioned, the finances of Na'Vi. Oh, the chance and the shot from Artis. Well, I think that's just a parting gift, because I don't think there's any way they get back into this one. Although saying that, a paranoia has just been used from Angel. He still wants to try and make this costly. Elite, though, is just not missing a beat.
Okay, no panic, no worries. It's down to damage, really. They've spotted Artis. He might just get out of here. He might...
Can't use that.
He might just get out of here. No, but now they're surrounding him. Now they're fighting. I don't think there's a choice anymore. All right, Op's going to be dropped. And it's not like we're that close to the end of the half that those credits wouldn't be worthwhile. I mean, it's an expensive weapon, but evidently he just valued keeping BBL's economy in the dirt that little bit more, and understandable as they're able to bounce right back into a buy in this round.
Yeah, he's actually going to buy another one back up, so it's not even like there was a plan to...
This is like, that's outrageous.
If that was earlier in the round and they lose the Viper's Pit for that, they're pissed. Like, you got, there's nothing else that you can say.
Literally Elite swinging and getting 2 kills because they're focused on that pit. Whether, I don't know if those players were throwing utility or what, or whether Elite just diffed them, but if he doesn't get those kills, yeah, that really could have ended the round.
Look at the early aggression again. Already seeing it out from Angel, taking control in towards A main. It just allows them to push elsewhere. Artis is already going all the way down mid. Now, there is a smoke in position. He can't go too much further. He'll TP to the back of site, and the pressure going to be put on Saigetsu and Xiao. They've got this double up again. It's such a filthy setup having a Cypher and a Viper in the same spot. Good for delaying, although it's actually a little bit of a whiff for Saigetsu. Doesn't happen very often. Still, though, so many members of this squad are here. Zipan, as you said, the silent hero, and an attempt to trade things back, but it's left all onto Brave. 1 versus 3. I think he just got spotted as well. He did, lands the first, but no more to be had.
Right back on the board for Na'Vi, 7-2. That scoreline looking quite dominant. But we've seen those resurgences from BBL. The worrying thing there, you know, that could have ended much quicker. BBL on the way through, they walked into both of the traps, and there was just no punishment for it. Players just having their crosshair somewhere else. Xiao moved to punish the walk-in on the elbow. Player gets caught close left. He can't react in time. It's unfortunate. That won't happen again. And those traps are going to be moving around as well. So a little bit of a worry in that one, considering Na'Vi still managed to bounce back. We're seeing so many different spanners thrown in by BBL, and it's just not causing any sort of clog to the Na'Vi movement. They're still moving forward, full pace, and looking incredible while they do it. Artis is 14-5 with that operator, and you never know where he's going to pop up next. Even seeing him on the A site doesn't mean he isn't on B 3 seconds later.
Yeah, that's the thing. He basically, that round, pushed mid. 2 seconds later, he's TP back to A, just in case. And they've also had, like, Angel as well. He is basically playing a controller that also just happens to be like an initiator, but with his own eyes. Like, he's just going, there's no one A main, I know, because I pushed it. Oh, there's no one up pause, I know, because I pushed it. And that's just what they've been doing every round. And that's been the thing, is like, it seems like BBL the only default they've really held will be, okay, I'm holding mid. And that's not going to be something that you really see pushed because of the information denial you have of throwing the orb or something for the cross. So it's made things quite awkward for them. I also think in terms of their B pressure, there hasn't really been much of a split. It's mostly just been direct in, which when you have a Cypher and a Viper, good luck.
Well, as these walls go up one more time, Na'Vi 7 rounds to 2. We're coming towards the end of the half. This is where BBL need to scrape together a couple. That could have been awkward. Sugetsu was on cam, but Kushner doesn't go for a crazy wide swing. Artis, maybe even behind enemy lines in an unexpected position while noise is being made by teammates. He's got the angle. Portal closed. He's chosen the wrong direction. In fact, both players now backs turned to each other. They have no idea, and Artis turns at the right moment, catches Kushner, takes him down, now uses the ult to grab more information. With Porra shut down, there's not much else to be said because they've spotted Brave, and the flank coming around now from... Never mind. Never mind, there's no flank needed. It's all just Zipan. 4 quick kills. Stylishly ending that one, and not so silent in that round.
No. That one was just clean. Like, he's having a great game. 16-4, Artis 15-5. It's good to see this duo back together, and while 8-2, Na'Vi, the visions of that first map are starting to just diminish completely.
Standing ahead.
And when you go back to what is left on the table, BBL after winning 2 rounds in a row they've run out of cash. They're going to have to play this one again with a hero rifle available. Obviously, Kushner once more will have himself a Bladestorm in the next round, but the rest is not pretty. And while you've been praying for the Outlaw, it's not that. They've gone for a Marshall instead.
That has upset me. But Artis, well, he's putting them in their place. Already opening it up.
That's a nice shot.
With the operator in hand, Zipban's being dropped. TP was used by Artis, so he's back in the spawn, has the angle up on top of bridge, but with the wall up, there's not much he can do in terms of denial. It's more so fighting his way back in, taking those fights. Put a TP to get him out safely, but he might not need it. Cutting through this attacking side.
Oh, they're gonna hit each other on the lurk. Look at the position in mid, just waiting for Sugetsu. It's just filthy. They were so ready for someone like Brave to try and come in for the backlines and just spot him out, and instead Sugetsu's like, you think you can lurk? I can lurk even harder, my friend.
And that's one of those rounds that's really tough to look at from the side of BBL, because if you come out and think, okay, what could we have done differently? It's essentially don't die to Artis. And they throw out that mid lurk. Again, that's just a fight that you can't really perceive happening. Here, Artis starts. Stop it! What? Okay, so he's hitting people through Viper's pits. Now he's killing you by shooting your elbow. It's not pretty.
I do like our new little zoom.
It's nice.
It's like Jakob's gone, the last one was cool, but now I need to make it look stylish.
Yeah. I heard that's what he's going to be doing all season for. Is he's focused on adding in those extra little flares, so a taste of what's to come. I'm certainly a fan of it. Viper's Pit used here. It's on A site, moving in towards middle. Now, this position isn't bad to play from, but there's a lurk from the Cypher, and they bypassed this pit completely. Looking in towards the A site, wall down, plant in.
Spike planted.
Pit is essentially useless. I mean, it will at least guarantee double doors control for a while, but eventually that Viper's going to want to turn back and look towards A, and that is a nice sound cue for Elite to then start his lurk, if he even comes to that. It's very late.
Already again, a couple of players to the back of sight. Zipan knows roughly where they are, but not really finding too much value with it. And in the meantime, Porra's managed to collect the double kill. It's left onto Zipan. As I said, he's been a hero throughout this game so far, but to win this one would need an absolute miracle. The time already gone. It's only going to be to pad the stats a little bit, and instead Porra will awaken from his slumber. A third round, the curse, all that really sits in Na'Vi's way as they are 9-3 up after a fantastic defensive display.
It's going to be tough. And you know what? The big takeaway so far has been Angel's not going to be smack-talking Artis' Yoru. I think he's done enough to reserve that right. Maybe. I don't know with being Angel. If they lose...
When we played, I won with it.
If they lose from 9-3 in this position, I would be shocked.
That is the thing. A lot of the time, you are going to see fairly heavy defensive scores when it comes to this map because of the tight chokes, because of basically having almost a double Sentinel on both sides with the Viper playing that role. The thing is, if you're picking a Yoru, most of the time it's for the attack. to take that space to give you the extra position in.
All the Sentinel utilities on B this time, including the Viper wall. I mean, I think A probably is the right way to move things for Na'Vi. Much lighter play from this defensive side. And as you can see, they've reserved their Viper's wall over on the Na'Vi side. Xiao still has that to work with late into the round. And I just can't help but think that's going to be used to cut off A. Or they get close to B and realize there's more than just Viper waiting there. But it is just strange to see that much of a stack on B this early on. Maybe reading that Na'Vi would take that quick play. Now that it hasn't happened, well, there's certainly some worries. And yeah, Na'Vi are shifting towards A. Big play from Kushner, perhaps, reinforcing the site now with the Sheriff.
Pora hoping he'll catch something with the knife, but oh, he's so close to just taking out the drone completely. Instead, it will be Kushner to go down. He was the man to find kills in the previous pistol, even without the win. Reezy, though, has done well to at least do a little bit of extra damage. Shock Dart is actually going to tank Zipan down to low HP while he plants, but he's going to move himself back to give them a slightly more open plant, especially if Saigetsu's going to late lurk through.
They have no idea about Xiao, but they've closed the door just in case. Unfortunately, power has gone down. And good night, Xiao. Surely, no, he's dancing around, dodging the bullets as he goes. Snakebite blocks him in. He's trapped now, forced into a fight with Brave, as on the site, Elite swings wide. Xiao holding on for dear life, but Brave will win it. Through the wall goes Reezy, and down he falls. Na'Vi keeping things nice and even, which is exactly what they want. The right clicks are not nice, but it gets there in the end, thanks to Elite stepping in to help out. Here comes Zipan. The shots are not landing to start with, but they do in the end, thanks to Artis in an unseen position. And that pistol serves as a nail in the coffin of BBL series. 10 rounds now on the board for Na'Vi, and despite anything you could say about defensive advantage BBL could bring, it's going to have to be one hell of a way back in for them to dismantle what's been working for this squad so far. Artis and Zipan both on their A game. That's when you lose.
Yeah, basically. It makes it impossible. Like, they are two players that, at their peak, well, have won a Masters event. Maybe with a little help from the rest of the squad. I feel like Xiao had a pretty good event there. So did Saigetsu, but you know. Either way, 10-3. Again, we're going to see the same purchase. No surprises at this point from Na'Vi. 3 rifles. If they get out with 3 people and all 3 guns, the rest really doesn't matter. They can take a few risks, a few gambles here and there. And on the other side of things, we're seeing, again, a switch up of that Viper screen to try and almost remove maybe a little bit of information or fake out that they've gone for some sort of mid-play. The fact is, though, there's not an awful lot to play with. The Sheriffs, maybe a slightly heavier investment than you will normally expect in this sort of second round, but if you're BBO at this point, you almost feel like you have to try and take something away from Na'Vi. If they're coming in with another full purchase in the next round, you're in trouble.
The early Marshall peak, a decent attempt to pick them off, especially with the knife close to ensure there's not going to be just like a shotgun waiting or a player with a rifle who just swings you in trades after your peak. Kushner going down. Look, this angle was held in the previous round, and Kushner more than ready for it to be occupied yet again. Pora, he is sticking around. He's still looking for more damage, and it's just not going to come through. Reezy, Shock, a little too deep. They've already bypassed it. They're closer than he's expecting, already touching the spike onto the floor, or at least attempting to. Instead, just swinging through for the fights afterwards, doubling down on the angles and leaving BBL with next to no chance, especially with this late lurk coming through. Saigetsu should catch him off guard, and well, the first few shots didn't land, but he was behind him. It bought him some time. 11 on the board for Na'Vi, 2 players lost, and all 3 players surviving have rifles. Yep. All good.
And now they buy 2 more. It's just the same thing over and over again. Like, it has worked out for them every single time. I think every time they've lost 2 players as well. Yep. It's never been like 4 and 1. It's always been they lose 2 and then they buy up the guns. It has been massively successful to boost their finances, but more so make these third rounds so difficult to play against. And on the side of BBL, well, this is it. Do or die. You need to start the comeback of all comebacks, and you're up against a dimensional drift as well. If that wasn't going to be a problem on the defensive side, it definitely will be on attack.
I mean, right now, I think Artis and Zipan have more kills than BBL, or it's got to be a close race at least. If you combine
We don't need to look.
No.
We don't
need to crunch the
no one do the
numbers.
math on that.
It's 11-3. I think you can, there's many metrics to compare it, but that
Things
one will
go bad.
hammer it home. Nothing is working for BBL right now. And look, Bind was one hell of a good game from them. Ascent, a disappointment considering what we know of that map and this region. But here on Breeze, it was an unknown, and I think without a doubt, we can say Na'Vi have come out of this looking slightly better. That was a whiffy start from Kushner, and in the end, he's traded out by Xiao. Numbers thinning out on that defensive side, and, well, Pora better be able to show up here.
Yeah, this is a real gamble of an angle.
So
Like, it's definitely an off angle. It's just whether or not, luckily for him, the second player is low, so there's actually a pretty good chance that he holds on to this, but the fact he's able to fade away through that poison orb is good. Paranoia will put him in an awkward position, and they are just picking Na'Vi apart, leaving only Angel left. Again, this comes down to just damage. Looking like it'll be nice and clean for BBL at least, but if he can take down 1 or 2 players, maybe this makes the buy in the next round a little bit more tentative. He's going to make his presence fairly well known. I thought he might try and be a little bit sneaky, but never
go
mind.
Behind them, use a TP maybe. No. Well, the round was already down the drain. And BBL have at least found that recovery, but it's a while before I start holding my breath for the bounce back to 13-11. BBL, they need to put this up consistently, and, well, Artis looks like he's going to be going for a bit of a lighter buy, just a shorty. And it might seem strange, but obviously he has his ultimate online, the Dimensional Drift, using that to get close to them, popping flashes, using his decoy to cause problems, and then hopefully blasting someone with the shorty to pick their weapon.
The other thing as well is if he helps Zipan get a kill, he gets his Hunter's Fury for the post plant, so this is definitely going to be a pace change. TP just to get out of there, running straight through onto the site, already going to be pinging information for his teammates, and actually Paranoia used to help him out. It's a freebie, a one and done, but that's absolutely fine. The rest of the team now garnering that extra space. Still 2 players here for the side of BBL, and the rest rotating in. Can't really do anything to deny this plant at least yet, but they're quick to go for the retake.
Oh yeah, already primed and ready once that wall went down. Stepping their way back towards the site. A good opening by Kushner. The ult used as well by Elite. Neural Theft grabbing them all the information, and Sagetsu now stands alone, 1 versus 3, swinging out wide to deny the defuse, but not today. BBL string together another round. 11-5, still quite a ways to go.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the rest of the team for Na'Vi were just a little bit slow. Like, you saw how far Artis manages to get in. Obviously, the ult and whatever counter utility was there meant that he was already in the site. I think that Angel managed to TP past it, but the rest was still stuck outside, so they weren't able to capitalize on the rest of the players while they were doing this. And because of that, BBL were able to get so quickly back in towards the site. I want to say as well that Elite is someone I feel like who has impressed me quite a lot. He's the youngster on the team, 18 years old, the sort of newly promoted from the Tier 2, back from Supermassive Blaze. Still, though, a long, long way to go for this game and, of course, his career.
Well, 2 rounds on the attack. It sounds easy, but as you're seeing, there can be some labor to that problem.
Poison's off.
For Na'Vi, this round more so than any. The weakness is apparent on Xiao and Zipan. The side of BBL not looking to take any chances, a much more passive stance from this squad versus what we've seen previously. And I believe the Cam can see any sort of a walk-in, Cam over on B now, can see any sort of walk-in that could happen on mid, so it's not like they need to be worried about a quick kill on Kushner. The only problem really is that Yoru is setting up, and we're about to see the space taken on the site. The flash was perfect on the dot. And the site is now fallen, all because of that. Viper's wall about to fall, and as they look to catch the players still rotating in, Artis is around the back of site, picking heads for days. This one, there were weaknesses, that's for sure. But once Artis has a rifle in his hand, it's never over. Sagetsu and Angel have theirs, Xiao's recovered. And the time just seems to be too low already to root out these players. A crossfire on backside. Pora tagged down so desperately low, and Reezy doesn't last a second in that duel. Very well done by Na'Vi. A clean execute and an even cleaner close to the round.
Match point.
I said I'd see Ardis get 25 kills. It was the wrong map. Evidently, Breeze. And it's funny because I think we've spoken to him before about Angel wanting him to play Yoru and him being like, I'm not doing that. I don't want to play it. I don't enjoy it. And now you're seeing him play it to a ridiculous degree. Like, he's been fantastic. Like, the set plays that they've got, like, they tried similar things with CNED last year. I don't think it had the same sort of synergy as what we're witnessing here from Ardis already. 12-5. He's 26-10. And well, you mentioned potentially having more kills than his opponents. He also has more kills than the bottom 3 players of his team, just him on his own. Yeah. Angel has gone out of the smoke with the spike.
Now that right there, folks, that right there is an Angel round. They always win these. That's the worst part about it. I hate it. I hate that it's always true, but somehow they do it. Kushner, end it here, please. Stop Na'Vi from winning this one. Buy us another round. Good shot to start this one out. Still a player on the ground they want to bring back, but that's not going to happen, not today. Xiao with another as Poor eventually falls. And so Kushner, Breezy, an elite. 3 versus 2. In fact, just 1. It's Ardis. Needs all 3. Has his ult online. He can reposition, reset into this one, and he's down to the classic. It comes so close to being an Ardis triple to close out the map, but instead we go one more. Finally, it didn't work out. Angel's being punished for his ludicrous approach to the early game.
It's just even like you blink and you miss it. There's
Look at this guy go!
Just runs out. Runs out of the smoke with the spike.
He's actually insane. And the problem is, genuinely, I reckon 90% of the time they still win those rounds.
They very nearly did. They very nearly did. Like, Xiao was like, I will not fail you, boss. He's like, I will take everything. You. The scary thing as well is that they have nearly all of their ults online. Yeah, sure, no Hunter's Fury, but it puts them in such a great position. That's the only ult that's on the other side. Already, space being taken. This time, the ult's complete. The spike even is completely on the ground. And the man who is up mid is the only one who can go and retrieve it.
And he got past the cam. They were watching the cam for that exact reason. I mentioned it the other round, but this time he just TPs across, realizes the gap in their play with Pora down as well. Na'Vi are miles in the lead with a plant coming in on A, pressure on B. BBL don't know what the hell is going on. They don't know where to go. And in fact, Ardis is not letting them go anywhere. He was sticking around, just harassing them, keeping them in position as eventually the plant comes down. It is a 5v3, Viper's Pit online, and unlikely to even be used, certainly to even be needed with Ardis in this off position, but he's being dropped now. Maybe they start to think about the Viper's Pit, about even putting down their wall from Viper, just using any of her utility. There's a snake bite at least, that's something, but the round seems locked in. It could always slip out of their grasp, though. Brave goes down, Elite quick on the trade. There's the Viper's Pit. Finally, a sense of desperation on Na'Vi as they just want to end the series here. And the time ticking so low with the pit in play. No snakebite, though, thanks to it being used earlier, and it will not be needed. Sitback closes this one out. The silent hero certainly got loud in the end.
Yeah, it was a shaky first map, but after that, it seemed like Na'Vi were in full control. Somewhat expected, maybe just not quite in the manner it was expected. The question I have, though, I know we'll be going to the desk in a minute. Lothar's very critical of Yoru players. Did he enjoy that one? That's the question, Mitch.
I reckon he might have. He might have had a little smile on his face going through that map. Seeing the rotations, defensive side was fantastic, but get that little bit of aggression, the map control, he was able to just take. Oh, it was beautiful to watch, and, well, I wonder what notes Angel will have for Ardis after that one. I don't imagine there's too many. That's going to be a short little list.
To be honest, maybe Ardis will have a few like, hey, bro, don't go out of the smoke with the spike. That might be a corn, but no, it's great to see Na'Vi back. It's great to see that it wasn't a first series curse. It was a first map curse, and I'm sure even though Mike and Marcus backstage might have been sweating a little bit, the fact is they have managed to get the job done.
In the end, that's all that matters, and Na'Vi, at the start of this season, can stand tall. Victory is theirs in the opening match. 13-6 on the last 2 maps as well. That's a great start for them, and a great start to our day. More Valorant to come after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back to VCT. We're coming to you live from Berlin, and I've had to wait a long 4 minutes to talk to this man. Artist, You've been in Valorant since the beginning, but you betrayed us. You left us for America, and now you're back in Europe. What happened? Did Angel slide into your DMs?
I went to America to collect money. I collected the money, and I'm back.
Oh, really? So you weren't that interested in America, but it did offer you financial reward. Was the competition not that tough? Because I don't think you actually won out there.
Listen, I just had fun. We went over into America, had a little bit of fun, collected the bag, and I'm back. I'm back where I belong with Angel and Navi.
Yeah, so what's it like now being back together with this lineup that you did raise the trophy with back in 2022?
I mean, we have a lot of chemistry. So we played for like 2-3 years together, so we all know each other. We all know what we like, what we don't like. We just have a lot of chemistry, and we work well like together.
What don't you like?
Angel.
I think the feeling might be mutual. We looked a little bit stressed with you guys on Bind.
On Bind, we were just doing stupid mistakes. I think I team flashed Zipan like 4 times in a row, so like we were just doing silly mistakes. I think Angel was a little bit tilted, but yeah, we knew if we played and the way we should win.
Did he give you some tough words after the first map?
Honestly, no. He was just like, listen, it's first map. We're probably a bit shaky. Like we haven't played in 8 months, so yeah, Riot, fix that, please. And yeah, we haven't played in 8 months, so like there's a little bit of rust, but now we fixed it, so it should be fine.
So let's talk about that last map then. You were very happy to give up that ace like time and time again to BBL. Were you just looking for fights? Wanted to make it hard for yourselves?
Honestly, we were playing very well in Prague, and we were like, there's no way it's this easy in officials, and looks like it's this easy in officials as well, so we were happy it was Breeze with map 3.
So what does the future look like for this lineup of Na'Vi? Because I know Angel doesn't like to make changes, and it's actually kind of surprising because last year was a bit of a disappointing one for Na'Vi, maybe a disappointing one for yourself too. So how are you going to overcome the opposition here in Europe?
I mean, it was a disappointment for everyone. Like we all made it to all the events, but we just didn't place how we wanted. I think I was okay in America. Like we played okay. Probably should have won an event. Na'Vi played quite bad internationally as well, like similar to NRG. So I think we all need a change, and I think we're all just comfortable now. So we all just like work well. So yeah, hopefully we do better than both the other teams last year.
Well, Ardis, I know you tried to dodge this interview, so I appreciate you giving it to me. Yeah, and I hope you give me another interview again sometime. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
I'm dodging next one.
No, don't you dare. We're going to have a word as we head back to the desk.
God bless.
Thank you very much. Frankie, it's a good day to be a Na'Vi fan, but we're going to find out if it's a good day to be a Koi or a Team Liquid fan in just a moment. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Kakuka and Lothar. Of course, we get to have the return of the EMEA champions from 2023, but Kakuka, not the full roster though. They also made changes.
Yeah, exactly. They're in that group of all the changes as we're seeing in this graphic. Redgar, Solkas, and Safe are not going to be part of Liquid anymore. Instead, we have the core of Apex, who you might remember from that final in Ascension last year, which unfortunately they didn't win.
Yeah, it's very interesting change because the identity of the team gets actually kind of pulled out of it, and we're gonna have to see now how this Team Liquid will actually play it out with a completely different IGL, with role swaps a little bit as well, but they're gonna be established. And well, Safe was an explosive duelist, a completely explosive. So how does that will be now?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about that Ascension final because there is a world we do not get Enzo, Mystic, and Kiko on Liquid because Apex, I'm gonna say it, should have won Ascension. They were the favorites. They only lost 1 best of 3 coming into this, so that we could have kept the Apex roster together if they didn't lose to Gentlemates, but also Kakuka, of course, for Enzo and Mystic. The fashion in which they left VCT EMEA before they had to play challengers means they have so much to prove coming back into this.
Yeah, exactly. For them, this is not about, you know, the rookies coming in, the new faces. No, this is faces that we've known, that we've seen in international stages, not the Kiko one, you know, but Enzo and Mystic. They have to prove themselves when they have already been in that losing position. We have already seen them lose on stage and see that devastation on their faces. They have a lot to prove, not only to the people, but especially to themselves.
Yeah, and I think Mystic for me is one of those players that I'm actually looking forward to see how he progressed, because when he was in Fnatic, he was one of the main problems in the team when it comes to map control, and that was very obvious when you were VOD reviewing. But in Apex, he was actually making really good progress. So now, if that was going to be also happening in Liquid, I'm looking forward to how he's going to fill that controller role in the new team.
I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure, I feel like, for these boys, but also I think a lot of pressure on the side of Koi as well. And speaking of Koi, I believe we do have an interview with Barbar. He's standing by with Frankie. Check this out.
Barbara, thank you so much for joining me. But I have to ask, why did you keep us waiting so long to find out who was going to be playing for Koi this season?
I would say it wasn't maybe my decision. There's a couple of fusions happening the last years, and no, simply there was a lot of club stuff that had to be done beforehand, and but we will have been on it for quite a while. So just an announcement coming a little bit later. We have been practicing though.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that you've got a playbook going on because you're going to need it against Team Liquid. Tell me how the Crossfire Cup and the results you had there impacted your direction of the team going into this season.
I mean, we have to be realistic with it. We had 10 days to prepare all of the maps and everything like it. And I think we played against one of the stronger teams in Tier 2, which is just that. And we cannot take too much away from it. Obviously, it's a confidence hit because we're there to win or at least be in the final. But sometimes good, sometimes bad, I guess, yeah.
But it did affect things because not all the players who played in the Crossfire Cup are playing with you here in Berlin.
I would say it wasn't really because of that result. It was simply that the roles and everything and a will from a player to change team. But I wouldn't say it was because of the Crossfire especially.
So tell me then about the direction that you're taking.
We are having more rookies. We're having hungry players. And I think that's the first year of a new game since we saw in Counter-Strike as well when it had been swapping and now in swapping again. It is a little bit different. In the start, you try to go a little bit for more experience, a little bit more knowledge at the game at that time, but I think the game is evolving into that rookies gets more plays and no, just that. I think we're in a generation switch a little bit. We saw many experienced players that went out or going back to Tier 2 or similar. So I just think it's a natural switch of generations.
Barbara, I've got 10 seconds for you to look down that camera and tell everyone why they should be supporting Koi this season. Why should we care about this team?
It should be a lot more interesting to watch. We should be a little bit less boring to watch as well. And we're having the best fans in the world, and that should make the arena quite spectacular.
Barbara, your timing was exemplary. They're going to be less boring this season. You heard the man.
I look forward to it. I definitely believe every single thing Barbara has ever said. So it's going to come true. It's going to come true. But let's talk about the roster because even he admitted this announcement was a little bit late. I definitely think we need to address Lothar. I don't think anyone expected Trex of all players to be coming out, but there must be a reason for Barbara to bring in the substitutions that he did.
Well, as you heard in the interview, he also said that it's not exactly his decision when it comes to like building the roster, right? Which puts a very big question mark on how this entire team will perform with the little time that they had. And I'll be honest with you, there's, I think, a very big problem with do they have a playbook even? Is there something that they're gonna see on attack? On defense, the protocols will probably be very easy to set up. The players, even though they are rookies, they have a lot of experience in Tier 2, Tier 3, and they're coming into a team that already has some synergy built up. So I don't expect fully a problem on defense, but on attack, there might be problematic situations.
I think that what I'm picking out of the interview mostly is what he was saying about the roles. Maybe some things were not going in that direction. I remember when, for example, last year we saw Wolfen and he was on that duo list, but then later in the season we saw Trex coming in. So what I want from these 5 players is to have really like a dedicated role so they can grow also as players. You know, it's not that you have to OTP 1 or 2 agents, but we need to see the growth. And if Barbara thinks that the game is changing and is evolving, his team has to be a reflection of that evolution.
And it's very interesting because we're gonna have a clash of 2 teams where Team Liquid, even though they have a new players coming in, they will have those set roles in place. You will expect Yampi to be on Breach or Initiator on a lot of maps. Nats has his own map pool, his own agent pool that he doesn't leave, right? And here in Koi, we're gonna have like a lot of question marks that have to be filled once we just see a few maps from them.
Yeah, we have to say Shadow is not a rookie. You know, I don't want people looking at this being like, yeah, who's this Shadow guy? But of course, very similar to the Enzo Mystic storyline. He's coming back here. He has a lot to prove, and of course, the ex-teammates, Kukuka. We got an Apex heck's Derby going on today?
Yeah, exactly. Some people, might not caught up on that information, but Shadow was also in that Apex team. And not only that, for him, it's also a different tier of, playing against your own teammates and going back into tier 1. He's also going to be IGL, and they decided to give him this extra bit of responsibility and next frontier for him to develop also as a player.
Yeah. I'm so looking forward if he changed any of his crosshairs.
Oh, don't start. Oh my goodness. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. But of course,
that was your brain keeping you safe, hon.
Oh gosh. I mean, we mentioned it already. We have some kind of ex-teammates going on. Him being an IGL, I think Kiko on the side of Team Liquid. He's coming in to fill the boots of Safe. He also was fantastic in Tier 2. He was great. I honestly, he was one of those players I felt like even if they didn't win Ascension, he was going to get picked up eventually. So it does feel like Shadow maybe have a slightly easier job just knowing how Kiko plays. But at the same time, Kukuka, if you are Kiko, you are a younger, a newer duelist player, Koi is a nice opponent, to start off with for you to be able to warm up into it.
Hear me out. Yampi's flashing for me. I'm feeling like I'm the best day of my life. As you're mentioning, Kiko was definitely one of the players that was eventually going to be jumping onto tier 1. Now, for what I understood, I talked to Emil, how is he feeling? Because everybody's going to be expecting Team Liquid to deliver, to perform, to keep being the team that, do not forget, won EMEA last year. But probably because of them not being very comfortable or like happy with the results that they had overall in the year when they got to Champions, this is what the kind of new Liquid has to look like, with that potency, with that extra that a team needs.
I think you touched something very interesting that we should speak a little bit about more. Because Shadow might know Kiko, but I think the duelist is you perceive the duelist by the lenses from the initiator, and that's something that you mentioned. I think how Liquid will initiate for the duelist will gonna be make or break for the team, and it's gonna be an incredibly hard puzzle to solve for the opposing team. Hey. So Koi has a very big task ahead.
Hey, Shadow was doing that for Kiko though for a whole year, so surely again he might have that kind of added layer onto it. But then again, everything we're saying could just go out the window because they do some role swaps. We don't know if Yampi's going to do something a little bit different, what they're looking for in Enzo and Mystic as well.
Well, I think Enzo is going to be on that initiator duty all the time, but the more ones when it comes to like actual info, right? Yampi, in the offseason, we have seen, if I'm not mistaken, Yampi was only playing Breach on 4 maps or 3. I can't remember.
I wouldn't say what we see in the offseason.
That is true.
I wouldn't take it into consideration because I understand that, they've been going through the trialing process. If you have cooked something in that little time, you're not going to show up for a small tournament. You want to save it for the bigger leagues. But also another thing that I talked to Emil about is like, how do we expect this Team Liquid to be different, Because changing an IGL in a team, especially with Redgar and Nats being together for such a long time, has to make a change in the players. So how is it going to be different? And he told me that they didn't want to be the team that just wins or clutches because they have good players. They want to be the team that when you're watching them, they are going to win.
I feel like I'm hearing a bit of Sliggy out of that. Let's give in some Sliggy. But of course, you mentioned Redgar and Nats and Lothar. This is the first time ever in the Tier 1, at least, competitive scene where Nats is playing with a new IGL. That isn't Redgar for the first time. So Enzo also has a lot to do.
I think Nats is going to be fine on... Doesn't matter who's IGLing the team for him, because Nats has a very specific playstyle that is more like fitting into a team, but he has set his own set ways. He's gonna be on that lurker role, he's gonna be an anchor, so he's gonna have a very specific place to fill, and it doesn't really matter much for the IGL. But I think the IGL, what is very important for Team Liquid now is when we're gonna have less unpredictable, let's say, situations happening for the team. We have seen Redgar do a lot of crazy stuff, Angel-like stuff, right? And then we have seen also
Crasher's no longer in the map, but we won't see it again.
But Yampi was the second player that was doing the same kind of behavior, right? Now Liquid, I'm very interested to see if the Liquid is now more solid when it comes to the way they're gonna play the game.
I don't know. Like, I think that Nats is the kind of player that I agree with you. It doesn't matter what kind of IGL you give him. Of course, there's going to be something that is going to be different, but he will be able to take it because he seems like the kind of person that we've like, oh, it's okay, I'll do it. Yeah, it's fine. You wanna? Yeah, I'll do it. You wanna go walk 10 miles? I'll just walk them. I'm already on my way.
Definitely why it took him 3 years to play Killjoy. Yeah, for sure, for sure. When everyone else was playing Killjoy.
Just remember, when you always judge Nat's performance is also through the lenses of how efficient the team is when they're doing their job. On attack, Nats has his task when the team is doing pressure. If that pressure will fail, Nats can't do his job. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen for Nats to perform on the attack role, for example.
I think that looking at it from the outside, you can understand that, you know, both teams made 3 changes in the lineup. So of course they're coming for a very different situation. Koi's last year was not the best. Everybody saw them struggle and like literally fall apart. For Liquid, this is about becoming even better. So we can talk about the pressure of Shadow in a new team, IGLing with rookies, and you know, trying to defy the expectations of what Koi can expect from them. But for Liquid and for Enzo, for example, going back onto an international stage and actually prove that he's actually worth of that tier 1.
I will say though, despite the results Koi got last year, I do feel like Shados was still that shining star. Shados was consistent. He was doing his job.
You're just a Gambit fan.
Yeah, but he was good. He was good. I think people forget. They look at results. Koi, they're not winning, but there's a reason why Shados
the results
stayed.
that matter, because Shados, if you dive into like the deeper on the stats and how he was doing in aim duels and rifle versus rifles, Shados was always on top, even if Koi were losing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So even I feel like we put a lot of pressure on the IGL and the coach, so on. But Lothar, Shados, he was managing to do it last year. They didn't get the result, but his performance was at least good enough. They just have to kind of translate that into results this time around.
Well, as you know, the game revolves around shooting people anyway, and I feel like Shados is one of those, I think, very important players for the team to perform well. He was even performing on Sage if I remember correctly last year. He had those maps on Ascent where it doesn't matter what was happening in the game, it doesn't matter which side he was on. He was always a very consistent player as a secondary entry, as a those boosts in window even predictable. He was always getting one. He was always getting something done for the team, and that's something that you very put a lot of value for the entirety of the performance.
I think it comes down to if there is a good environment and things have been really worked on, Shados is the kind of player that is going to thrive the most in that situation.
Yeah, Icebox is back. Shados, Reina, Icebox.
No.
Anyone?
Yes.
We've had a very exciting best of 3 already today, and it's time to bring out 2 more teams. Riot Games Arena. Here's Team Liquid and Movistar Koi. Return of the 2023 EMEA champions versus Koi, who are definitely on a redemption arc, but we have seen upsets already so far this year, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see potentially another one, who knows?
Yeah, exactly, and we can understand if the teams are very, very nervous to take the stage on today, but remember, just for this tournament, everything matters double.
There's a lot of pressure on performance for both of the teams, actually every single team, but in general, I feel like the first map might decide the tone of the entire match. We've seen in the past teams like Na'Vi, even if they fail at the first map, they have a way of bouncing back. But those teams, we don't know yet.
Oh, we get Icebox! Holy moly.
Cold
I am so happy we get Icebox on map 1. Fine for map 2, but also Shados Reina. It might be a thing. I might have manifested it right off the bat.
I mean, if we were talking about the roles and making things more consistent for Movistar Koi this year, maybe Shados and Reina is not part of the plan, or maybe that's exactly what it is.
Barbar said not boring. He didn't say good. He said not boring.
Maybe he did it after map veto. I was never bored when watching Koi because I was always looking to his coach cam, you know? So that's one thing. But Icebox, remember, this map is actually a little bit changed.
Yes.
And the mid control is a little bit easier, I would say, for the defenders because that window in the kitchen.
Found the window?
Yeah, I find it actually easier for the defenders because you can see now if someone is lurking through kitchen. So even though there's a potential new angle for the attackers to kill someone on boiler, you need a little bit more understanding of how to control that space. Double control is even more needed for Icebox than in the past. And I know you were trolling with the Reina, but I legit think there's no space for a second duelist.
I mean, on the other side of it as well, let's not forget Liquid. The last time we saw them play Icebox, they were kind of running the harbor, but with the sky as well. They wanted to cook a little bit here and there. What do you guys? How do you guys feel about that?
I mean, many things can be different. I want to think that they have something, different prepared. I want to address the subject of the Sage. We've seen all over the world. We barely see Sage on Icebox anymore, and there are many ways to change the meta in that way. You can put Fade, Harbor. We have seen so many things around Americas and Pacific that I'm really looking forward to see the first Icebox here in EMEA.
Well, you just
what do you like?
Yeah, I love the Brimstone Viper that we have seen in Americas as well.
Condiment used to play that.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new when you think about it. Just many teams are not brave enough to try new stuff because they always resort to the true and tested, right? That's why Sage was for such a long time a meta game on this map, and that's why Reina was for 6 months played in the beginning of Icebox because people didn't want to try new stuff.
So pissed.
Yeah, I was like, why are we not playing Killjoy, right? So now we have this next rotation of the meta game happening, and for Sage you have many options. You can play Gecko, you can play Haba, as you mentioned, Kakuka, because the Cove helps.
I love
the
KO
plan.
personally.
KO is fantastic because it turns off the Viper.
Of course you love the KO. I love the KO.
Like there's so many things that you need to fill for this map because you would love actually to have 6 agents just to cover everything that is needed, but you only have 5.
Yeah, I will also say, just looking ahead as well, we got Bind coming after this. I'm a little bit surprised too because Liquid traditionally on Bind, it's been pretty inconsistent for them. It was a period where we couldn't kind of figure out what they wanted to do on it.
I have nightmares from Yumpy playing Jet on that map. Nightmares.
Yeah, I mean...
I think many players have nightmares with Yumpy.
It does feel like, of course, New Year, teams could definitely come out with a new map pool here. It's also great to see Enzo Mystic back on stage. It's been such a long time. I need production to stop spoiling the agent select for us and looking at their screens because I want us to... I mean, they could be hovering, right? You're getting baited over here.
I might get baited, but I will repeat something that I said to Mitch and Tom when we were eating dinner. So I think if a team wants to play Chamber, they need to play him already because the buff that is coming in the next patch is not a reason to start playing him already. It's like, to start playing him when the patch happens. You need to find a reason to play Chamber in your meta game right now, and then he just gets slightly better. And I feel like on Icebox, because of the now Outlaw being in the game, and it should be used more than we see it being used. Yes, you have like this possible metagame economy of Chamber just going Headhunter, Outlaw, Operator, Ultimate, and you just have a full rotation back if needed. Have you run the
numbers?
Yes, it's all possible. It all depends on the economy, but Chamber might single-handedly just make your team work with additional weapons every single time on defense, and that puts a huge problem for the opponents because on defense, when you have operators or snipers every round, you can't play half shield. It's really problematic to solve, you know, specific on this map when there's so much open space.
Yeah, I think that I want to see the teams trying out something different. This could be like the moment to do it, as I'm saying, across the regions is exactly what is happening. The Harbor, the Reina, the Gecko, even the Chamber. If you have something to test, and if you have been cooking up something in the agent kitchen, I would say that this is the moment.
I mean, all I'm going to say is I'm going to quote one of the greatest IGLs of our time, and maybe of all time. Steel, who cares? It's about the vibes. It's the vibes. You know, if you can make the Reina work with the right vibes, if you can make the Harbor work. Well,
He's shaking his head right now.
At this point, I feel like the Harbor could work, but let's take a look at Agent Select and see what the vibes are going to be. And we are going to get Yoru and Viper Harbor too.
Yeah, I really like the composition from Koi. The Yoru has a lot of potential rotations on attack to backstab the opponents. You can still do the Snowman TP, but it's something that is known, but you can condition your opponents to hold that. Now, on the other side of Liquid, I don't think there's anything surprising here.
Nope.
Apart from the Sage, I'm actually surprised to see Sage.
Yeah, a bit boring, no?
Yeah.
It's like 2023, come on.
I think Liquid, they should have the answers here. They should expect a composition like this.
No.
I think they should be able to handle this.
This is what you're looking with. This is the disruption, right? The initiating power that Yoru brings into your team when you combine it with that double control. I think that it could have a lot of edge. And this composition that Liquid is running is why you choose to disrupt the metagame.
And what is very important for me to see here is the Harbor pick, though. Like the Harbor, it should probably be used to control mid instead of the Viper Orb, because the Viper Orb delivers so much value to be used on site instead. Like covering Raptors on A side is incredibly disruptive to the defense, and having the ability to now use the Cascade to early control mid and then use the wave to actually cover Boiler, so then the window in Kitchen is not being visible, that puts a big dent in the potential utility for the Killjoy, right? Because she's gonna use the turret probably on Boiler because of that. Now Shadow playing on that Sova has also a macro objective with the shock darts to destroy the utility in Kitchen if there's an Arbor bot there as well. We've seen in the past teams use a lineup from Spawn on the attack that breaks Kitchen stuff, right? And that's something that probably will be important because the defense is going to be very efficient right now if that utility will not be destroyed.
I think that especially if we look at it right now, Movistar Koi is going to be starting on the attack, and I think they need that kind of strength. You know, you're coming in with the rookies, and the other team you have very experienced players. You need to have that kind of edge that gives you the kind of trust that everybody needs to see in you as well to be able to win this map.
Yeah, and I also I think it's a nice map for Kiko to start off until the Jet is very important. Here you can also it's also easy for you to build up momentum on a map like Icebox. So for a player like Kiko, who's never been on a stage this big before, Lothar, I'm definitely expecting him to do well, and I think he has all the tools to.
Well, he's also known for his sniping skills, and that is the map when you want to snipe so much, right? So the only problem is he's gonna be playing against double controller, which Vision denies a lot of the angles, right? And the Yoru, right? Remember, the reason to play Harbor and Viper together and with Sky is because you just control the flashes to go through the walls. Yoru is also very simple to combo that with when it comes to the potential smokes and the potential walls and so on. And the ultimate from Yoru single-handedly counters any single sniper, because you not only get the position, you can always flash them off in a specific angle.
Well, I can't wait. Baba promised us an interesting game, and I'm expecting it. So it's time to throw this over to your casters. It's Pavlos and Ash. Go Ash.
It's time to get this show on the road, because it is a story of former teammates, right? But now reuniting on opposing sides of the fray. Reigning champs versus bottom two finishers in the last season of EMEA. We're talking about two completely different sets of expectation, but it's completely bound to be a banger in this first match of their own in this season.
It absolutely is. I cannot wait to see what both these teams have in store. Very different looks here with Team Liquid, looking very standard in their composition, but Movistar Koi, the ones that we're looking to with the innovation. And now into this round, initial contact here up towards B main.
Very aggressive at the start, and it seems like Kiko's going on for a little bit of a war. Koi expecting it with so many players hiding and wait. And it's going to be Team Liquid, surprisingly enough, getting the better end of that trade. 2v5, but it's the two that come out on top, and they've got reinforcements on the back end. So it's Starkso all to himself. Not for long, he's got 20 points of health. Tries to run it off, but goes for another go, because why not?
I mean, there's not much you can do here.
No, there isn't. Mystic finds a final shot as Team Liquid with first blood in this map.
Man, you see that very standard Viper's wall going down towards B main there, and in that situation, you saw so much patience out of Koi waiting for that push, but the wall up actually favored Team Liquid there in how they were able to isolate those fights, and Garage wasn't able to swing and actually help their team in that situation, not expecting Team Liquid to be so aggressive in the initial pistol.
Yeah, and it will set them up nicely for the second round. Obviously, Koi jumping into the pistols. We've seen a lot of upsets on Thrifty so far this game, this tournament, not this game, excuse me, getting ahead of myself, one round in. But yes, I wonder if that will be the case. Of course, Team Liquid, a lot of expectations behind them, a lot to, big shoes to fill, right? Winning EMEA last season, they're the reigning champs. But Koi, on the other hand, you know, haven't really had the best of performances. They had a completely restructuring. The only players they've kept were the two champions, right, on their side. So it's interesting how they'll be entering into this one. Cool.
It was a similar story for Karma and Core yesterday. I think he gave them that ability to play a little bit more loose, not having those expectations, and see what I'm looking to see here from Koi. Curious that we saw that Harbor Wall actually used initially over towards that B side. You look and see the barrier orb already poised and ready here for Mystic. There's pistols on the side of Koi, so this could be completely shut down here on this attack.
Ooh, Kiko has been heard, so they are wary of his position. You can see Starkzo's gone for a little bit of a journey himself over to this B site. Potential flank because the spike is kept to the right-hand side. 4 players of Koi looking to jump in, and there's only one defending it. Mystic's definitely given the call over. Recon spotting him. Oh, only good for nothing, actually. It's Kiko to find the shot for Team Liquid here. And it's a disadvantage for Team Liquid.
I mean, look at how much attention Starkzo was able to keep towards that B site.
Yampi's aware of the flank, though. Starkzo is dead, and Team Liquid still in the front seat.
Placing swarm grenade.
May not expect another one close. The Nanoswarm says differently, though.
Oh, he's still wary of it, but the Bulldog will be superior. Oh, Shadow nearby, keeping the chances close here for Koi. Grabinho's close by. That's the player you need to look out for here, and Enzo's got no idea. He thinks everyone's so far away, but a Shadow that deals with him. So Grabinho's still in a secret position. Nats has got no clue where his opposing Viper is. And Grabinho's going to catch him off guard. Koi, win off a Thrifty.
What a way to turn it around there. The positioning king here for Koi. 1-1 now. Economy for Team Liquid in the tank. Forced onto an eco. Sheriffs mostly across the board. Some ghosts coming up here as well. There is potential, though, to see Kiko try and cycle up the Blade Storm into this round. Only 3 away, but these orbs do very much so favor the attackers.
Oh, for sure. That's exactly what Koi wanted, you know. Lose a pistol, you're expected to lose the second round as well, but jump up and, you know, deliver with the pistol is exactly what you need to get things rock and rolling. Team Liquid, on the other hand, have to be brought to a standstill. Enzo, vulnerable by the snakebite, will just get finished off by the shock dart.
Peculiar commitment there. I feel like that's a very standard combination that we see coming out from the snakebite and that shock like you had mentioned. So surprising to try and actually stick it. And now, got to switch over completely towards B. Knowing that they have the weapons advantage here on Koi, they're looking to fight more for these long angles.
Yeah, I love how Koi are playing this. Careful, cautious. You can never underestimate Team Liquid and such positions. I mean, Koi got underestimated the previous round, and they showed us how they did it.
Look at the stack, though. Team Liquid, 3 players already here.
Best case scenario, really, for Team Liquid here. They need to get a pick to even be considered in the conversation. Camo went to the open. He's got clear line of sight, and that will get traded naturally. Team Liquid only remain with the hopes of Kiko. Sheriff in hand. We'll try and find some magic, but this round is pretty much written. 2 for Koi, Team Liquid with 1, and waiting on for the next one. It's a matter of finding damage, getting those blades in quicker.
Spike planted.
I mean, if you're Koi, you're looking to hold everything together. It's just a single swing here from Starkzo, though, to seal the deal. But everything as expected here into round number 3. Looking into the next, though, is where things get interesting. Operator finally in the hands of Kiko. Lothar was talking about this on the desk.
Yeah, and I love the fact that it was Enzo trying to get orbs into his ultimate, and it's Shadow, the opposing Sova, and his ex-teammate having the Hunter's Fury first.
It is what it is. Opportunity there to save that into the post plan. Also nice, though, for zoning, especially towards that A site. Just completely clear out the left side of Maze if they do opt for a quick hit towards A. Operator over towards B, not going to find too much value here into the early round.
Kiko would have loved if they ran to his direction, but not going to be the case. Koi instead seem to be fancying this A site. There might be a rotation further on, but no impact so far. Team Liquid holding back. No scouting required. Recon not even used by Enzo.
Just very slow, very patient. Spike leaning towards this B side. Kiko so careful to duck from that dart. And I really like the cascade that comes up here. Puts so much pressure towards B main. Team Liquid have no idea someone scaled up, just waiting towards green for a timing on that lurk.
Team Liquid ready to bounce though. You can see that how centered are in the map, right? So wherever the hit does come through, potential quick rotations.
Everyone regrouped towards this A site. With silence across the map, Team Liquid, they've also looked to lean this way. You already see Poison ready with that snake bite as well. And off the tag, going for a Hunter's Fury, not to find anything though.
It does open up the map though, and this team will definitely try and take use of it to take as much space as possible, get the spike down. But Team Liquid, as noted, are really close to contestants. 3 nearby, and Kiko already on the case with the spike only just being planted.
Oh, near miss with that as well, with those Molly lineups. Another ping with the recon. The operator for Kiko, first blood into the round.
No command is available from Shados already, so 2 ultimates being so strong here for Koi is going to change the entire round. But Team Liquid's got a choice. Do they go aggressive to try and deal with it or hold it back? It's going to buy a lot of time. It seems Yampy is going to go right in for the fight, but he's being dealt with by 2 players right in front of him. Oh, this is difficult. Koi've got commanding control of the site, even though they're trailing in numbers. Team Liquid got to get in here quickly. Kiko, operator's shot. It's not good enough, though, because there's not enough space garnered. Gravino to the back end. Still has a snake bite. No, he doesn't. He's been walled off. And Shadow nearby uses a classic. Diffuse halfway. Shadow, is he going to do it against his former teammate? Shadow nearby, but it's Kiko to find the shot. Round goes to Koi. What an explosive round for them to win.
Absolutely insane. Pistols in that situation. The shorty has to come out on top in that close quartered fight, but right down to the wire. It was a great stall coming out from the Nano Swarm from Shados. When the barrier orb went up, just denying that initial stick to half that it could have granted that round towards Team Liquid, but now heading into the next, Kiko gonna be the only thing we're looking towards. Op in hand, as well as the Blade Storm, but the rest of the team lacking behind.
Yeah, it's really going to have to be just the operator here for Team Liquid. And it kind of starts begging the question here, who was the superior player in Apex, right? And Shadow coming out really strong on this map already. What a brilliant start. Quite the statement, right?
Little jiggles towards mid here. Spike. They're just chilling in spawn, waiting, seeing if Team Liquid are going to bite on any sort of aggression. Just for that information, knowing it's an eco round, looking for a little bit more space. Again, very diligent, always with that owl drone to clear out. Nice barrier orb towards mid, though. Grants a little bit more safety for Team Liquid to stack towards these sites.
Yeah, you've got to give it to Koi here for being able to use, manage their ultimate so far. Stark's only 1 away from him getting his own. Harbor ult really good for those retakes and holding on those sites as well. Snakebite could be impactful here, but what weapon do you really have to expose? Or Yampy nearby already dealt with, so it's looking a little bit rough.
Spike planted.
A very conservative plant spot here for Koi, though. Despite their weapons advantage, not expecting Mystic on the upper angle.
No, could be saving grace, perhaps. Still a long way to go. 1 pick is in the right direction. Shadow's been a rampage for a while. It's time to shut him down. Stark's only nearby, though. It's going to be quite a menace. And he hasn't yet been cleared. Actually, scratch that. Nats has done a lot. And Gravino's always being a thorn to their feet.
No.
Close to the action. Shorty, Kiko closes up the angle. Enzo would have loved to pick there. It's a damaging round for Koi, but 1 they pick up nonetheless.
Koi looking really comfortable thus far on Icebox. Of course, it's been a bit of back and forth with that economy, though, for Team Liquid. Still, only the 1 true buy round that they were able to find was the last one. However, we're cycling up to some ultimates now. I'm looking over towards Koi. You've got the Dimensional Drift on top of that Harbor ultimate here for that execution towards site. This could be an opportunity for Koi to kick up the speed here on the attack. They've been playing very conservative, very slow into the early round. They could take Team Liquid off guard by a high octane play.
Yeah, this is clear EMEA gameplay right here. Just hold it back, let the Team Liquid react, sort of try and play around it. Let them use out all that utility.
Right here.
And make sure you've got the facilities to take up a site take cleanly. But now they are fancying this B site. 2 players to hold, and it seems Enzo is approaching for reinforcements. Odin in hand, such a Such a weapon. Everybody remembers Enzo on.
No better duo.
Who's next?
When it comes to the Odin and the Sova. But Dimensional Drift now out here. Camo looking to scout, picking out some of these enemies. And here comes that Harbor's ultimate that we're expecting.
Whoa, Camo! In his face! A dry peek, why not? And flash behind just to entertain the idea that he's behind them. Brilliantly done, and just like that, he opens up the sight. Exactly how he would like. And now Koi, clear example of how you take over. It's 4v3. Team Liquid needs something, and they need it quick.
Gorgeous combination now into the post plant, though. Giving up so much sight space. Yellow, though, still in the hands of Koi.
Oh, but it seems like Koi's still winning out on these strays, and they can afford to do so. Superior numbers, Kiko. What can you do here? You've got some time to work with, but there's only Shadow left, and he's got the Hunter's Fury. Oh, Kiko, you tried it. But it's not going to be enough. Shadow's just playing with him, toying with him. One more shot to be delivered. Kiko's got enough health. Shadow, is he too far away here?
No way, he gets off here.
Recon going inwards. Oh, he spots out Kiko. Kiko wins it. Does he have enough time on the spike again? He might barely have it. And I think he does. Team Liquid finally get a second round on the board.
A Red Bull clutch at that here for Team Liquid. I thought things got dicey there. Kiko getting off the spike. It was right down to the wire. Had he pushed any further towards B main, a different story. But now looking to carry this momentum forward. It was an expensive round there for Koi with the use of the Reckoning, with the use of the Dimensional Drift. And a lot of these rounds have come down to just Kiko in like a 1v2. Yeah. And despite Koi winning them out previously, it has also meant that they haven't been able to build out that economy.
It feels like it's always Shadow and Kiko, right?
Yeah.
It's always those two. But finally, Team Liquid have got something going their way. Finally, they can get things rolling in their favor. And for now, you can see Team Liquid a little bit more aggressive on this A site. Enzo fancying a little bit of further cross movement, but no chops back. And you could say the same on that B side, right? How far up Kiko is pushed up. He's got the assistance of Mystic as well.
First time we're also seeing Team Liquid actually denying that B main space right off the gate. But again, this gives so much information. They're looking to deny so much space over towards Koi, and that extra reassurance if Team Liquid, Kiko and Mystic get caught out here on that aggressive positioning. They have the barrier behind them. That gives that signal to the remainder of the team if things go awry.
Well, the A-site hit has taken place. Nat's holding back. He's got a Viper's Pit of his own. He could do quite a bit.
Spike planted.
Grabinho spotted down low. Team Liquid want to deal with it before they execute site retake. It's a trade, but Resurrection being available brings Team Liquid back on top. Starkso makes sure Kiko is not going to stay alive, and Koi remain with numbers advantage. In the Viper's Pit they go, though. This is where it all gets nitty-gritty. All gets a bit too uncomfortable. Starkso slowly replenishing, well knowing where the spike is. Spray's coming across it all. A little bit too confusing. Camo, where's that come from? Snakebite to his feet. It's down to a one-on-one. Oh, it's Nats and Shados, isn't it? And Shados, that comes out superior. 5-2 here for Koi as they get another win.
What a look at it, too. I thought when we saw that Viper's Pit coming out from Nats in the previous round that they were able to maybe collapse immediately onto that plant, but Nats stays on rafters the entire time, not actually getting the vision that his pit is meant to grant him in that kind of situation. Now, onto this eco round here for Team Liquid. Again, all eyes on Kiko. I hate putting all of that pressure on the duelist, but with the Blade Storms up, that's the only person you can really glove towards.
Oh, for sure. And I feel like this round, it just allows Koi to just exacerbate their lead, right? They instantly get into a 6. I don't blame the Team Liquid timeout, right? You want Emil to come and talk to these boys. Something's clearly gone wrong, and it always comes to very rough situations that it's always a coin flip whether who will be winning a round.
I think it's that comparison between these team compositions again. For Movistar and Koi, you're looking at the fact that they are innovating. They have the double controller, but instead of using someone a little bit more standard, like an Omen, like a Brimstone, you have the Harbor that is able to cut off so many more lines of sights. I like the way that you're able to scale up using that Cascade and just the vision that they've denied consistently, trying to condition that over towards B main. And Team Liquid, sure, they've gone safe. But when you go safe as well, when you're going back to that meta down in 2023, people have the read on that. They're used to playing against it. It's a lot easier to adapt.
Definitely is, as we jump back into the server eco round for Team Liquid. Possibly not the round that the discussion has been about, but maybe a tactical play for this one. For now, it's a polarized setup here for the defenders. 3 on the one side, 2 on the other. Bit of a pyramid going on here for Team Liquid. It's Kiko going aggressive. Ooh, okay. Well, the bot has spotted him, so he can't aggress much further than that. And the dash no longer available to be used here for Kiko.
Completely giving up that A site as well, off that information. But still, despite all the space that Koi have taken towards B main, the Spike lagging behind now, looking to regroup here. Lacking info towards mid for Team Liquid. They're fully gambling this B site stack.
And it might be a really good call for your team, for Team Liquid. Koi playing it slow. They haven't quite realized how close everybody is. Kiko, the only one to find a shot. Shotstart trying to find damage. Senso kills himself by taking one down with him. Oh, it's death by suicide. But still, it's a 2v2, and Team Liquid might have a chance. They don't have the weapons for it. Nats does, though, and he's nearby. Low on health. You cannot be too comfortable in this one. Replenished. And Koi, you need to sign the alarms. You've got to get the hell out of there. Get to that A site as soon as possible.
Could get caught off on this rotation, though, especially if they slow down by any measure. Mystic, the one to catch up initially, but he's also the one with only the Sheriff in hand. Shados.
30 seconds.
Solo, just the headshot
Mystic.
here. Down to 2v1.
And he's bought the time, right? Now Nats can join him. And he can play the patience game. Shadow's the one under pressure. As soon as he gets that spike down, he doesn't have his weapon out anymore.
Great position.
And he moves in closer. Shadow wants to make sure he takes his fight before Mystic gets a gun. 40 seconds, though. He knows time is against him. And no recon available either.
Planted.
The wall also working in his favor, and that kind of... There's no way!
He just caught up
Wait!
onto that line. Oh, but Nats is able to read it in the end. Smart as ever. Clears it out. And in a clean way, it's a thrifty to go in Team Liquid's side this time around.
Okay, but I gotta call out the fact, how are you able to go up on the rope there? Like, that is...
Mechanics.
Valorant, very good game. Valorant, very good game. Wild, but well done for Team Liquid. That push towards B main was everything. The damage that Enzo was able to find as well with those shots. Now, a timeout for Koi coming in. Again, looking towards the ultimate economy for both sides. Great retake ults, great spike plants denial ults as well on the side of Team Liquid. For Koi, I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily going to try and actually force up into this one. Maybe, I mean, you could see Camo maybe coming out with a shotgun. He's got the dimensional drink. We've seen him go deep in towards spawn, deep in towards site. They might try to make a play with that.
Ooh, it's hard to imagine. It's really hard to imagine. But yes, investing into this one would be quite the expense, right? And we'll leave a couple of players empty-handed if they do come into it. But it's a thinking game also, right? Up until this point, Team Liquid haven't been really pushing too much with extremities, and when they have, they've been created by some utility, whether they're bots or some lurking players. They haven't really been allowed to do their thing. But for now, Team Liquid found some stacks and caught them off guard. So Koi trying to get on top of that.
And we are also seeing some of these rifles coming out here. So it very well could be that dimensional drift play coming in here for Koi. But the risk for that as well, yeah, Judge in. Okay, knew it.
Okay.
But if they lose this round, their economy is in the tank. Even more of an opportunity for TL to catch up.
Oh, this could be quite the explosive one. Kiko on the operator is going to try and keep his distance away from Camo here.
Is he? He's walking down mid.
He's walking down mid, so he is closing up the distance. Little does he know how much Koi have invested in into this round. But for now, it's got a Koi round written all over it.
This read is so good, just fully cutting off the angle there with that harbor wall. Knowing that there's that sliver of space where the turret wouldn't actually be able to spot out that operator.
Yeah, what's concerning also, Mystic is sort of isolated on this B site, so as soon as he hears anyone, he's going to just throw down his slow orbs, trying to get out of there and hope that his team can come in quickly enough. Or maybe try and go for fire. I wouldn't recommend. Hunter's Fury. As soon as the wall drops, trying to keep him back. Not only doing damage, but getting a kill as well.
That was the whole play. That was the whole play there for Koi, now shut down. There's a Viper's Pit, though. Koi can find that plant. But again, Spike leaning away.
At least they've got weapons available. At least they've got a Viper's Pit. It's not all over, but Team Liquid have read this clear open book right now from Koi. But they do rotate over to this A site, which begs the question, is Yampi's utility going to be enough?
I We've seen Starkso doing that distraction game beforehand. It worked out well for Koi. No time here.
Yeah, there's likely they'll get to the path, but the lockdown later on from Yampy is going to be way too distracted. But he's thinking by. He's thinking close. He's feeling it. He wants to go in for a fight. He's finding some sprays, but he only kills a bot. Oh, they're all so close to him, and he's just given away the team's advantage. No lockdown, no Yampy. It has to be a 4v4. Koi got clear way to success with hiding into the Viper's pit really close to the spawn. No flank in the making, even though Mystic is clearing that sort of angle. Nats first to find a kill. These toxins are his element. Oh, and he's quick to the trigger on Starkso, but somehow Starkso keeps his head over water, but Kiko manages to drown him right at the end. Oh, it's Koi. And they're so close to closing it all out themselves. Around that shouldn't is, and 6-3 for Koi.
It was all up to Yampy there. I mean, the nano swarms were everything, and you saw Koi moving, shifting where they were going for that plant spot. That's just so unfortunate. The one thing that he managed to actually take down was that bot. There were two right in front of them. And he couldn't have really stuck around there for much longer anyways. Like, he had to get a pick or else he would have been found. There was no way to really buy any more time for the rest of the team.
I think he just realized that he went too far on that walk, you know? As soon as he thought, okay, I'm making a play here, but there was no way of him pulling the brakes on that.
Yeah, with the pit coming out just so deep into screens.
Mystic might be in trouble here. Kiko there to help out. They've got suboptimal weaponry, but they might get caught off with his harbor roll. Kiko trying to run and hide as the cavalry is on the case. Koi just right here, full pedal to the metal, and this A site is quickly enough theirs.
I mean, this round also should be just about done and dusted. They're trying to bait out a couple more peaks coming out from Team Liquid. And it's all down to Enzo. Sheriff in hand, 54 health. And really nothing you can do other than look to deny some more of these ult orbs.
He's just a stat. He's just a number. He'll be picked up. Gravino's gotten a couple of kills so far. And there you go. Why not? It's Shadow. And an Andalucia Flawless coming out here for Koi, and it's just shaping up so great for them. Already 7-3. I think many people wouldn't expect this. This is Icebox, right? This is Team Liquid's map pick. Obviously, you know, you're jumping into a time where you don't have any expectations. There's no kind of clear view of which team is playing, what they're playing, what the setups will look like. You're playing Valorant from the get-go. No anti-stratting, really, and you're forced to play your own game plans. And so far, Koi seems to have the superior one on this attack.
And I think that's a big shout, considering all of these opening matches, not just this one between Team Liquid and Koi. It's been the teams looking to innovate who have found themselves ahead. This is dodgy.
Camo making sure he's got a way to fall back after the dimensional drift is over, and it's Shadow this time around that comes out on top and kills off his former IGL. 4 versus 5. Camo close by, and he exits the dimensional drift and picks up one before his team comes in to assist. Tries to play the upper angle, but Kiko is good for it. Can he resist the second shot? And Team Liquid keeping on top. Kiko, the heroics. The Prodigy keeping the team on top. But it's going to be so tough. Lockdown drop. Team Liquid going to have to step back.
It's nice. The spacing, at least, that the earlier attacker's ultimate comes out here, pushes TL back, like you had mentioned, denying them as much time to retake this space with theirs of their own.
But there were 2 lockdowns, which means Koi had to be forced back as well. Kiko goes in for another bite, and there's 2 left. But he's so low. That's got to hinder his confidence. Moves up. That angle from Starkso is such a sneaky one, but now he's been revealed. Kiko going all the way around. He might be able to find another! Pair it up with Yampy's kill. Team Liquid execute the retake to success.
A 4K for Kiko. They're not expecting his positioning over towards jail. This is also the Blade Storm refreshed into the next round. Yes, pockets are hurting into the last round of this half, but opportunity to, at the very least, buy into one of his teammates here on Team Liquid. But the numbers can't lie. 17-9 right now for the duelist on Liquid.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Kiko to perform here, right? Obviously, there are a lot of famous, you know, duelists across the VCT EMEA, and him getting the step up, coming in over from the Challenger Leagues, he's got a lot to perform, right? He's playing in Team Liquid. He's got to fill in the shoes of Safe, right? So this is no short task for him to do, and for him on his debut, getting these types of stats is exactly where he needs for his confidence.
The walk up towards B main. He's been so dynamic.
Kiko just wants to keep everyone on edge, don't you? Oh, Kiko makes it look easy. Double and Team Liquid are 5-3.
Okay, you know it's a clone. Mystic still on this upper angle. The flash, though, forcing him back.
Koi needs something from this, and the fact that Camo is low, you can't feel confident to stay up close and personal. And the fact that Team Liquid are playing this as a team, everybody grouped up, is not going to give them any opportunity. Scratch that, Shadow's found a pick. Mystic is no more. He needs another, and then they're back to equal footing. Here. Shadow.
Positioning.
Oh, but still gets one for his troubles. And they all circle around Camo to end his life. And off the back of Kiko, again, it is a Team Liquid success.
This is the scoreline that we needed to see coming out from Team Liquid. We cannot forget that these roster changes, bringing in this Apex core, is in place of the team that was the winner of last year's VCT EMEA League. Big shoes to fill here. And this momentum in those retakes is what they needed to get back into Icebox after that 1-4 start there up against Koi, who have looked so comfortable. Now Koi on the defense, though. It's where things get interesting on Team Liquid. You've got 2 Sentinels in your composition. Not much information to go off of when you compare it to the Jett versus the Yoru pick in that duelist to actually try and get behind those smokes, see what's going on those sites, and try and break through these choke points.
Yeah, I think it's already a success story here for Koi. 7-5, good half, now jumping into the defense. You've got a lot going for you, as you said, and utility to go for retake. So versatility is the name of the game for Koi. Team Liquid, on the other hand, got to play catch up, and the best way to do it is with a pistol win.
Same walk up.
And this time it's Koi's turn. Shadow leading the charge, but it's Camo with first blood. Just like that, Koi are ahead in numbers.
They stick around, no. They're gonna fully back off here for Koi. Still keeping some of that green control. But space found here for Kiko towards this A site. Koi playing so deep in spawn. Happy to give up the site. Comfortable in their retake. They have that retake toxic screen to work off of that cuts off maze. Just not looking to give anything away.
It's the simple story of, we got to pick. Stay back, don't push. No need for that.
We're up in numbers.
We're up in numbers, guys. And Koi seem to know how to do that. But here we go. Team Liquid have got an A site control. The interesting positioning is from Yampi. He's the person that could potentially turn this whole thing around for the Blue Stallions.
It's a really nice wall plant there.
Oh, I think someone has spotted them though. Starks was nearby, and Shadow turns around in time. Beautifully done. And Koi are even further ahead.
Such an aggressive push there into screens, though. Mystic gives one away for free.
Enzo on the back foot, but there's a crossfire with Kiko. Enzo shock darting damage. Gets one before he drops, so Kiko's got to do it all by himself, but obviously up against 3, it's just a little bit too much to ask of this young gun. So Koi win off another pistol round.
Overextending there. I mean, I like the idea of pushing in towards screens, but you need to have more than one person with you. Obviously, with the Sage here on the side of Mystic, you're out of utility. There isn't much you can do other than go for some of these brawls. You're expecting a little bit more of that follow-up to find those trades, but on an island. Now, great reaction.
Yeah, loving the excitement.
Coming into the replay. Love the energy here.
I mean, Koi are coming into this with a nothing to lose attitude, right?
Yeah.
They play against Team Liquid, expectations are low, so coming in, you know, with a success is exactly what you want to see.
Looking at the economy too, Outlaw coming in here for Kiko.
Oh baby.
They've got pistols to try and follow up. But again, it's a double pump, right? Faster reload when you've only got one bullet to put back in.
Starks has got an Outlaw zone as well, so he's over onto this A site alone. So there's nothing coming in his direction.
Scanning ahead.
It's interesting to see. It's like the more powerful option of that kind of pistol marshal buy that we've seen from some teams in the past.
The Sage Wall drops and Team Liquid will make their way to the site. Nats has been spotted, I do believe. Likely. Kiko's holding an angle that no one's going to peek him out. At least Camo might come in, but it could be an element of timing. With a toxic screen popping, it's not great for Kiko, but the spike is down, and this Outlaw can do a lot of damage. No one's done... Oh, well, 2 of them have got full armor. But the rest of them can help out with cleaning up.
You've got one flash to deal with, though, here on Camo still. Great cascade to flood in towards site.
Kiko, first shot goes to him. Grabinho closes up the distance with a Spectre, and that's exactly what you need. Starkso chiming in from a distance as well. Everything falling exactly as Koi would have liked. Mystic has gone all the way around, and I don't think they quite know where he is, but they do find him eventually. So Koi, unlike Team Liquid, find the follow-up to their pistol win.
Very clean retake there. Team Liquid seeming to struggle a little bit on both halves now on how they want to respond to these additional smokes that are coming in. Again, both walls on each side are cyclable. You just have to wait for that timer there for Starkso on his. But it just denies so much information. You're playing without any flashes as well on the side of Team Liquid. Really, the only things that you're relying on is for Enzo to hit some sort of crazy recon, the drone to come through, but otherwise, you don't have much to work with to break through those smokes.
Yeah, Enzo isn't having a great game at all. 417. Contrast that with the opposing Sober Shadow doing so much. He's not feeling the most comfortable, so definitely not leading from the front in this one, although we have seen him do so quite a lot in the past at Apex. But for now, it's slow and steady for Team Liquid, expecting some sort of aggression to come out from Koi.
Always forcing such a conservative drone to come through here, especially with that cascade. Outlaw revealed, and another one to come back up to continue to deny these angles.
Oh, Team Liquid have got to win this. Losing this is going to put them so far behind, and they crept past. Can Koi read this? Grabinho in the smoke. Do they anticipate it? He's going to just peek out eventually. Only gets one before he drops, but still, this is really good for Team Liquid, opening up the B site entirely, but they haven't gone in for the move.
Now looking to regroup here. Sounding the alarms for Koi, but they're actually not looking to make that full rotation over with silence now towards B. The shift back over towards A.
It's the smart move to make. You know, it's 4v3, play the numbers, play the trade game.
30 seconds left.
You've got 2 flashes to work with here, backside for Camo as well. Could do everything to stall, 25 seconds on the clock.
They should have enough ample time. Although Koi have found their players here. Wall to block out one of these entrances. It's a good one. Shadow. Will we try and go in for an elevated position? Shocked out toward the Spike's location. Nano Swarm misses the mark. And that's Camo to the back of sight. Already no more. And Team Liquid seem to be clear to close this out because Shadows and Shadow only got pistols. And they're not going to be good enough to deal with a stampede of rifles. They know where he is, surely, right? Well, they're still looking. Oh,
that was a clean shot,
clean flick. But it's his demise, inevitable. 6 rounds for Team Liquid, trying to keep close score with Koi.
Koi on a weapons deficit there, though. That was their bonus rounds into this half. Now, full loadout here for both sides. Nothing too crazy coming out on the side of Team Liquid as far as any ultimates that can help with the setup for one of these executions. You're mostly looking towards Mystic to give an opportunity to breathe life into one of his teammates if they do fall early, giving Kiko a little bit more of that freedom, I guess, to be a bit more aggressive into this early round. But again, it's always this consistent slow start towards B main. So hesitant to creep up.
And that's a pick you want from Yampi. And there was with an outlaw, no less. So a good start from Team Liquid, exactly what they needed. And I feel like Team Liquid has sort of lacked these early picks. So can they use this to their advantage?
Oh, great wall coming through here. That high tide out from Starkso, making it just that much more difficult. What an angle! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, okay.
It's like Enzo knew exactly the weakness of that toxic screen, so he took care of it. Realizes Starkso's nearby, and goodbye. So, 5 versus 3, Team Liquid looking really strong. Pair that up with a Resurrect if anything goes wrong for Team Liquid. So, Koi have got a decision to make here, right? Do they go for the 3v5? It's a gamble, right? Best to save those weapons.
Yeah, they save. I mean, you've got Enzo who's 2 away from that Hunter's Fury. Just looking to deny that. You look at the money situation as well. Starkso, Grabinho into the next round. They've got 750 at maximum to work off of. They've just got to be a little bit more conservative to guarantee. Especially knowing that Enzo is also on that outlaw as well. I think it makes a bit of a difference not looking to drop one of those weapons. But looking into the next, I mean, Team Liquid, they've done really well now, I think, to try and counter some of the conditioning that Koi have been trying to do over towards B main. They were expending a lot of that harbor utility early on. They stopped doing it. They shifted Starkso over towards another site, But, and expecting also for Team Liquid to just be like, okay, no, we don't even want to touch B at that point. But they still went back. They went to see if Starkso would continue on with that utility usage. And when they didn't see it, it was that opportunity to push up.
Sure. Entering another buy round here. A little bit on the weaker side. Robinho not sure if he wants to invest into a Stinger or something, but ends up with the Sheriff.
Revealing area.
It's suboptimal for Koi for sure. Want to maintain this lead rather. The Team Liquid easing up on them, closing in on them, can put a lot of pressure. You can see already pressure onto that left-hand side. Nats, with his toxic screen, with his presence, while Team Liquid keeping them on their feet really on this A site. A lot of information given across different sides of the map, but it seems Koi is getting the gist of it.
I mean, they're playing more for that retake, right? That's why you have Camo playing a bit more aggressively towards B. Not all the way up into B main, but ability to teleport out if needed. Then playing very passive over towards this A site. They have the Reckoning to work with again.
Not ready yet.
Koi just playing that retake game, knowing that they have so many opportunities to provide cover in that post plant, to find that defuse, or even just cause chaos into the plant itself.
Scanning ahead.
Enzo's just being such a menace here.
Yeah.
He's keeping them so busy. And you can see Shadows is walking left and right. Where do I look? Where do I go? Sort of a confusing game for him. But still, Koi have got two defenders to this and can throw utility. That can do quite a bit of damage. Even have close up the gap. Look at Kiko. Oh my god! Surprise from
What
above!
a dash!
Goodbye. And that's already advantage for Team Liquid.
That Reckoning also already expended just off of Enzo's contact alone towards B. Nothing to work with now with ultimates.
And Kiko's being such a menace. Reign supreme from the skies above. Give him the ace. Oh, not quite. The denial from Camo, but he's got to find 4 of his own. Make that 3, because he just deleted Yampi from existence. Decides against it. He's got to save the weapon. The eco is so bad for Koi right now. I don't blame him. You can see Mystic is going for the chase, but who's chasing who, mate? Camo's got the backstab. Nicely done. So Team Liquid are closing up the gap here. This is going to be an 8th round in the bag. And off of Kiko's craziness for yet another time.
I mean, the vertical angles that Jet is able to provide has been a bit of a struggle. I guess that is the answer that Team Liquid have found over to these smokes that are in the kit of Koi. Just being able to peek over top of them, catch Koi off guard in that kind of regard. 29 and 12, 1 away from that 30 bomb. The ace could have sealed the deal there. But as we head into the next now, save rounds here for Koi. Just a hero rifle in the hands of Camo.
And Koi has been on a constant state of economical recession, right? They've never been able to get a good buy. And even when they're on the eco, it feels a little bit rough.
No.
Oh, okay. If Kiko would have gotten that one, I'd say you're impossible, mate. But still, brought back to life, square one.
Dashed all the way in, so deep. 4 players on the side of Koi, though, here on A.
Shadow so close to the action, but Nats reads it. It's a simple spray across the smoke. Still, Kiko from above, not allowing Camo to be a menace at all. And Team Liquid taking these strikes with ease. Starkso overstays his welcome, and Yampi wants a double for his meal.
Hey, you spoke about the shoes that Kiko had to fill in here, with Safe being the one that he was being swapped out for. This rookie in his debut year of VCT EMEA. The numbers speak for themselves, the plays speak for themselves. The way that he's able to be so confident right off the gate, this first time on the big stage.
Slaps. What an insane player, for sure. 30 to 13. Okay, that first shot wasn't the best, but he still manages to keep on top, keep Team Liquid back into contention, right? They brought themselves back to a 9-9 score, and definitely making Koi sweat a bit and get a bit frustrated because they've had a lead. These is 4 rounds in a row. After the pistol and the follow-up, Koi haven't won a single round since then.
Hey, I mean, it's very similar to how that first half started out. Instead, it was that initial anti-eco in round 2 that got traded out. The spams expecting, again, that more aggressive nest positioning. Now a blind Hunter's Fury off the contact of that recon, finds 1.
Oh, Enzo gets 2 on the first tag and finishes off Stark or so on the second. And Kiko's find himself some very deep space here. and Team Liquid have just taken over the site and they've got the advantage. I think the issue for Koi is just losing too many players early. They can't play off of the advantage, but they're aggressing really far forwards already. Shados on the case, but Kiko's not going to allow him to do a thing. They've even got a flank in the making. Look at Nats. He's going all the way around the world and he's catching a player off guard already. Double that up, Nats. The lurking man himself is back. And there's only one left, and he's got the wrong idea. He's off on a remote island somewhere on vacation. Grabinho on the B site, and this is going to be the lead for Team Liquid finally.
Koi needed that round with where their economy was in. But man, really nice conditioning coming out from Team Liquid in that situation too, because we've consistently seen Nats actually sticking with the entire squad, usually a 4-1 split with Yampi being the one to be that lurker. A role that we're not really used to seeing Nats in as well. He's typically the one taking on that slot, taking on that timing. Gets taken out this time around, but nonetheless, they weren't expecting that wrap back around.
There's something to be said of the rookies of this year. 3 out of, well, I don't know if you consider Shadow being a rookie. He's made his mark in VCT before, but this is, you know, the new iteration, the partnership era of VCT. This is his first time coming in. You know, you got Camo and Grabinho also joining in from, you know, the challenger side of things. They've experience together, right? Being able to keep and sustain a lead, and now it seems that towards the latter end of this map, they're not finding their footing on defense, and it's bothering them. But they've got a lot going for them this round. Ultimates, weapons, they've got to win this to stay in the game. Otherwise, it's economical collapse all over again. And Team Liquid are bound to close out this game.
Got 2 in the Viper's pit here towards B. Spike leaning that way as well, but just a whole walk away now at this point. With the noise made though, already towards this A side, you see rotations being pulled mid, very empty. Koi have to play very passive towards mid spawn, forcing the usage of that owl drone because they hadn't had any information there in the past.
Yeah, if you can find ult orbs onto Yampi, it would be optimal.
Yeah. They want to go behind the pit here.
He's given a ping of Nats' whereabouts, but that's all he got really. Which begs the question, where are they? It's in mid, and Kiko has shown his awareness. Pushing forward, Hunter's Fury. Oh, that's going to block him in. That's a guaranteed kill, never mind. Kiko lives, but it's Camo to get a kill instead. Infiltrating the back line, but it's Yampi and that's to stay on top, so Team Liquid, topsy-turvy. They need to collect the spike again, but this round is definitely theirs with 30 seconds to spare.
Look at the way that Yampi's just walked all the way up towards A.
Starkzo's being a sneaky menace though when he's able to double up together with Shados. Oh, Kiko needs to go for the fight, but he fails. And it's all down to Nats. He's got full health, but he's up against 2 and he's been notified. They're well aware of where he hides out, and he's got to deal with 2 different angles as well, 2 different elevations. He's got to try and run around, but doesn't spot out Grabinho. It's Starkzo to end his life. Koi get themselves onto double digits, and they square things right back up.
What a way to keep a hold on mid there when we were saying that it was empty there. The information was lacking for Koi. And it all had to do also with Shadow being in a great position towards A spawn to have that angle for that Hunter's Fury, funnel out Team Liquid to force them out of Kitchen, force them into those fights. And then you've also got Grabinho, who is just exiting that Viper's pit, trying to clean up anyone trying to walk towards B. Double digits for both sides now. Lockdown in hand.
Things to be ironed out from both sides for sure. First official, always going to be some shaky business. But lockdowns on both ends this time. Team Liquid, other ones with 3-1 ultimate advantage. This is a site going to be hit, and Koi are kind of hoping that's the case for hiding out.
You should run.
I don't think we've ever saw such a big stack up come out from Koi.
Closed.
Immediate response there from Shados' lockdown of his own. Everyone forced to back off of this site. Looks like Nats might be trying to play the bait here in the pit.
That's actually a massive move. If he just sticks around and doesn't die, it's massive because he's just gained so much site control for his team. But Koi know of the plan, right? Now they can just spray into this Viper's pit as soon as they hear people crossing through. They're spraying towards the Spike's direction. Kiko wondering if this is the time for him to move through. He's waiting perhaps for a flash, or is he going to go for a dry peek? Kiko finds the right timing. That's a double for him. Enzo tries to find another chance into this, but Koi keep close. Starkzo, he's being a menace around the backside here. And as long as he hasn't been dealt with, Team Liquid are walking on eggshells.
The timing here through the smoke, the plant right in front of him.
Spike planted.
Yampi on a long distance with the operator. He can play the off angle, but with the Viper Spit in front, it's definitely distracting.
Last player standing.
But Yampi actually finds Grabinho on the cross. So it's Tarkso left to fend himself. Matt's got it red, and that's 11 to 10 here for Team Liquid. The lead is theirs yet again.
Just missed out on that timing there, but what a way to turn things around here for Team Liquid. Operator now in hand for the attacking side. Yampi the one to actually pick that up as well. Curious to see how he looks to handle that. Again, he has been that lurking force typically towards that A site. So maybe just trying to deny that initial A main information from Koi, that space that they've been looking to take through pipes, through nests. But a timeout now to be called here by Koi's side.
Yeah, they've got to take this timeout. And again, it's the old and tried story here for Koi in this half. They haven't been able to find their footing economically. Every time they reach into their pockets, they're not finding anything. How can they invest into weapons? But you know, this is a difficult one. This is where Team Liquid's, you know, success on even in rounds that they do lose, they keep the score close. They keep it, you know, in a way where Koi can't save a thing.
I think, though, we can't take away from Koi here. On the defense, they've been making a lot of different adjustments. They've been a bit more proactive with the utility coming out from Stark, so then they shift back towards playing a little bit deeper in spawn, trying to see if using that coverage on those retakes would favor them a little bit more. And the real shift, I think, for Team Liquid was the fact that they were paying a lot of respect to the controllers here on Koi in the beginning of this half, even in the beginning of the entire matchup there.
Well, the pressure's definitely setting in here for Koi, and you can definitely tell. Inexperience perhaps, but Shadow and Starkso, Shados and Starkso need to get these lineup of rookies back on track here to try and catch up to Team Liquid.
Thing is, even with all of these adjustments, it's really been Kiko just fully disrespecting the smokes in that kind of regard. That has been the answer for Team Liquid. Slowing things down again, knowing that Koi has taken some opportunities to push up on their eco rounds. Nobody's gonna bite though. It's very patient moves here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, everything Team Liquid has been doing on this attack is well calculated.
Yeah.
Clearly knowing, okay, we've got to get a pick here at this point, and where does this lead us if we end up being on this side of the map? Distracting as well. Koi not quite able to read Team Liquid's playbook.
Did Shadows get wallbanged somewhere towards mid, like by the operator from Yampi? Like, I'm wondering where that damage actually came from.
Maybe he just
into the early round, but
broke his kneecaps. I don't know, when he just dropped from
That's a
elevation.
long drop. That's a long,
That's a long
drop.
Yeah, not that case. Probably got shot from a distance.
Curious, I just had to point it out because I hadn't even seen that engagement, but now there was a step made there in the drop from Kiko towards A here.
I love seeing Yampi on the operator. It allows Kiko to go really far forward and play the game he likes to play, the explosive gameplay that he likes to play. Kama gets one, but that's all she wrote. Kiko will be able to get himself the spike plant, and Koi are all the way across the B, so the rotation will take a while.
I mean, it's all about damage here.
I mean, you talk about damage, but Team Liquid are getting themselves on 12, right? So that's one away from closing out Icebox. It's match point.
I think realistically, especially with the way that Team Liquid is playing this post plant so far back, knowing that they have those molly lineups, they have that opportunity to use the shock darts as well. There isn't too much Koi can actually do. And it's not like they're even going to try and play for any of those alt orbs either. With that match point looming, you're only looking towards this reckoning here from Stark Zone to the next round.
And realistically, they don't have orbs to build, right? They don't have any, they're not any close to any ultimates.
It's no worth. Well, match point.
12-10 for Liquid. One away from closing out their own map pick. A rough start, but it seems like they've been able to compensate here on this attack side.
Well, someone's been able to compensate here on this attack side, Kiko.
36 and 15, 4 away from 40.
Yeah, the second fragger of his team is at 17 kills. He's got double, more than double.
And I think the scary part here for Koi now as well, sure, they've got a full loadout to try and play for this overtime, but they also have to end this round as flawlessly as possible to retain as many of these weapons. Forward look towards the C site.
Yeah, well, Team Liquid take up me and B.
Yep.
Mid and B.
Revealing area.
Quiet move. But it's always Camo that's going to be playing forward, right? He has that ability, again, on the Yoru pick to TP out. upper angle here for Kiko has done wonders for him in each round.
Clears up a lot of space for the team, but they need to make sure that these closer proximities to the B site need to be cared after. Oh! No. Yabba doesn't care about the drone. He just pushes past it, because why not? He can. Nats is also in the flank. There is so much in the making here for Team Liquid.
You can't drone there either. No one is watching your back, and Yampi with the operator waiting for that backstab.
And all in the meantime, it's Kiko close by. The site has been taken over. The spike's been ticking for quite some time, and it's just going from bad to worse here from Koi. Only one remaining, but Starkso's life is short-lived. It's Team Liquid to close out their own map pick. A rough start, but compensation coming out from Kiko. A solid performance by this prodigy.
Absolutely insane things that we're seeing from Kiko. The first game on stage here for him as well. It leaves big expectations as this tournament continues to follow through. But you also can't rely on performances like that for every single map. The remainder of the team does have to catch up.
Well, it's been a close one. Let's see if Koi can follow up on Bind right after this. See you in a minute.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine on one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas.
Oh, what an electric way to bring Icebox back into the map pool. Team Liquid, or should I say Kiko, bring it home for them there against Koi, as you can see him in the AIM Labs warm-up. I definitely need to know his sense, his breakfast, his training routine, his crosshair, everything in between. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Steel, who I've especially brought on here to kind of batch a little bit about Kiko. You know, you used to play with Hiko. Kiko, are you kidding me? I know, I've waited a long time to make that joke because, Steel, I have to say, Kiko has to be the reason they won that map, right? Has to be, surely.
Look, I need you to get a seat right now, okay? You need to sit down, you need to brace yourself. Kiko did have a really outstanding performance. He had a lot of kills, 37 kills.
Oh, is that what you call an outstanding performance?
That's what I would call an outstanding performance.
Okay.
I would like to say a couple things though, okay? On defense, he was getting a lot of deep lines with the op, but it felt like there were a lot of mistakes and decision-making questions from like the whole of Team Liquid, including Kiko. So even though he had a bunch of like amazing shots, he had a lot of good opening rounds, he had a lot like right here.
We got 37 of these, by the way.
He got
37
a lot of them.
of these.
He got a lot of them. But we have to look at the 1 versus 1s and the decision-making there. On one of them, he's throwing a cloudburst at the ground. He's, instead of being able to pull out the shorty and trade his teammate and get the defuse. Another one, the Sova ulting from down at B garage and not in a position, but Kiko gets off the defuse instead of just sticking it, goes all the way out, could have lost that round as well. And those types of uncharacteristic little mistakes that they were making was something that Liquid was doing all throughout the series. And when they started making this comeback on the attack side, yes, Kiko was a part of this, but also the rest of the team started to show up. And we saw everyone contributing a little bit equally. Kiko, yes, he still had more kills than the rest of his team by about 10 frags over the next person, but at the same time, he's getting some trades.
He's lost the plot. He's lost the plot. 37 kills on LAN. Never played Tier 1 before. Debut, by the way. Double the amount of kills that Nats got. Nats! We're talking about Nats. And let's be fair. Team Liquid would not have won this map without Kiko. I'm overhyping him. I'm thinking the next Durka, the next Ye, the next whoever your favorite player is, it's gonna be Kiko. I fully am sold on this train. I don't care, Josh. I don't care about any of that.
He did a really good job. It's a team effort, though.
They're
gonna need it. They're gonna need that team effort.
Kiko and mates, Kiko and whoever else. But yeah, Lothar, I'm seeing you giving me a disapproving look over there. Surely you're on my side.
I was just hoping that Steel will use the argument that the reason why no one else has a lot of kills is because Kiko got all of them. So it's you know, that's not their fault.
Don't care. Anyway, Kiko coming on to the next one. Now, I'm into this. Come on. It's been a while since we had a player come in as a rookie, play like that. Yes, the 1v1s, maybe he was a little bit nervous. Who knows? But I'm going to throw this to you, Lothar. Can he replicate that on map 2?
37 kills on map 2. I don't think that's going to be something that he can replicate. But at the same time, I feel like he's one of those players that was coming into the VCT with really high expectations. So I'm not really surprised that he's doing well. That well is insane. 37 kills, I agree with you, Insu. That is phenomenal. Yes. And he had some really big impact multi-kills that probably would have been round losing if he didn't nail them, right? So there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, but Bind doesn't really give him that much freedom when it comes to performance. That's a different beast when it comes to the map select, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things that really helped set them up for a lot of those rounds and a lot of those kills was actually the start of round plans for Liquid did look pretty good. I think why we're highlighting him so heavily right now is because everyone else on Liquid also failed to deliver. If all of them are able to play as well as they did in the last like 5 rounds of their attack side on that map, then they should be able to catch up with Kiko a little bit. So him keeping them in the game there and having that breakout performance is really good. I don't want to take anything away from it. I just want to say that Liquid has a lot going for them, and they also can, I feel like the longer the round goes on for, the more mistakes they're going to make, and they have really good start around plans.
Well, let's have a look here at the agent select, because we're moving away from the Yoru, moving away from the Jet. We're going to get Raze versus Raze. What do you guys think about this?
But this is very interesting because we're going to see a Fate Raze combo from Koi over here, but also Starkso is staying on the Sky. He's known for the Sky, let's say, plays that he had been doing in the past, but now with only 2 flashes, it's going to be very hard to be efficient, specifically because you probably will not use the flash at the beginning of defense on the Fountain, on long B. On the other side, we have Liquid though, with the Gecko and the Sky together, so a little bit less synergy for the Raze, but a lot more safety when it comes to planting. So attacking side, I feel like it's actually going to be better for Liquid, but defense is going to be better for Koi. So it's like, okay, it's kind of balanced.
Yeah, and also Enzo coming out with the Gecko as well here. And you spoke a little bit earlier about the role changes, Lothar. Mystic on Brimstone. What do we think about this? Actually, we don't have time, but I will get your thoughts after this map and jump back in to the game. Over to you, Pavlos and Ash.
Thank you very much, Yinzu. It's time to break into our second map of this series. Koi, they started off really strong on the first one, so they'll be definitely hoping on their own map pick they can do the same. But yeah, it feels like this particular map, there's a bit of a conversation here. How do you kind of break through and have more impact now with the Sky nerfs have come in? Both of the teams seem to have a different idea of how they're doing so, right? One with a Fade, one with a Gecko. What are your thoughts on this here, Ash?
I think it's interesting because with the Gecko, you do have that kind of safety net in another flash type of utility, but then also with the Fade, you get that additional clear where that Trailblazer was also nerfed. We have to keep that in mind, and the ability to actually send that through TPs, I think, is pretty important.
Now Koi look to move onto this ASAT on attack here against Team Liquid's defense. Camo, first blood, Kiko no more. Enough of his funny business from the previous map. But now they've garnered full site access. And it's Mystic waiting on for his team to try and join in. Smash that is actually trying to go for a choke himself. Gets eliminated, but though Enzo does find a pot shot through the smoke to keep things at least at a fathomable condition.
Still 2 guiding lights here for Yampi to work with though. First one finds a bit of info, but not much she could work off of.
Second flash coming through together with Dizzy. Yampi finds some space, but you need more than just a trade here. You need to find yourself on top with numbers. Otherwise, they'll all come in and start shining in shots on you. Nats good enough to find an isolated pick. Enzo as well, but it's Shadow left alone. And little bro isn't on the spike anymore. It's Enzo. Get to half. Now gets off of it. But who's going to win it this time around? Enzo is going to have to stick it, and Shadow isn't going to miss that shot. It's Koi with a second pistol this series, leading the charge on map number 2.
Really nice micro play coming out from Shadow there, just ensuring that they had that time in the jiggle peak to guarantee that it was at half that Enzo got off. Now, with this lead, a very heavy buy coming in here from Koi with these light shields. Got 2 full rifles, Bulldogs. This is, if they can save a lot of these weapons into the next round, it will contest very nicely up against the anti-eco we'll expect to see from Team Liquid in round 3. But for now, focusing back into this defaults play here. Guiding light. Kiko just keeps walking forward.
Just keeps walking forward.
It's like, whatever. Yeah. After last game, confidence abound.
Tons of it. Starkso's in a bit of trouble, though. He's the only player from Koi nearby, and he's been bullied out. At the same time, Team Liquid gains so much information, it's definitely going to be a B hit, but with all this lone control, there could also be a TP back, so you can't be too careful. It's Team Liquid taking a gamble and trying to stack up their players here. This flash could be immaculate. Yampi, that's the swing. No one can see a thing. Yampi's double, but they need to be careful. Koi are bouncing back here from this long side. Grabinho doubles back up, so it's still Koi in charge.
2v3 now, split up here on Team Liquid.
And Grabinho doesn't want to stop fragging.
Nope.
Leaving Kiko to himself with a ghost. Takes down Grabinho.
One more.
Lightning fast reaction timing, but Shadow's got a big gun. And against the tiny one of Kiko, it's going to be a 2-0 for Koi.
Really nice idea there, though, coming out from Team Liquid with that push out from Hookah. I think they just didn't anticipate that anyone on Koi who had already pushed up towards B long would be so close to Fountain still, expecting them to be a bit deeper towards that B site. But we did talk about the fact that that was an expensive investment into very powerful guns for the anti-eco round there for Koi, leaving them with not as much firepower as you would expect. Still looking to semi-eco it up here. Speeding things up towards B long. Trailblazer sees about 2, but it's all a ruse. They don't actually opt for the space. They back right off.
It's a matter of challenging that space and forcing Team Liquid to take it all back if they need to, and it's exactly what they've done. Mystic sticks around for a little bit, but they do opt out of it, and Koi going for a second go. Maybe they thought it was an obscurement, maybe they thought it was an all a rouge hit for the A side, but instead it's the double front take onto this A side camo. His feet are burning, but he doesn't care. Still, Koi coming out on top, but this is so scary for Team Liquid if nothing is done about it. Koi, advantage. Kiko, so scared to take that fight. So Koi are big time ahead with a spike plant on this B site.
You've also got the heal coming out from Stark, so replenish health, but down to a 2v2.
Shados' angle was so sneaky, and it's a wide pick Kiko had to take, and Starks is going to play a different angle to make it all too uncomfortable here for Nats, and oh, you can see how much he's fidgeting. He needs the pick and he needs it quick, but it's not going to happen to him anytime soon. It's Shados with a triple. Koi work out a thrifty round of their own.
And what I've got to point out in that round as well are the 2 snake bites that Shados actually threw onto site on that B hit from Koi. They deny the upper angle of B tube, and then they space off that retake, denying that lane from CT, from Team Liquid, to continue to flood forward, just beating that timing. Now, as we head into the next, Enzo, Marshall in hands here, looking for the B-long angle.
We saw the coaches, and I wasn't sure if they were surprised, as in like, wait, we won that? or like, you know, questioning what happened in the early parts of that round.
Maybe we'll find it in an interview.
Yeah, maybe.
Frankie, if you're listening in.
But still, Team Liquid now on the pistol. It's damaging. Koi's strong start from the previous seems to be following suit here on Bind. And it's a clean pickup here. Kiko no more, and Nats troubled in lamp. So Koi have been able to split the site in 2. They still got to deal with Yampi being quite the menace. Nats has found his way in as well. Team Liquid, equilibrium.
I mean, Yampi's sheriff has been disgusting.
And so Vi goes for another swing, but 2 staring at him, he doesn't stand a chance. Enzo try to go for a shot there, but no. It's all in vain, and Mystic's position telegraphed. So he's basically living on borrowed time.
Oh my god, just the util dump here for Mystic.
It's like you want to go out of lamps this way? No. You want to go lamps out of this way? No.
No options.
No options. Koi 4-0.
Strong start here for Koi.
Similar story, though, on Icebox. It took a little bit of time for Team Liquid to warm up, to get the reads on how Koi were handling themselves, how they wanted to deal with their composition, but a bit more of a standard look this time on Bind.
Yeah, it does look like it. I feel like the previous matchup, they just needed to rely on Kiko way too much at the start, and it's something that the analyst desk hit on, right? Is it something that's replicatable? Can they do it again? And for Team Liquid, they're just hoping all of their puzzle pieces get put in place. Can't really rely on one to paint the picture.
The dynamicism you get between the Raze and the Jet are also very different in how you get to aggress forward. But again, when we saw them light up, it was on that attacking side. All 3 maps, Team Liquid starting on the defense first. Prowler in towards Hookah, not to find anything. Trailblazer towards Long to find all this information. It's only Yampi alone towards Elbow, playing for that retake with the Seekers.
Here.
He has to live with them, though.
Spike dropped, and Yampi heard it, so he's definitely going to start spraying once he hears the spike being planted. Starkso is so close to it. Flash comes out, and Yampi's quick enough to react. And now with a Thrasher out, one of them is stuck in place. And that's exactly where Yampi tries to move in. And Koi's attack crumbled into pieces. Instantly, Team Liquid sees control, and there's 2 left to try and fend it all off. There's an orbital strike, though. No need to follow it up, but he can buy some time. Touched once. When do you start spraying? Do you afford to use the orbital strike here? No, you don't. And there you have it. Team Liquid only lose 1 player throughout it, and they get themselves on the board finally.
We've talked so much about Kiko, but I feel like even on Icebox, we didn't necessarily give enough love over towards Yampy, and the way that his picks have been so impactful in each round that he's found that kind of success, those 2-for-1s. And again, didn't even need to expend the Seekers into that round, saving it over for Koi. They're cycling up to 4 ultimates now. We've got Viper's Pit for the post plant, even to try and walk up and take some of that A main space with it, as well as a potential explosive entry here from Camo.
Koi haven't been beating around the bushes with these attacks. They want something, they get it, and with these ults, it's going to be so much easier for them to do.
Showstopper in hand. They're just biding their time.
Yeah, the thing is, Team Liquid have got a hell of a lot of players on this A site. This is exactly what they want. Move into them. Viper's Pit here for Nats. And the orbital strike to try and find some room. Nobody's there, so it doesn't affect anyone, but the showstopper instead from Camo does a lot. Enzo on that closer angle could have done quite a bit, but now out of the equation. Koi will find themselves on top. Viper's Pit to take up a lot of space outside of Lamps, moving into the CT side, and Kiko looks to push past it. Oh, he's very eager to get pushing here. Starks, nicely done to deal with him, but still Team Liquid trading equally. At the bottom end, though, as it's a 2v3, and only now the spike goes down.
Viper's Pit's not even overlapping with one another.
Seekers out from Yampy, trying to deal with 2, but Grupinho's on the case, and Nats left to do it alone. Known for his Sentinel tech, but now on the Viper, he's going to face a Viper on the opposing side, and that Viper's got a shorty with his name on it as well. Koi, they used everything that round, but they got it locked in nevertheless.
They may have used everything that round, but they also forced 2 ultimates out of Team Liquid. Ones that would have been difference makers as the series goes on. Now, only the orbital strike to work with here, and a timeout to be called by TL on this eco round. Man, I think, looking at the A site as well there, Pavlos, there were smokes, like I think every single Brimstone smoke went down on top of the Viper's Pit.
It's like they can't shoot back if they can't see.
No, it really was a round that was more about who was going to survive and do better in those scrappy fights, in the chaos in the midst of things. It was not calculated, which is the environment that Team Liquid tends to thrive in much more.
Yeah, but in this circumstance, Koi had a lot more AoE damage available, right?
Oh, yeah.
Orbital strike, showstopper. They didn't really need to see anyone to shoot.
No.
So those early advantages did pay dividends in the end. Team Liquid, they lost a few, right? Whether the previous one was the one that they shouldn't have lost, you know, so much was spent their direction, fair enough. Not much they could have done. But there are discussions to be had, right? Why are they losing so many buy rounds? Why aren't they being able to gain the advantages? They had some pretty good retakes we saw from Icebox, but they're taking their time and trying to replicate that on this Binds map.
We also haven't seen as much, like, I think we've seen a little bit of pressure from Shados. Again, very standard toxic screen over towards that A site. But Koi haven't really needed to play too much with that kind of conditioning, with, again, the explosive entries that you've mentioned before. Into this round, though, Team Liquid, just they're doing as much as you can do. Could see a change in the tide here if Kiko can maybe manage to get that showstopper online.
Yeah, I feel like Team Liquid need to go aggressive here, but it's red by Grupinho instantly. I don't think he even saw anybody. It was just his intuition.
They've played that spot before on eco rounds.
Yeah.
Just gotta spray it.
Better safe than sorry. But this time it's Team Liquid to be sorry. Oh, doesn't do good against full armor, especially when the bullet goes through a wall. And with the money Koi have, they'll be on full armor every single round. Yampy trying to find consolidation kills. A prize or 2. Stark so low could be a pickup, but no. With the Prowler sent in his direction, there's nothing to be found. But this round, this is probably the round that the tech pause was for, right? The tac pause was for. Let's see what's put into place here for Team Liquid, because they've been struggling on this defense.
I mean, no, they know that they're cycling up to that showstopper here for Kiko. Then you've got the orbital strike that Mystic's been holding on to for a couple rounds now. looks like the answer that they're looking towards is going to be that operator. You do get the trade-off of pulling out the showstopper, the raised rocket, if things do go awry. But for Koi, I think what they're doing really well is they are overwhelming Team Liquid with the amount of information they can garner with their double initiator composition.
Yeah, something to highlight as well. You might have a high-flying performance on one map here, Kiko, but it's another to be able to replicate it across, so it might have gotten to his head. It's like, it's expected of me now, perhaps. But no, gotta roll it back. You roll, gain space, gain picks now, and now he's on the operator, but you can see Koi show their presence early towards Lamps, and now definitely put their forces together to go for an A hit.
And they're happy to do that because, again, they have those prowlers that they get to work off of. This top truck angle.
Yeah, Kiko needs a pick here. Team Liquid haven't been getting enough advantages early on.
They wait such a good wall, though, to deny that line of sight. Just walk up close.
Yeah, they'll just peek through, walk over. Nats, he's there, but he's all by himself. He spots them snakebite coming through. So what does Kiko do? He stays on top of the truck in case the wall does go down, but still, it's going to be a trade of the skies with Kiko coming in up front and face and fence center. Instantly getting Camo out of the equation. So now Team Liquid finally ahead. Shadow, notified position. Nats being the gatekeeper of Lamps, triple to his name. Team Liquid finally getting another round on the board.
So well done. Everything relying on that early snake bite as well that bought Nats that time to regroup. I was a bit worried there. Nats could have been separated from the play without Kiko to really help him out. But what a way to close out a round. That's the kind of momentous play that you need if you're Team Liquid to get back into this first half.
You definitely need it. And it's Nats you kind of want in that position to actually start fragging, right? Because we talked about Kiko. He needed the follow-up from other teammates to, you know, step up. And it feels like when the rest of them start to feel confident, get those multi-kills, it might get them in the right direction. Bit of a gap for the smoke here that Kiko can work with.
Nice flash protocol at the very least, but we know Kiko, he's not shy to just continue sticking on one of those angles.
Yeah, he's got a get out of jail free card, right? He can just move into the op, but instead, he just moves in forwards. Just goes even further into that long side, which clears the rest of the side.
Look
It definitely means that it's going to
have
have to be an A hit, but the rotations haven't come in here from Team Liquid. Instead, Enzo gets a pick, the shove comes through, they're into that Lamps area, so they need to be careful. Nats isn't really wary of it. Flash comes through, he's killed out, and the full A-side control is theirs. Enzo hasn't been dealt with, which is the important part here from Team Liquid. They need to keep control over this side.
Do they continue to push the issue, though, with the spike all the way back towards A market? Could see for a rotation, but
they don't have any smokes to deal with this, though. Grubinho, no smokes available for him. Shadows, he's used his Poison Cloud.
just Kiko hiding on B with that operator, but now smoke's down. They have front sight control. Team Liquid don't know how many players are in Lamps right now.
They've got no clue, but the question is, do they even try and challenge
30
it?
seconds
Yampy
left.
feels the need to go for something aggressive himself, but he might be paying for it with his life. His feet are definitely visible from the bottom side of that smoke. Or is it? In he goes, spray down in. The Lamps players do move out. They do find a kill, but it's Enzo to stop them in their tracks. 15 seconds of time is so much pressure on Koi, but it's Shados left alone on the hot seat. But the spike is just too far away. He can pick it up, he can go to the other side of the map, but it's not going to be enough. Team Liquid will be squaring up a round win again. Finally being able to chain a couple of rounds together. 3-6. And in their attempt to close up this gap against Koi.
What an incredible read coming out from Enzo. Just knowing that they did have so much concern about that Lamps control, no information to work with, and then also trusting Yampy to push up in that situation. And it's just kind of unlucky there for Koi that the one player that gets stuck is the one with that spike as well, but they were completely swarmed, fish in a barrel. 3 rounds left into this half. Seekers available here for Stark, so again, they've done really well with the initiator information here.
Yeah, same smoke, sort of alluding to the idea that Kiko is also nearby, so you've got to be afraid of an operator. But this time, Kiko's all the way to the other side of the map.
Just that conditioning.
But they've cleared it out. No operator, hiding out.
There's also an attacker-sided smoke that was used there to guarantee that Octagon control.
But it's Yampy with first blood. Actually, with the push coming out from the B side, it's fairly dry. Still traded out. The Seekers come in as a follow-up. Nats on the back line, causing a lot of trouble. They haven't got hookah control, which is really important if you want to take over this attack. Mystic, calm, 3 points of health. No issue at all. Definitely not shaking where he stands. But Corey, they're the ones that should be shaking here. They head towards the A side. It's the right call. That's the empty side, but it's still them trying to walk a hill. It's 2 versus 4.
No smokes to deal with aside from that short toxic screen. Nice nade to push off the angle of the plant there towards truck. Kiko has all the vision that he could ask for here.
Yeah, he's delayed it quite a bit. His teammates are here to help. Spike tapped. Ooh, TP but potential. Kiko goes for a swing. Grabinho thinking about it. 25 seconds. There's a necessity here for Shados to get a pick. I feel that's the plan here for Koi. But Kiko's going to hold that angle all day.
What a shot.
Grabinho peeks it and gets whack-a-mole in the face.
What an angle. Still, again, the angle here is the toxic screen towards short. Playing in front of it. Shados can pop it and run back afterwards.
Mystic was the low player. He was the one, you know, in charge to figure out where Shados is. But now it's a 2v1, and Kiko just takes up the attention for his teammate to come in for the kill. And that's Team Liquid on the board again, 4-6, with 2 between the 2 teams.
Clean coordination there into the retake here for Team Liquid. Looking into the next round now. I mean, man, okay. This was an insane round, I'm not gonna lie. Like, looking at these replays, okay, thank you, Prod, for the little pause there, the little peep of the brimstone head over the truck.
And the zoom in.
Yeah, that was king.
All the money.
But timeout now here. Koi, they started off hot on the attack. Now, Team Liquid, again, I said, they just need a little bit of time to get those reads, warm up and adjust to the gameplay. You cannot deny the fact that Enzo has done very well with his adaptations. We saw it on Icebox and now into Bind. Of course, Icebox is a little bit that was all Kiko, not gonna lie. Enzo, yeah. I'm sure, incredible calling there as well, but it's hard to lose a game when your Jet's going that hard. But now we're looking at Koi. What can they do to change things up? They were winning on that information game into the early round, but they haven't actually done those same kind of plays. They've shifted away from it and it hasn't been working out.
I feel the fact that Kiko's been allowed to sort of move in forwards, take aggressive positioning, has put Koi in a difficult spot where they need to use utility early, and by the time they need to go for site execute, they've already used up a lot. And by that time, you know, that they've used all that utility, they've given away the information. So, you know, there's plenty of defenders to take that on.
And I think a big part there is, I talked about the synergy between the Sky and the Fade pick here for Koi, the fact that you get to make up for a couple of those nerfs that Sky did experience in the most recent patches, but you're also seeing often the Trailblazer and one Prowler being used simultaneously at the same time in a round, instead of being staggered.
Koi, after that timeout, will definitely find a way to try and get themselves in. At least they'll try. Yampi caught out by a flash. Very low on health, but manages to get out of it.
He's got the Seekers, you gotta back up.
Some would say he would vacate, but that's not Yampi. He's built different, and he'll stick around to get a kill before he drops. 4v3, Team Liquid with the advantage.
With the spray coming out from Mystic too to just continue to clean up. Shifting back over, 3 players in hand, trusting Kiko with the operator to guard A all by his lonesome.
So Koi want to bait the idea that they've rotated. They're no longer in the B side, but Team Liquid aren't buying it.
No,
they're too
never
smart for that. Open book, and Enzo will slap that book in their face. 3 kills for the lead up, and that's 5 rounds for Team Liquid.
I feel like Enzo's in their heads right now. They continue to go for those strats where they do cut that noise. But again, you can't really do that when you also don't have a man over on the other side of the map, where you don't have a read on what's going on the other site.
Yeah.
It's a huge gamble. And I think Team Liquid are wise to that too. The fact that when they are going for those plays, they don't have that kind of lurking presence.
And the ultimate cycling game from Team Liquid is obscene. It's pretty impressive right now with a push aggressing here from Team Liquid as Kiko gets a kill. Still, it is a trade as Camo's been able to do a good job of it.
What?
But Grabinho gets caught from his back end. And Team Liquid don't want to hold back. They want to push even further, and Shadow's going to try and punish that. He knows that team all too well, but Tanat buys the time to go all the way behind. Oh, sneaky man. How sneaky are you? It's 2v2, and it's anyone's game at this point.
Not expecting that push with such aggressive play towards Zuka, and look at this angle that Kiko is opting to take.
Oh, it's the best position he could take, but he's so low, so he can't feel too comfortable to hold that position for another time. And Nats has gone all the way around here, taking his sweet time from spawn.
Spike planted.
And Kiko's definitely going to wait for it.
Snakebite to work with, as well as that Viper's Pit into this retake. Playing split here for Koi as well. Shados, the one with more health, playing over towards elbow, jiggling.
Well, they got information of where Nats is.
Last player standing.
And Kiko gets spammed! That's exactly what Koi needed. But Nats needs to do Nats things. That's all that remains. It's the last round, so we can expend the Viper's Pit, no problem at all.
Yeah, the pit that we talked about, but not covering the ground necessary. Now dropped.
Which makes him think that he might have gone through elbow, but no, instead he moves within the Viper's Pit himself. Starkso finds the off angle, and there you have it. 7-5, Koi lead the half the same way they did on Icebox, but they're in for a task here. They need to close this out to take us to a decider split.
I do think for Koi, though, it was important to win that last round before we swap sides, to shift that momentum back into their favor, to grab that back after 4 rounds in a row coming out from Team Liquid. However, now looking at these compositions, again, running both double controller and double initiator for both of these teams, but very different kits when you're comparing the Gecko to the Fade, the options that you have to make.
And I want to jump in on something the analyst there brought up, right? It seems that Koi on this composition that they have might be a little bit stronger on this attack side. Now on the defense, maybe that attacking utility will be used more on the retake side perhaps, but for now it's a pistol round, and Koi have won 2 out of the last 3 pistols in this series. And it seems that Team Liquid are walking into the Lion's Den with 2 players hiding out here. Shados hasn't shown his crown. It's one to stick around. Shados doing a lot of damage, but it's still being treated out. They're struggling to kill off Grubinho, but Starkso is still on site to defend together with Camo. Koi are not going to let Team Liquid enter that B site.
Nope. Regrouping towards Uga, just having to check for that backstab. Unsure if anyone's pushed up behind them. They're forced to re-clear through market, find a little bit more of that information, opting for long in this push. Shadow poised and ready, great positioning. If they do show that long presence and then opt to TP back towards that A site, wouldn't expect someone to be far forward over towards Shower's side. While up here.
I mean, sort of a backup plan for Team Liquid to go into the TP if they don't end up committing here, but Kiko, he's made his way onto the box. Oh, he's gone all the way on top, but doesn't find the shot. Still traded by Nats. And with Camo low, he's showing it back to a 1-on-1. He heard where Shadow's coming from, right? It's the TP. Nats' position also telegraphed, but who will find who first? That is the question. Oh, is able to walk away here, Nats. He spots out Shadow, but both know where each other is. Looks behind, and it's Shadow to come out on top. The clutch has won, and Koi win the 3rd pistol of this series.
Ooh, smiles on the side of Koi when we saw that little preview.
Same can't be said for Team Liquid, though.
No, looking a little bit tense, but again, is the same kind of half that we saw in that first map. Koi, you mentioned how important it was to earn that pistol for themselves. And again, very similar buy that we saw from Team Liquid previously. Just trying to bring the Outlaw in to help these pistols do a little bit more damage, or to help the Outlaw actually close out some of these picks. But
even though Shadow's performance in the previous map got overshadowed from Kiko, he still was so important and vital for Koi to have such a tremendous lead at the start and be able to keep up with Team Liquid throughout the entire series. So it's good to see him back on his feet here with a clutch.
We'll scale up. Just priority being put towards that Thrash there for Enzo as well. You can see him holding that spike too, just in case they do manage to find that plant. Just ready, already. The Molly looking to deny Hookah off the gate. Fall back. You got the heal abound. The Prowler finds really great information here for Shadow, though. Calls that rotation here from Camo as well on Koi.
He still has his paint shells available as well. Throwing it in the Shower's direction could do so much, but instead it's a Bulldog to rip Nat's head to shreds. Shadow's closed up the gap here. Oh, he could be so surprising. The paint shield's keeping them back even further. Kiko trying to close up the gap in short, but can he do it in time? There's another cross line covered, and it's all Shadow, Shadow. Every single defender of this A site has done their work. It's an Andalucia flawless coming out from Koi. 9-5, and they succeed with their follow-up. 4 rounds of difference. Pressure is all onto Team Liquid if they want to close it out in a 2-0. But for now, Bind, Koi's map pick, is looking to be heading the right direction.
Outlaw was picked up here by Koi as well. Camo grabbing that out of the hands of Team Liquid. And you've got 2 players on this team that are going to be playing with those light shields, looking towards Nats, looking towards Yampy. And I think that interesting because there's also synergy between the Outlaw and a Viper pick on either team too. The toxic screen, just the decay that gets applied there. What a wall bang!
Cabrinho gets out of there. Importantly, Camo doesn't though. And just like that, Team Liquid have the advantage. It's a matter of what they were able to do with it. You can see Koi, you can see Shados all the way towards Spawn, trying to scramble his way here to try and get himself onto the site to assist, but Kiko isn't going to waste any time. He moves in quickly, and they try to isolate these players one by one. And Cabrinho's body does make it towards the outside of the TP, but his spirit doesn't. But a trade back coming through. It's still Team Liquid all the way, spike planted, and they're just going to play this back. Not give Shados an inch. Not a chance, not an opportunity, not a kill, not a gun.
There's no way he thinks that all 4 players are going to be towards Octagon, towards Long.
I mean, even if he thinks it, you know, what can you do with it?
No, I mean, nothing. I mean, you expecting to try and maybe find some sort of pick here. Finds a bit of more space. It's all about just kind of racking up as many orbs, trying to do some damage as possible. Somehow escaping from the spray, but just looking to deny these orbs in full here. Team Liquid, no one looking to stick around. A solid win here for the Liquid side. And a very, very clean hit towards B. They did really well to isolate the players over in Garden. Just swarm around them, deny them any point of exit.
That's definitely the round that Team Liquid needed. Obviously, it's the buy round, but now I think this is where the real meat and potatoes of this series is going to come to, right? Of this map as well. It's a buy round across the board. Orbs are going to be battled for. They need those ultimates. They've been so impactful. You can already see Koi demanding respect towards B-Long.
More aggressive push that time around. Early Seekers coming through here. Find that information again. It's been those fast-paced pinches, but now the walk up towards Lamps.
Oh, and Nats gets a pick, and that's a very much necessary pick for Team Liquid. They were trailing behind, but Nats single-handedly gives the A site to his team.
Clean plants here for Team Liquid. Everyone looking to play off-site aside from Yampy, maintaining that Lamps control. Boy, just looking to walk right up here. U-Haul, free for the taking. Might not expect someone to be close on the left. Again, just waiting for everyone else to try and catch up to the play, waiting for Starzo.
Realistically, you're only looking at the guiding light here from Starkso, but still Grabinho is able to get a pick off of Yampy. But they've spent so much time to get all players close by. They're really running out of it, and Mystic can play around as much as he wants. He does deny the ace off of Nats, but it's a tremendous round from Nats. Absolutely impeccable. That's exactly what Team Liquid needed to get back into this game.
This is the Nats that we remember too, right? The Nats that we were hoping to see come to light on this Team Liquid roster with the new additions. And the fact that, again, I think Lothar was talking about it on the desk. There were some questions of, okay, how is he going to do without Redgar? But Nats is a player where you can just trust him on his own. Plays his role so well.
Yeah, even though he's under new leadership, doesn't seem to phase him at all.
No.
He does his own thing, finds the openings he needs, and speaking of the devil, here he is. Faced up against a lot of pistols. There's a snake bite, so nobody goes too far forward. Keep him guessing for a little longer, but might have been seized in place. No, Bailey avoids it, gets out, and now he might have reinforcements if they care to join. But all he's doing is buying time for his team to move into this B site. They know exactly where Koi's pushing through. B site open. That's where they'll get the plant and just hold it till the end.
This wraparound, though, could be big. But you can even see Nats turning around, expecting someone to maybe go through cave here. Starkso, just a frenzy in hand.
Nats reads it though. So being aware of it, you know, it might distract him for a little bit, but the main meal here for Koi is to move towards this B site. And you can't have everybody distracting the back line because there's 2 players of this Team Liquid side in elbow doing the ring around the Rosie. On the spike, Koi have been given space.
Oh!
And that might be able to turn it to success. 2 kills for Shadow. Nats interrupts the defuse. Oh, Shadow pushes through the snakebite but doesn't care, and so is no more. This might be Koi round, and it's got their name written all over it. Koi! They won't be able to defuse, they've run out of time, but they do a lot of damage in the meantime.
A Red Bull clutch coming in here for Team Liquid, but that Stinger, I'm not gonna lie, that is what I like to see. Favorite gun in the game, but not to take away from what happened there. A big opportunity there for Koi too. Seeing that snakebite over towards elbow allowed them to deny that long range angle, knowing that they were on those weaker weapons to funnel in towards site. It's just with how aggressively they had initially pushed through A, the timing that Team Liquid found with that plant, they just couldn't catch up in time. It was ticking down too quickly, but damage was done at the very least to some of that economy.
Shadow's playing this match as if he's got something to prove. Playing against 3 former teammates, players, you know, he spent the entire of last year trying to move to VCT together, but now he tries to deal with him alone. He's Yampy with 2. Team Liquid poised to get a victory here on this round. Let's call it just like that, lose 2 players in the TP.
Right here. Not even that, denying that showstopper coming out from Camo that could have completely shifted the story, the narrative of this round here. Now just slowing things down. Again, Koi, they had been nifty, pushing out previously. Team Liquid, neither of these squads do have that flank watch capability within the kits of these agents. They're still expecting someone finding a timing, biding their time. Koi, though, this is a great read coming out from them. They do stack 3 over towards A, anticipating this re-hit.
I mean, it's the only way. It's the only way Koi ever stand a chance, but these Seekers are going to spot every single one of them. 1 to the left, well, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. That's the call for Team Liquid. Enzo shouts to his team, B site is where we're going to be hitting. They move to the TP to deny that area as well, while Nats is kept behind to try and fend off the rest, trying to deny the rotation. What? It's a triple for Nats. And that would be a flawless from the king of EMEA.
This is what we need. He's like calm, cool, collected up there too, unfazed by those picks coming in. But these are the timings we expected from him. Once known to be the best lurker, the best sentinel within Valorant.
The stars aligned for him on that one. It couldn't be more poetic than that. Just press mouse 1, he didn't even have to move the mouse in any direction.
You love the coach cam, it's just like, oh, yeah, it's Nats, what do you expect?
That's my boy.
No big deal. Oh, it's getting dicey here. Koi need some sort of momentum after this tie-up here from Team Liquid. They do have the Fade ultimate from the Shadows to work with onto a retake at the very least.
Scout destroyed.
Yeah, the momentum you speak of, this is the, you know, about the time where Team Liquid started to put Kiko aggressive, but Camo can't quite find the comfort to do the same. Guiding Light goes off behind him. Kiko is able to win out on that trade. Rubinho was there to assist, so the trade does come through, but Team Liquid, what do they gain from that? Not much space. That's clear, but it seems that Koi being aggressive here might give Mystic a gift. Shadow is so close to this. Orbital Strike goes in this direction. Mystic is there to read it, and Team Liquid are ahead. Guiding Light here for Stark, so he's trying to push it, but Mystic is quick enough to turn around. Flashes don't affect this man. It's a 2v4, and Team Liquid on a highway to success, especially when Nats is here up against Shados. A Viper be Viper, but Shados isn't all too aware. He's got no idea. He's fending off against players that are so close to him. Snakebite to his speed, and it's a spray down preemptive, but it's Yampy to clean. Grabinho alone, and Team Liquid poised to get themselves a lead. So similar to Icebox, repeating history in one singular series.
I feel like when you even just look at the Viper head-to-head between Nats and Shados right now, we saw the player cam right there, Nats smiling. It's just like, yeah, I knew. He's got him read like a book in those situations. Just knowing that there's really no other option there. But now, into the next round, we've got to consider what Koi have to work with. Money not looking so great. Might see some sort of force up, but I would also like to see Koi maybe try to, okay, well now no hero rifle, but I'd like to see them be conservative, I think, into this round, because the risk of forcing up in this situation could cost you the rest of the series.
Team Liquid definitely have the crowd behind them. McCoy, that's a benefit that they won't have in their own heads perhaps right now. It's a 5-round consecutive streak here for the Team Liquid side. And just like the previous map, no rounds have gone to Koi post the pistol and the follow-up to it. So now 3 ultimates Team Liquid. Really strong on this one, and the advantage and the lead only looking to increase here. Look at Koi though, so far aggressing into short. Shadow thinks better of it, backs off. Enough of that. There's so much presence here for Team Liquid.
I think the idea too was maybe to try and force Team Liquid off that rotate and into the waiting hands of Rubino and Camo in towards Hookah, but Team Liquid, they stick around for now. Not gonna run away from the attempted conditioning off the back of some previous eco rounds we had seen where Koi had gotten hyper-aggressive towards A short. Trailblazer expended there too, towards A. No rotations, everyone on Koi just sticking their guns to their current positions.
And that's the hurtful thing for Koi, right? Not aggressing, they've got no idea where this push is coming from. It's coming in really aggressively, explosively. And it was a big surprise for Koi, which allows Team Liquid to get 2 clean picks. And Koi trying to spread around the map here, individually trying to find any inch of success. Mystic on the back end. Nats finally drops to a one-on-one.
Smoke's down.
But Team Liquid have got this all under lock and key. And Camo's got something extra to say about it, but Shadow's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting as he's gone all the way around. They've realized this here. Snakebite could do so much, but they close the distance up against him, and the Phantom will have it. Camo, he's not only playing against 3, but he's playing against the time. The little bro isn't helping either. And Yampi, he's got his sights on Camo's head. Team Liquid on 11, 2 only left to close out this series in a 2-0 fashion.
I do think that we are seeing a difference in the IGL link here as well. We cannot forget Enzo has experience not only as an IGL, but also under one of the best IGLs within Valorant right now, under the reign of Boaster during his time on Fnatic. Meanwhile, for Stark, so this is his IGL debut, a completely different look as far as that level of experience that you have. And I do think we see that difference in depth within the calling, the ability to adapt and think on the fly right now as Stark so looks to continue to develop that experience.
It's a good comparison to make, right? We're talking about rookies on both sides of the spectrum, and it feels like Koi has more of them, right? And you know, it's not like Koi doesn't lack the experience, right? Stark, so Shados, both have won world championships before. They've gotten themselves on Masters and Champions trophies. Well, on the other hand, Team Liquid have got Nats. You know, you've got that perspective to look at. But it feels like Team Liquid look a little bit more organized, more like a unit. Their plays, you know, a little bit more solid. While Koi on this defense haven't quite been able to put those pieces together, which is starting to shake them a little bit. No doubt, this is why the timeout has come in. Maybe some words of wisdom can come out here from Barber. Some very much needed words of wisdom.
Quite a much more newly formed team as well in that
for
kind
sure,
of sense too.
For
like
sure.
all the different moving pieces that have to come together here for Koi versus, okay, you're taking the Apex core for Team Liquid, then Yampi and Nats have been playing together the past couple of years too.
It's a much easier setup to lay out here from Team Liquid.
You can see that in their synergy. This walkout here for Camo though.
This is what Koi's been missing, a little bit more aggression, but this time Mystic reads it, doesn't even matter. Showstopper for the back of it. Kiko tries to bounce back, but he might be trapped in here. Guiding light after guiding light, but it's Nats' bullets to save Kiko's day. Nats just saved this round from getting way out of hand, so we're back to even footing.
But they look to re-aggress now towards Belong instead. Yampi looking to find some information, only sees one.
I think he spotted out a second one as well, so he's given out the call to his team to wrap around, and he gives up the space, knowing that he's on the weakest point here. Takes an open fight. That's a one-on-one, 3v3 though, as Team Liquid have got B-side control. They've exchanged places, and Koi are trailing behind.
Denied that spike plant. Spike outside of the pit too.
That's picked it up.
Last player standing.
And Keiko wins the fight, leaving Shadow alone. He's taking so much damage from the snake bite, and it's another second snake bite to be thrown at his feet. A triple for Nats, and that's Team Liquid on 12 rounds. Match point for the Blue Stallions.
So clean there. The idea was there from Koi as well, but Team Liquid so prepared for that push out, covering every single base possible within that calling, within that positioning. And now on this last round here for Koi, they need 3 to try and take it to overtime. Again, that Nightfall, Shadow's been holding on to that for what feels like a decade at this point. Not that Koi have even really had the opportunity to use it as a team.
Viper's Pit used preemptively from Shados, defensively as well. Team Liquid want to explore it though. Look how far Nats has pushed. No one does that. Prowler spotted them though. Spraying going in this direction, but nobody cares. Finally, Shados doubles up here. Koi have got something going their way. It's a 3v5, and Team Liquid need to pull the brakes.
Okay, forward positioning here from Shadow.
Spike is in the middle of the A site. Taken down.
This push from Grabinho, massive. Now, Team Liquid looking to regroup. Both players split up from each other, though.
All Koi need to do is chill, calm down, play the trading game. They've won this round. They've closed up the gap a little bit and make that comeback. Put it in their imagination, at least. Put it in arm's reach.
Yampi needs to get this pick.
They're definitely on the back foot here, Team Liquid, at this round. It has to be a massive overstep here from Koi if Team Liquid are given the advantage. And Shadow holding the corner, gets rid by Mystic, 30 seconds. Surely this isn't a round that Team Liquid win, surely not. And in a matter of seconds, both remaining players of the Liquid side have been quashed 12-10 as Koi close up the gap.
Closing the gap, ramping up again towards those ultimates. Still, from the Shadows to work with Seekers, available this time around as well. Team Liquid, though, nothing in the bank in that kind of regard. You can see some pings coming out from the defenders on Koi towards that showers space, maybe expecting to try and fight for some of that control, knowing that Yampi is only 2 away from the Seekers of his own. Same thing you could say for Thrash, but uncontested here for Team Liquid. Again, playing so deep, so far back in spawn, expecting Koi to continue to scale up. It's what's been working for them.
It has been working for them, but this time I think the situation is a little bit different given the ultimates that they have to their disposal. So less pressure for them to perform, rather it's Team Liquid that is forced to find an opening here.
But again, they were still expecting it, just the conditioning that was done from the previous rounds. Now Seekers come out very early here from Koi.
I think they were starving from information they actually needed to figure out what Team Liquid are going for right at this 1 minute mark.
Poison orb emitting. Not really finding anything with it, just knowing that Team Liquid are playing so passively right now. Lineups coming in here from Nats. Where did they land? Okay, all the way towards back site.
Oh, wait, that causes Shados to not be able to fall back. This is a set piece, and there's an Incendiary at the feet as well. This is going to burn them up, but it's actually Yampi moving on to the other side of the map. Oh, Group Leader has been cleared, and he gets a double. Oh, not quite the triple. Nat's able to clean up the pieces, but with 30 seconds to spare, the B site is open. Showstopper from Camo. Wait a minute. He's waiting for it, right? He hasn't heard the spike go down just yet. There's no guarantee placement of any of these players.
Oh, the
damage onto Yampi, but he's not dead just yet. Holds a really good position here, and they think it's cleared out. Enzo finally finding himself on the board, finding some kills. That's really what his team needing them to do. Nat's close by. He's going to go for the swing, but Cameron's there and waiting. No, he's going to stick around, and it's Cameron to find off the pick. It's Endo all to himself. It's down to the IGL to close down this map and series for Team Liquid. Spraying towards a spike, touched once. Not to be stuck, but that's going to allow Camo to move up close. Shados to find an upper angle, and Koi to gain an 11th round.
Great reposition coming out from Koi, though. Camo to just hop in towards Zuka, close that gap, and not allow that opportunity to even try to spam, knowing that Camo was low in that situation. 1 round here is all Koi needs to take it to overtime. The same can be said for Team Liquid to close out the series. But we also had a couple ultimates expended there from Koi to make that round happen. Yampi has Seekers online. Now you've got the Thrash here from Enzo as well. 2 extremely strong ultimates you're looking towards to take these sites. There's also an orbital strike though, so Gremino does have that opportunity to deny a choke in completion.
And the timeout from Team Liquid here to guarantee there's a potential way that they can reconfigure, you know, talk with a mill, talk it out. No reason to go for something in a way of a gambit, right? No reason to take any risks, unnecessary ones. You've got pieces to your exposure. You've got a full buy, you've got ultimates, high impact ultimates. What's the play going to look like? For Corey on the other side, they also have the chance to talk with Barber, right? This timeout doesn't mean that Team Liquid exclusively talks with their own coach. It's time for both of these teams to think about this moment. A moment which could distinguish this game going to overtime, or Team Liquid closing out this series 2-0.
You got a lot to take a beat on here for both of these teams. Especially Koi. The other thing that you're looking towards is, okay, Team Liquid, if you expend the Seekers, you expend that Thrash, things don't pan out. Mystic still has opportunity to cycle up to that orbital strike in this round as well. Meanwhile, for Koi, there's nothing else if that orbital strike cannot land, if they cannot make a play off the back of it. Again, same kind of angle Gremino's looking for here with the Molly.
Yeah, Molly going to come out, Thrasher heading in this direction, so it's going to clear out this side of the B site. Of course, Elbow catching out one, but at least there's one there to help him out. Kiko's going ultra aggressive. He thinks there's a pick hit for him, but with the Trailblazer in his way, won't matter at all. Orbital Strike comes out, which it doesn't allow him to trade it all back out. Kiko with two, Enzo with another. Gamma tries to re-aggress, but I think that's all she wrote. Team Liquid, they're so close to getting themselves a first match win of this series. Shados is the final piece of the puzzle. And Team Liquid just got to play it slow. Nats with Shadows Bullet's name on it. Returning EMEA champs. Be it friends, be it enemies. It's Team Liquid that grab the win. Their first match win in VCT EMEA.
They had so much on their shoulders as well to be this roster, to actually put up and show up in that kind of situation, knowing that these roster changes, they had to prove themselves. They could not lose this. And to do it in such a comfortable fashion. Nats 28-14 on this map. And I really think, again, the calling, the positioning coming out from this team, it really showed that difference in experience between these two IGLs.
Yeah, it's definitely Team Liquid to take the cake on this one. Really tremendous performance, of course. A very close fight from the Koi side. I don't think a lot of people would have expected it to be this close. It could have been a stomp, but Koi show that there's things to be feared on that side of the play. And of course, what a tremendous matchup. Team Liquid to take a bow for their first match victory this season of VCT EMEA. It's exactly where they want to start, retaining. Well, they're the ones with a crown, right? They're the ones with a lot to prove that they can do it all again. But we're going to be throwing to a break. We'll be back right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
drop, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Welcome back to Berlin, when we have got just one more series of the day to go. So Vitality and Gentlemates are currently setting up, but while they do, I had to talk to Kiko from Team Liquid after that victory. How was it to take the W during your debut here at VCT?
It was really nice. I think it was very exciting to play on the stage, back again after Ascension, you know. So it was really fun.
So how has it been? Because obviously Ascension is slightly disappointing, having to take the runner-up spot. Did you imagine that you were going to still make it to this stage?
Yeah, I hope so. We played a lot in the off-season, there was a lot of trials, and I was hopeful, and luckily I landed in Liquid, so it was nice.
Was Liquid your first choice?
Yes, it was my first choice.
And why is that?
Just the team environment, the culture, and like how old the organization is. It's just something I imagined when I joined. Like as a kid, I watched CS as well from like Liquid and stuff. So yeah.
Tell me how you combine then the old Apex philosophy of play with the Team Liquid style of play. Do you get much say in that? Because of course you're not the only member who has come over from Apex. You also have Mystic and Enzo as well. But you've got to join up with obviously Enzo, Emil, your coach, and Yampi and Nats as well.
We brought a lot of the core ideas over from Apex, which made us so good. And I think everyone was really open-minded to the process, and I think the result is very good, and we've been playing a lot and improving since the off-season in Korea.
Is it strange playing against Shadow from Koi? Obviously, you've just taken a victory over them, but now you're having to play on opposite teams. Is that kind of strange to get used to?
No, I think it was fun. I always gave him some looks after some rounds, you know, just to see.
All good, though. You've had a hug, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it's kind of a shame, to be honest. I was kind of hoping there would be a rivalry. Don't worry, we'll work on the rivalry. We'll build up that storyline. Tell me about the first map, though, on Icebox.
Yeah.
You got 37 kills. You had over 400 ACS. However, the first half, there were some individual mistakes. The ults were flying in random directions at points. What would you put that down to?
Which war was flying in random points?
Well, sometimes ults were being used at the beginnings of rounds and maybe abilities was being slightly squandered and not being reserved for retakes.
Oh, I don't even remember that too much. To be honest, Icebox, it was just kind of like, on defense, we were just kind of getting into it. And then after the 4th round, we got the AWP in, and then we kind of just snowballed from there. So it was kind of nice. And we just had to find our footing a little bit.
As a team, do you think you're more comfortable on the attacking side?
Yeah, I think Enzo's cooling is really good from the attacker side, so it's really enjoyable to play. So it's he sets us up all individually, so it's really nice.
Well, Kiko, it's a fantastic debut from you, and I can't wait to see Liquid go from strength to strength. So congratulations, thank you so much for talking to me. Riot Games Arena, can you give it up for Kiko, please?
Thank you very much, Frankie and Kiko. Honestly, for me, he doesn't need to track ults. I don't even need to see him use util at this point because Kukuka and Lothar, he had a great series. A little bit of a drop off on the second map, and I didn't manage to get your thoughts on Kiko because Steel and I were too busy fighting. But what did you think?
I was
Kukuka?
literally in the middle. Like Josh was here, you were here, and they were just going off.
What did you think?
I think that it was brilliant to see a player that is this confident in like the process. And you know, we were talking about how he had saved shoes to fill, and probably that the pressure was going to get to him, but definitely it didn't matter in that first one. In the second map, we, especially on the attack side, we saw them way more comfortable in how the entire process as a team was working.
That I was worried about. I was worried after the first map that Team Liquid will again be about hero plays, about doing some unexpected stuff and like some heroic multi-kills and so on. But on Bind, actually, they looked like pretty good teamwork, like that was being ironed out on the attack side specifically, and everyone was doing their job. And Kiko was also doing his job, even though he only had 14 frags and 14 deaths, if I remember correctly. So
doesn't matter,
one for
Nats
one,
was lurking. If Nats is safe enough to lurk, everything is going to be fine.
Yeah, but that's what I said in the pre-match, right? Nats is gonna do what he's gonna do. Doesn't matter who's IGLing. He was literally playing the same way that he was playing before with Red Guy in the team, and you can see how solid he is. He's just the rock that is, I don't know, like just handling the entire team there.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to see how far Kiko can go, what his ceiling is, because that was his debut. We've only seen him, we've seen him in one best of 3, but let's talk about this French derby that is coming up. Gentlemates versus Team Vitality. I am extremely excited about Gentlemates because, as you guys will remember, back in the Coliseum, Lothar, this team made it. They won Ascension and they earned their spot here, and they decided to stay together and see how far they can go in VCT.
It was a crazy match. If you didn't see it, that was a clean 3-0 where Logan dropped plus 30 on his stats during that best of 5. It was absolutely unbelievable. The team was something that you guys all love, vibing, right?
Oh, they were vibing. They were really vibing. Yeah.
It was something to behold. Like, you don't see many of the teams actually pulling off matches like that in a grand final with such big stakes at the same time. I think it's worth rewatching even.
Yeah, and if you think about who they were going up against, that Apex team, of course, that we just now saw on the server on the side of Liquid, and also Koi, they had such a flawless season. For then Gentlemates, you know, some players when they come onto the stage, probably the nerfs get to them, and the nerfs got the best out of Gentlemates, and the fashion in which they defeated their opponents definitely proved that they deserve the spot here. Now they have to, you know, not only play against Apex and a couple more teams, they have to go against the entirety of Tier 1.
Exactly. And the one story I've been most excited about, of course, is Natank. This man thought he had a chance with Vitality. He was originally at Vitality when Vitality made partnership, and obviously things didn't work out. They let him go just before the season, and he's been very, very vocal and emotional about how much he wants his revenge. I'm going to let you guys take a trip down memory lane and take a look what Natank had to say about Team Vitality right after he won Ascension.
Natank, get over here, He's on the wing. Natank, I can see you're very emotional right now. Yeah. I think for you, when a franchise was announced, you had an opportunity. I think that was taken away from you. Yeah. So you had no choice, and you had to crawl your way back. So talk me through what it feels like, you know, next year, you're going to be playing against those boys, the teams that didn't give you the opportunity. How great does it feel?
I mean, the only thing I want, you said it, I want to take my revenge for next season and show them that I was worth to be taken in VCT. But to be honest, do it this way, from all the way down, get qualified in VCT by ourselves, it's incredible. There's no words to describe it, and I'm so proud of them.
Oh, we're proud of you as well. Thank you so much, the tank. Come on, guys, give it up for him. Give it up for him.
I mean, this is what it's all about, right? How inspirational Kakuka is that?
It's especially with how intense everything was on that final map. I think that now coming into VCT, Natank is just going to be hungry, just like the rest of Gentlemates. And not only because of that, they are also the only team that we have in VCT EMEA that has not played a single official or anything during the off season. So every single thing that they have been, you know, changing up, cooking up, has not been shown. And of course, there are no changes, because are you really going to take the opportunity out of them after they fought for it?
Yeah, I'm also like wondering if they even scrimmed particular partners to deny information to other teams. Like, there's a lot of question marks, and I'm expecting them fully be prepped for this start of the season. Some new choices when it comes to the compositions. So it's very exciting to actually watch Gentlemates play now, because not only we have this fantastic storyline that Yinso so aptly explained now, but all of this is now like a culmination of the entire years of Tier 2 coming into VCT for the first time. It's a historic moment, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, they got to go up against Vitality first. They've got beef already before they play. And if they win, they play Fnatic. So this group is kind of crazy for a team that's just come into VCT. But I'll bring this back to their opponent for today, because Team Vitality on the other side, they also brought in some new players as well. And from what I've been hearing in the whispers in the DL, Lothar, everyone have them quite high up, you know, in their power ranking. People like these changes.
Well, I'll be honest with you, whenever I see Saif joining a team, I'm like looking forward to what they're gonna do with him specifically. I feel like Saif is one of those players that brings up the entire team and like just fuels them. He's a very energetic person, very charismatic one as well. I'm just slightly worried about his personal performance, because he's gonna be playing on agents that are not gonna be like, let's say, self-sufficient to perform, right? He's gonna be most likely looking to play Sentinels, and I would look past. Well,
back in the day,
I would like to see him on those more carry roles. So he's such an explosive player, it's absolutely insane.
But you have an ecosystem that you have to make work. Honestly, I'm looking at the Estonian player of the week. He looks unreal.
Well, we'll get into that in a second, but Kakuka, you didn't get an opportunity to do this on day one, but I'm going to give you the floor to tell us why we should be excited for Runner.
Yes, exactly. We were going to talk about all the rookies that we had in the region, but I think that Runner is so important to be mentioned, because he was on the Eye of Strong, one of the members of the staff for Vitality for years. They played a match against each other like in Tundra years, like 2 years ago, and ever since they played against him, he has been tracking him. He knew that he was a player that he wanted to have in the team eventually. And not only that, he's also the reason why we're going to be seeing Safe move into that Sentinel role. He is explosive enough and give them enough for him to be the duelist in this team over Safe.
Does that worry you at all, Lothar? Because Safe has, you know, himself in the past spoken about how much he wants that duelist role. You know, he did it for a little bit here and there, and now he's got to go back to playing Sentinel.
Look, this is like a repeat of history of what I have heard from Scream all the time. In interviews, he's saying, oh, I like playing duelist, you know, I like to be the spearhead of the team, I like to make the space for the team. And then next interview, he says, oh, I like being the support, you know, I like that role better.
Literally feeling any pro player name.
It's the same with Safe. So in some interviews, he says about liking being the duelist, and so then in the next interview, he says about how he likes to enable other people with playing the initiator sometimes as well, because we've seen him on Breach in the past as well. And now on Sentinel, he's gonna be like, not exactly a support, he's going to be more of the clutch player as well, to be expecting, like we expect him to close out rounds as well in many situations, right?
But if you think about it, Safe has been under the direction of different IGLs throughout time, and I think that also changes the perspective of not only IGLs but also coaches. So that changes your perspective on how you see the game and how you want to interpret and see yourself within that ecosystem. If Salah and the rest think that that is the spot for him and have made him feel comfortable enough, I think that that could work. Also, also Sender is picking up that IGL in role. And when I asked Salah about it, like, why, wouldn't you just pick someone else? You decided to keep Sender and just to build him into the IGL. He told me that that was the plan from the beginning. It was just a decision that was postponed in time, and that now Sender is finally going to be carrying the team.
I think we do also have to mention the lack of Trex, because Trex, I feel like, was the vision they had maybe coming into this, who would not be playing today. But Destrian, he knows the team inside out. So how much of a difference do you think that would be?
I think in terms of substitutes, I think he is the best that they could get. He knows everything to a T. He didn't have time even to forget the protocols from the team.
Yeah, and I would say that's something I wanted to mention with Salah coaching the team. I feel like the team has a good structure. Here, there are set roles that everyone should understand how the team wants to achieve their goals because of the good coaching, because of the approach of it, and that because of that, I feel like filling roles is going to be easy for the players.
Yeah, I mean, we also do have to talk about our Estonian Player of the Week. Congratulations, by the way, Kicks once again. He actually reacted to this. I think he was happy with the vote. So make sure you guys keep voting for him for the next week's Estonian Player of the Week. But all jokes aside, again, another fantastic pickup from Vitality. You kind of understand what Salah's trying to do here. And another young player. I mean, we just saw Kiko do what he was doing. Again, someone who
Very
has that
similar
potential.
name, by the way, so I don't know.
Kicks and Kiko, they should start a band together. But he's got
Next
that.
year, hear me out.
He's got that potential. There's a reason why he's been given this opportunity.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that most of the teams are going in that direction, right? They're picking the younger players and actually creating them and building them to be the players of tomorrow, but just doing it from a very early age. It looks like all the coaches, most of the coaches had the same idea at the same time after seeing some other teams having that idea in the past.
That's that cycle that you find in almost every game. You know, it's like always when a new game emerges, you have some old stars transferred from other games and they just consistently perform, but then suddenly you have the infusion of the new blood, and that new blood outperforms the old geezers that are coming from the other games.
Not you, definitely not you.
I'm still here, you know?
Yeah. No, that's not going to happen. You're going to be here forever, Lothar. You're not going anywhere. But we heard a little bit from Natank already after they won Ascension, but let's hear from Whalers as well on how he made his journey to VCT.
Whalers, for you, this year you decided to take the decision to commit to Valorant. You know, we didn't see you do that in 2021 or 2022. So talk me through why you made that decision and how good does it feel to know that that was the correct decision for you?
Yeah, I mean, I stopped playing Call of Duty professionally like 1 year ago, and I feel like I miss competition.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I had the opportunity to build a team, and actually I started to practice like 7 months ago with them, and I had no idea what VALORANT was looking like in competition actually. So it's just a crazy experience. Like I gave everything because like the game is out for like 3 years now, and I had a lot of work to do to actually came back at a decent level and actually qualified to VCT. So yeah, we worked hard, and thank you to the team, thank you to the coach, thank you for the fan, shout out to my girlfriend, and love you all.
Did you expect to do this in your first year of competing?
I mean, I'm a tryharder, and yeah, I was confident.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Thank you so much, Whalers. Thank you for joining me.
This is the thing, Whalers, he was playing a completely different game before this. He wasn't in the scene during the beta 2020. He did not play the game 2021 or 2022. He started in 2023, joined this team, started practicing with them. In just that short amount of time, Lothar, I believe 7 months it was roughly, he's managed to make it here, which is exceptional.
Well, also, they have had similar amount of time now to practice after they got it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right? So I'm fully expecting him to be twice as good as before.
I like that logic.
Yeah. You know, he was actually in Vitality back in the day playing that other game that definitely was not as good as ours. But I thought that it was funny because, you know, when I was diving into like his story, I was like, man, this man, some people are honestly just talented and they are able to achieve this kind of thing.
I also love his in-game name. Whalers! You know what I mean? In the crowd. Like, I feel like that just works. It's incredible. But I think we should move on to this IGL chat. Because I think out of all of the matchups, at least, we've had so far in the last couple days, we've always had, you know, that Pillar, that Redgar in there, some IGLs, Enzo coming back in, very seasoned players. But in this matchup, looking at Sender versus Beyaz, it feels like a little bit more unknown territory in terms of their leadership skill and what they can bring to the team.
I think it's also the fact that the experience that Sender might have acquired throughout the last year, you know, within our ecosystem of VCT, he's never played against Beyaz in that kind of capacity. And the fact that also Beyaz was with assistance when he first moved into Valorant gives that kind of synergy that we know and love from many other teams when the coach and the IGL are like one, like the way that they distribute work and everything is palpable outside and inside of the game. And I think that is the kind of expectations that we have for Beyaz.
I'm just disappointed that if we're gonna hear some team comms from Gentlemates, I'm not gonna understand anything, so I cannot learn.
Mitch can translate for you.
Mitch will tell you. Mitch will tell you what it means. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
But I will say though, if it was any but one that you want to learn how to IGL from, you know, having somebody that could coach you through it, it is probably Existence. This man, when he was playing Valorant, it was a little bit on and off, but by the time he moved into coaching and also into coaching this team, you can just see the impact, Lothar, of how good he is as a coach.
It's actually also very admirable that he realized that as a player he is not gonna make it right in Valorant, but then transitioned into this role, and instantly you saw how his experience, how his brain worked perfectly for this game, because all of the let's say strategies set in stone for the team were working in tandem. You have seen like how they're being they are executing the playbook that is made by Existence, and I'm very happy to see such a seasoned player actually showing the importance of coaching. So far,
it's not just the young kids, eh?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are bigger numbers here on the screen, you know, 15, 1 and 5, that's a lot.
Yeah, he's so well respected within the community, not only from Valorant, but I think that in esports, you know, like he's a stable name for Salah, although he has been in many different teams. He has been in Valorant since the beginning. I think that the fact that he also has Strong and Gorilla make him the well-rounded coach that he is because of the staff that is always with him. And listen, talking about players that are not going to make it the move into coaching, I'm just going to take this moment to mention Bonkar. We missed you, please come back.
Oh my god, that's your Gambit. That's like me with Gambit, Lothar with Yoru, you with Bonkar, just any opportunity. But I think one of my favorite anecdotes from that Ascension tournament is the Gentlemates players being like, oh yeah, we beat Apex because Existence didn't sleep for 2 days. He just stayed up for 2 days, no sleep, counter-stratting, making plans, protocols, getting them over the line as well. And I think if I hope he does sleep throughout this kickoff tournament, but if you have a coach like that, with that kind of a work ethic and the brains on him, I'm gonna jump the gun now and say that I at least expect Gentlemates to make it quite far.
One thing I have to say is, like, when you see your leader is committing so much of his life and like passion towards a goal, then it leads by example. And the players will go behind that person, will try to give the same amount of effort into the game, and you can see that specifically that during that Ascension tournament, they were all like really, like you can see the fire inside of them, you know, and that's something I'm looking forward to here in the kickoff as well.
I think that a term that we haven't been using just yet during kickoff, even though we have this many like new teams or like new player additions, is the honeymoon period, right? Like I understand like there is this period when everything is like working and you just feel very happy. It could either be by, you know, achieving getting through your own means to tier 1, but I would like to see that on the Vitality side. As I said, after speaking to Salah, they're like, everybody's like very hyped and hopeful that everything's going to work perfectly to a T. Now, I want to see the changes coming in, because especially when we talk about Gentlemates not playing during the off season, I want to think that there is something new that they're going to be bringing onto EMEA.
I feel like Existence, he doesn't need gimmicks though. I don't think he's the kind of guy that will rely on the gimmicks. I think they've got a great roster. I think they've got great protocols. They're very disciplined. So I slightly disagree with you. I like to see them just to do the bread and butter and do all the last stuff right. I'm sorry. Before they were part of your...
I don't know if I agree, because when it comes to the strats that I envision when I think about Existence so far was always like about using Breach when he was not really in metagame, you know.
Okay, I want to see the Breach.
Yeah, but also we have seen some Phoenix usage as well from Gentlemates in the past. Like the things that I actually like about Existence and Gentlemates is that they think outside of the box or try to use the underutilized aspect of the game. Yes, that is true. I mean, in general, I would say, and the game is being decided by who has better fundamentals and not by who has more flashy strats and so on, because the strats are going to work from time to time, not always, but fundamentals are something that are going to drive you to the goal. And here Existence, I think, going to bring in that discipline to follow those rules of engagement, to not throw the advantage and all like advantages, or just not overpeak, not overheat, and understand when to be aggressive. Well,
I'm really glad that you got to use your buzzword of fundamentals. You got to talk about Bonker.
I'm happy. I can leave now.
So it's only fair we give some breadcrumbs to Mitchman as well and talk about Logan and Takas. Logan and Takas. So I feel like we've also had this narrative running throughout the day. We saw Enzo and Mystic come back, Shadow coming back. Logan and Takas, they were at one point, you know, the staples of our region. They were doing crazy things back in the days as well, and they get to Kakuka have an opportunity to prove themselves once again.
Yeah, I still remember when I was still in LVP and all the clutches that Logan was able to win, like the plays that Takas would make, and then, you know, they kind of like disappear and move into that secondary position, and you're like, is the kind of names that you miss on the server because of that kind of plays that they delivered. And we also got to see that during Ascension, so I'm really looking forward to see if it happens.
There was a big rejuvenation for those names, you know, like they were coming from really high note on that Ascent map. I remember those clutches because it's both Ascent and Split. They were insane. And then there was like a huge drop-off in performance, in like showing on the server in general. And now I feel like this is like the moment for them to prove, unfortunately again, because now it's the moment to shine, right? Ascension was the first step.
Make them remember your name.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the moment for them.
I can't wait. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a rest because we are experiencing a little bit of a delay, but I have a treat for you guys at home. Let's send it over to Frankie for a vibe check with one of my favorite fan bases in all of Valorant. It's the Gentlemates fans.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you to the Gentlemates fans. They're giving me so much life this evening. It doesn't feel like it's a 3 best of 3 day now. And I'm so happy because I've met Nils. I've learned in the last few minutes that Nils speaks a whopping 5 languages. His mum is from Barcelona. His dad is from Germany, but was brought up in France. So basically, there are so many teams he could root for, but he has chosen to root for Gentlemates. And Nils, you were actually witnessing Gentlemates as they rose through Ascension. Why have you loved this team for so long?
Well, the founders of the team are well known in France, to be honest, and I followed them for a long time. So one of them, especially Gotaga, is the first person I watch on Twitch. So I followed him after his Call of Duty career, and that's now a few years ago. So yeah, when they announced Gentlemates, I had no choice basically to follow them.
And how long did it take you to make this sign? This is beautiful.
That took like 4 hours.
4 hours? Can you make me a sign? Can we get this man some stationery, please? No one's ever made me a sign before. Oh. Listen, Gentlemates, I don't know if they're cheering for me having a sign or the fact that you're holding one right now, but I'm absolutely loving it. Because you do have the option, of course, now that you're here at the VCT studio, you know, this isn't Ascension. You could be rooting for Vitality, you could be rooting for Carmine Corp. So apart from Gotaga, is there anything about this team right now that you're just like, they're my ride or die?
Well, we know the players for a long time now, from the beginning, and they didn't change. So there's this part of loyalty. You know, we have to follow them until the end. And all the emotions we lived through with those players and with this roster, we want to follow them until the end and help them to win. That's the important part.
I have met quite a few Golden Hornets in my time. Did the Gentlemates have a name? What are the fans called for the Gentlemates?
Well, there is a group called the Green Suits. That's the ultra organization that makes the most of the noise now. But I'm not sure if that's like official yet. They are official. Yeah, okay. The most simple is just mates. We are the mates.
You're the mates, and everywhere I go in esports, I always leave an event ringing, my ears ringing with the sound of la 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 la, Vitality, even if Vitality doesn't make it to the playoff. What do the mates say?
What?
Well, there is your answer, Nils. Thank you so much for talking to me. Before we head back to the desk, I've seen something quite concerning here. So just if you'd like to follow me, Sacre Bleu. What is this? What is this? What is this?
It's merch, right, Games?
You know what? It's rare that I am lost for words. They just found a loophole, and I loved it. Fine, okay, right. I'll allow Timo. All right, and let's head back to the desk.
There will never be a situation where I will allow Timo. That's all I'm gonna say.
I love Timo.
We can't be friends anymore. I feel like this is
You're lying.
the end of our friendship. No, I'm
You're
kidding.
trapped
I'm
with
kidding.
me.
I'm kidding. But yeah, the Gentlemates fans, as you guys can see, they were like this. Do you remember Ascension?
Yes.
It was kind of between them and Saw. But Saw.
I have still PTSD from that. So
That was the best moment of my life. But yeah, this is the thing. We talk about like fan expectations in the past. There's a few teams in our league that they do have very, very, very passionate fans. And Gentlemates, they're one of those. They are like that. And I think in this instance, I don't think they're going to be disappointed by this team.
I think also last year, do you guys remember the first games from Vitality, how they were like peaking slowly but surely, and the fans were there every single week? And you could tell that that definitely translated into their performance. Maybe for Gentlemen, it's the same.
yeah, I mean, when you have such an electric audience behind you, it definitely pushes you forward a little bit more. Remember also that this kickoff event is like double elimination specifically, right? But it's not the end of the road. Even if something happens, if we don't see Gentlemates making forward to the playoffs and so on, in April we're gonna have the regular season, right? And that's where the audience will still like build up that presence that they will have in the arena.
I need to get Gentlemates versus K-Court. I will not rest until we get the Gentlemates versus K-Court game.
But
I
even
will not
better,
rest.
K-Coop is actually a team now, so it's gonna be enjoyable to watch.
Wow. Okay, I mean, you're not wrong, but it would be a very, very exciting matchup. But we have another French derby coming on first. I feel like we've given Gentlemates a lot of props, but I think Vitality, again, we shouldn't really underestimate them. I think this matchup for me was probably going to be the most exciting matchup out of all of the opening days, I feel
Yeah,
like.
because we, you know, since Vitality was not even there for last year's qualifier and had that extra time to be building, we expect the results to match the expectations also on that side. You had all of that time, you had that little bit, you know, you were ahead of time to make those changes. You know, you should be more sure to who you're getting and why you're doing it.
This is also why I'm a little bit more harsher than usual about all the teams' performances when it comes to kickoff, because if you didn't iron out any of your problems that you had during the off-season, those are not gonna get fixed at all. Like, you already had 7-8 months, right? So right now, this is the test. You need to perform here, and going into April, you're not gonna have a lot of time now to fix those issues that are gonna appear in kickoff.
Yeah, and I also feel like we've already seen that, because the games seem to be a lot closer. Every single map is either nearly going to OT or it feels like it could. I think compared to last year especially, we're not really getting any blowouts.
No. I think that the closest that we've had was yesterday in the Giant series. I think.
But that was 3 maps
that was
as well.
literally,
Yeah.
and it was a 13-5. But the rest have been so close. I still think that we haven't had a single overtime. But yeah, it's very normal that teams are making it to double digits, either because of all that time and all that cooking give room to a lot of set plays, or the teams are, you know, still getting used to being on stage and playing in this kind of setup. But I think I'm liking what I see in that sense. And still, we have to see Fnatic play.
Well, I'm always looking forward to that. But even when the matches were like close, like 2-0, right now we have Team Liquid, right, win 2-0, but both maps were 13-11.
Yeah,
so they were insanely close. Could have gone the other way easily if there was one mistake that could have just decided the entire match.
Yeah, and I do believe we actually have our man on the ground again, and I think, Lothar, you're going to join him in a second. So let's take a look at Sunset and see what these two can teach us about the map.
Or the green screen. Oh my God.
Yeah,
the possibilities, guys.
We thought maybe we can just buy some time by doing, you know, this thing where we're gonna have. That's better.
Nice Nice timing.
So we're gonna just like fly around Sunset, look at all the different places here that some of the teams used yesterday and some of the positions that they didn't use because, you know, as we can see, it's a new map. So why not fly around really quickly and, you know, show us every position on the map for 3 seconds so I have no
so we
chance
can
to actually
talk about
it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So
when
just like, this is A site, by the way, okay?
Yeah.
And then we're moving on right now. This is middle, okay? And
So
under
it's
middle
a
down
loop.
here somewhere, this is the entrance to market. And this is B lobby / B main here. And this is where the, this is B site. This is like...
Can we pause this?
Split. Can we pause this? I would love to be able to pause
Yeah,
this.
I don't know, because...
right here.
That would be great.
Like,
awesome.
There we go, okay.
All right. So this is actually an interesting site because
Why?
it's so different from the other sites that we typically see, right? This site, the plant, wait, how do I move this?
The plant is...
Plant is...
this way.
Here, right?
Yeah.
So it's here.
If it's the left side of the screen, you want to point to your right.
Fantastic.
It's like a mirror.
Yes.
Kind of.
How do they work? Like magnets, right?
Like magnets, sure.
So we have the plant spot typically being done in this position right here if you have this site. Now the problem is that this is very open to CT if you spam it through the smoke with a heavy penetration bolt. What is your favorite plant here on this site?
Well, the safe plant would definitely be behind this box here. Because you can be really protected from all the spams, from all the weapons. You'd have to get raze-naded, breach aftershock to get cleared out of that position. So that's a safe plant position. But if you're able to defend against this spawn area, then planting at that big spammable box might be better. This spawn area here. If your teammates can lock this down from maybe this area here, then it would be really good. And to do that, you might place a smoke on the box that's in this spawn area behind this wall that you can't see. And then if there's a Sage on the team, we saw a Sage yesterday, putting that deep wall up.
Why would you want to play Sage on this map?
Don't ask me. Ask the teams that played yesterday. We're in EMEA, baby.
I have seen it in NA as well, and Pacific too. I don't know why. Would you on Earth play Sage instead of a Cypher? Maybe you can actually swap to the B side.
Because we could try.
We could try, maybe try.
The technology is there. It is possible. It might just take us a second to skin through all the other positions on the map here.
Is something to have.
And this is an
conversation
entrance
about.
into B here. One of them. We can continue the play. And this is close, but not yet. But in 1 second, 0. Boom.
Here we go.
Okay,
Yes.
this is B side. It's split. We're looking at split.
Exactly. It has the same layout.
It's the exact same layout.
There's a little bit of a difference in levels because we don't have rafters over here.
This area is wider. There's no rafters up here.
Exactly. It works like a mirror, remember?
Yes, right, sorry.
But the thing is about this site, it's super easy to lock it down with the Cypher trap that typically goes around.
Oh, the entrance. You're talking about the entrance like here? Yeah, they put it on
here.
this wall. And it
so
goes
you
to
can't shoot it
this wall?
unless you go into the trap. This is why utility is so important now to clear that. So what would you use to clear the Cypher trap here?
Well, most teams do run a raise. I think a lot of teams run Fade or Sky, but you have to go in and actually physically break it. So the raise nade is honestly a lot of the time used for it. I don't know if it's a good enough trade, but that's what teams have been doing. What would you like to use?
I would love to see Sova with the shock darts.
Silver shocks.
With the silver shock darts being used to clear up the Cypher util, and it's also something that if it's not broken at all, allows the team just over-rotate the defenders, right? So it's a mini objective that you have here on this side. The same goes for the market doors, right? That is on this side as well. So for me, that is a site that is like a skill check for the attackers to see if they understand micro objectives on this map. What do you think?
Yeah, but like, while I agree with that, if it's just the Cypher trip that's over here at the entrance that we're worried about, it's not really like a big threat because a lot of teams have to put a lot of focus on A. So what we see is, we see the Cyphers playing actually all the way down here in Boba, in spawn, or they're playing through... We're seeing them through this window somewhere around here, playing in the market area.
Camera
so they're playing
here.
really far back in. But don't go on this. Don't go on that. Get off! Get off! Get off! This.
Okay. Oh, you guys don't see that for sure.
Okay. They'll play far back, they'll play in the retake positions, right? Because they can't defend the site. There's nowhere to play. Where do they play? Around this pillar here? Around that pillar, like where you are, kind of? Not really, because if there a breach aftershock comes, if a stun comes, if a raise nade comes, you have nowhere to go. There's no cover. They run at you, okay? So not much you can do there, but maybe Insu can tell us what we're gonna do next.
What we're going to do next is go and bring the teams out. Riot Games Arena, let's get ready. It's Gentlemates versus Team Vitality. Gentlemates, they grinded their way from challenges here, and they're facing a French rival team, Team Vitality, right out the gate. And my goodness, Existence is ready. This is what I was talking about.
Hear me out. He already. If you speak French, please decipher to us what he's saying right now, because he's got the strats, and we can all learn from that.
That was like 6 pages. Probably only for Sunset.
Double-sided too.
And that's probably only for Sunset. I'm looking forward to this. Look at this. So, you go.
Take a screenshot.
Yeah, and the fans are here as well, right behind them. We do remember, Vitality fans, they're just as loud. I think this is going to be a great affair, definitely, between the two of them. We will show you guys the map vetoes in just a bit. There's definitely a lot of options to go for here, especially Kakuka, as you mentioned. Gentlemates, they've been very secretive. They've not played off-season tournaments, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit of a surprise, at least in the map vetoes.
And I think that, especially with the variety that we have been seeing in EMEA, I think that anything can happen. Icebox and Sunset!
It's a good thing Lothar and Steel broke that down for us.
Yeah, it's a beautiful breakdown. We explained everything about the map, and I definitely didn't have to run back to the desk.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we don't see the Sage, I feel like you're going to be pretty happy.
Yes.
And then we're going to have Lotus followed by Ascent.
Look, actually, the map pool is a little bit, let's say, weird when you compare it to the different map pools that we had in the past. But so far, the map picks that we had in the matches are actually very interesting. Sunset into Lotus, completely 2 different maps with different objectives. It's going to be an interesting match.
But if you think about it, Vitality last year, they loved the Haven, they loved the Lotus. I think that there is somewhere that they're going to be very, very comfortable. And you don't have to change that many things. You have your comfort situation.
But that's also the same for Gentlemates. They were really good on Haven. They had a 6-1 record in the last year. They played 49 maps overall. But in general, one of the best maps that they had is taken out of the pool. So seeing them play Lotus now is also not that surprising.
Yeah, and this is the other thing with Gentlemates. They made no changes. They've been together for a while now as a roster, so they don't have that issue of trying to make people fit into certain roles, flexing around. They have a very good idea how they want to approach this.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to think about what is going to happen with the compositions. Because remember, Sunset is a map that was not here last time these two teams played in VCT EMEA. So anything can happen in this regard. And with all the cooking that has been going behind the scenes, I would like to see something that I cannot say, strives away from traditional, because we don't really have a tradition yet in Sunset. But I would like to see something funky, something that makes us doubt, is this going to be good? And actually, at the end of that, having us be like,
the breach. It works perfectly here.
Breach is fantastic because it allows you to crunch into market without exposing yourself from B main, essentially. So you have like a support, like a medium range support that doesn't require line of vision, right? So Breach is fantastic for this map. Same for Split. It's a very similar, as we just explained with Josh, the B side is the same as on Split, essentially, right?
I mean, what about Vitality? Because surely Cypher, the return of?
Cypher, I feel like that's the only problem with the metagame on this map. Like, you kinda need a Cypher. If you don't play Cypher, you are trolling, I would say, right? So we fully expect both teams to have 2 Cyphers, and then you fill the roles, the other agents, with whatever you think to have a plan for, right? This is why the Breach also is an important piece of the puzzle, because if you play Breach, you have another piece of utility that allows you to destroy traps for walls and check a huge area on the side, on the B side in the corner, right? Instead of Sova. So you don't have to play Sova then if you go for the Breach.
I think that the possibilities are endless, not because of all the agents that we have in the game, but just looking at what other regions have been doing. We've seen some Chamber from Crew, we've seen some Gecko, we've seen double controller versus double initiator. I think that it's very, like you can segment the map and the intention that you want to approach with it. And I think I agree with you. It holds a lot of similarities with Split. That is why we see those double information or those double controllers compositions actually be so good on it.
Yeah, I see them Viper being picked from what I see here on the screens and Raze. This is not all surprising, as you said.
Lothar, can we not address that until we see
I'm
agents?
sorry.
They could be hovering. They could be hovering.
For sure.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Okay, well, the Viper might be a good pick for this map, so because she single-handedly allows you to deny informations from.
I look. Production, production! I need you to stop doing this to us. The baiting, the teasing. I mean, Agent Select is coming up soon, but we don't need to zoom into his screen just yet. Just yet. Yeah.
So, but to finish my point, Viper is actually fantastic when it comes to denying the informations from the A side, at least from the first part of the elbow, right? So the defenders don't know if someone goes towards the orb location, if you need to fight for that location at all, and combining that with the Omen Paranoia for the first attack as well, that goes through the wall or the breach stun, all of that is very useful there.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, Lothar, you as a Euro aficionado, how much do you like him on this map?
I think it's playable, but I don't think you have the slots to essentially play with him on this map, even though he has great rotations, because from B main you can be on A side with a single lineup, which allows you to play very aggressively as well and fight for map control. But I think mobility is king on this map. Like you need a duelist that can dash or just satchel in on the side and also deliver a piece of utility that goes over the Cypher traps, right, in case you don't have anything else.
On a scale from 1 to 10, what number?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. I would say he's like a 6 out of 10 because he's gonna be the 3rd best duelist for this map.
Oh, I mean, we shall see because
You
we
tell
have
that to
Agent
Takas.
Select here.
Okay, nice. Now I'm excited because
Yeah.
you have double duelist.
Yes.
So we have potential combos of Breach and Yoru with the stun to open sights with the ultimate. Then you have Omen, who's also comboing with Yoru when it comes to the Paranoia, and Raze is just Raze.
It's a lot of initiating. Sorry, it's a lot of initiating power here for both the sides. I would say, even though Vitality has decided to go for that double controller again, this has a lot of similarities with what we've seen before on Split. So I'm really looking forward to what Gentleman's is going to have preparated with all the combos and the set plays. That probably that's why he needed all those pages.
Probably, but also very interesting is to see that we have still a Sky here in this composition, but when you compare it to the Yoru, it's a similar kind of agent because it can initiate an attack with the clone or the dog, right? It doesn't check for informations that well, but you still deliver good flashes. So and you have more initiation in the ultimate. So.
Well, we're ready to get into game. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Please redirect your grievances to the casters. As Frankie likes to say, let's get pizzy. It's Pansy and Thomas.
I still just don't abide by this, but thank you for your patience. Yes, it's taken a second or two to get here, but the players are ready. Everything is looking like we're getting towards it. The Gentlemate fans are out in force, Tom. I mean, they've turned up. They've turned up in force, and of course, Vitality on the other side. Now, let's kind of just simmer down for a second. Give me your expectations in this matchup head-to-head here.
Vitality have spent the big bucks. Gentlemates, they're the same as last year. So it's that synergy versus a roster that realistically, well, sort of still has a stand-in. And in terms of the comps, at least, I definitely think it's a little bit more interesting from Gentlemates. They're the one that has kind of gone a little bit outside the box.
And I'm just wanting to see if it works, right? It looks like they've got a little kind of set pocket play almost considered there for a second. The resmoke makes them reconsider, but back to this, and they could be actually rewarded quite nicely. Yes, the flash caught on one, but it did catch on the teammate too. The timing not quite perfect on this, and Takas does draw blood, but it's traded out. So a bit of a brawl in middle, but now both losing a player on either side.
Yeah, it seems like they're looking to fight mid a little bit more. A lot of teams will just shut out that door, almost try to ignore it a little bit and let the other team have to try and just pressure all the way up top mid. Doesn't seem the way that Gentlemates are going to play it, at least from the pistol. And for Vitality at the moment, it is just spreading out across the map, looking to see if they can find any of those fights. And actually, they might be about to come across a fairly open B side.
And looking at how Gentlemates are kind of posturing, they're sitting deep, sitting pretty far back here. They've kind of absconded from the site itself, so not going to be...
He's looking at the flank.
Yeah,
It's
smart.
covered. No one behind us, guys.
But again, distance for Logan to cover here, so a little bit further away. No flank in sight either, so that's not something to be worried about just yet. They're going to be able to focus on what's in front of them, but how do they disrupt this backline post plant, right? How do they get these players out of this deeper position?
The one thing they do have is Bayaz with his utility. Just using it to try and give them a little bit of a setup to clear the site itself.
Always Kicks going walkabout. That's what I was waiting to see if Kicks actually did decide to get a little bit of a nuisance play going, drawing the eyes away. The Paranoia got sent at the same time. They do need to check on this. The defuse already through towards halfway here. Smokes are in place, safe with a great shot, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Sender and Destrian trying to keep control here, and they're doing very well at that. Now just Natank left alive. Another tap on the spike, but they know he's not on it, and now they can play to the clock. Natank is running out of options and running out of breath. It's the first round for Vitality.
Yeah, a good start from them in the end. I like the way that you sort of had the challenge from Gentlemates. They're clearly not just going to sit back and, well, when you're running a Yoru Raze, I don't really think you have that option anymore.
That luxury, yeah.
You've got to go challenging, but I think Vitality were very ready for that, especially after the initial fight, falling back, waiting for a little bit more control, and just basically playing those afterplants once they got into them.
Now going forward, we look at, again, how deep is the map pool for either side, right? Whenever I'm seeing Sunset being brought out, if I'm seeing, you know, the newer maps, quote unquote, coming into play, I'm curious, is this, you know, one of those kind of like out of, oh, come on. Come on, this is...
I haven't had a tech pause.
Yeah?
All of the casts I've had.
Oh, that's crazy.
And then I cast with you.
Yep.
And that big red screen comes up. I think I was counting. It was 3 for you now.
No, I'm so glad.
You didn't interact with those two, so it was really weird. I was quite confused.
It's funny that, isn't it, that I didn't try and add to the curse. We'll let you know as soon as we do as to what the problem may be. Clearly want the players to be as comfortable as possible in this sort of matchup because there's a lot on the line here. But again, we're kind of rolling this back mentally as to how I'm looking at this when we're seeing these maps come out into play, how deep the map pool is for any of these. At least when I'm looking at Vitality here, especially the more newer teams, right? The ones that are still, you know, working through things. You know, how deep is that map pool? This is their pick, so they clearly feel comfortable enough playing quite the traditional comp on it as well. Something that didn't, you know, catch you out like Gentlemates did when it caught your eye. So it's always interesting to see where these teams are going to be when it comes to that deeper map pool, because we still come in, you know, with very little information in the bigger picture.
Yeah, and especially even when you look at Gentlemates, they're likely to have changed everything that they came from Ascension. I don't think Existence is going to sit there and just go, oh, I think we just run the same stuff. The man had, what, 12 single pages of notes, like back to back, just coming in with everything prepared. I think the thing that's more interesting for me, though, is Destrian, because obviously Destrian we know is moving out of this team. It seems like he's even switched roles. Normally, he's played Controller, he's played Initiate. He was never really a Sentinel. That was Sender's job. So maybe that's something for the future that we're going to see from Trex coming in, and he's just sort of sat in
Isn't that
for
the
this?
bigger kind of discussion, right?
Yeah.
Trex, question mark with it. What does this team look like when that happens? And again, for those playing along at home, if you're wondering what the issue is, I do believe it is a peripheral issue for one of the two teams. So hopefully that gets resolved nice and quickly. But, you know, as I said, might take a moment, but we'll let you know as soon as we do. But yeah, do I see a gun, buddy? What's that one? I couldn't quite read it in time, but I liked it. I like the creativity. Yeah, nice one.
But I liked it, did you?
Well, I was gonna throw
it might have said, I don't know, Lauren, give me a gun, buddy.
Yeah, it could have, but it's Mitch Man who's in control
of that.
Oh,
of course, sorry, I forgot about that, yeah. Make sure to DM him, he loves those DMs.
Right? Exactly, so I can see why you got confused. No gun buddies for Tom is what the production
I've already got one, so get wrecked.
True. Unlucky.
You're going to have to remove it from my account, which if you do, honestly, I don't mind that much.
Okay, we've got some signs going on. Whoever Erin is, probably the person next to you, I imagine. But
well, with the arrow, did that give it away?
You know, I don't appreciate that, Tom. I don't appreciate that.
Maybe they're pointing to someone really far away.
Could be. You don't know. As you can tell, we are waffling because tech pauses are being investigated. I wonder if I can work it out. Whenever I look at the players, I'm like, who's spilt some coffee? Whose keyboard or mouse is broken?
Do you remember Zipan last year where we got a video of the cup opening up and it just going everywhere? Not a good day for him. No, he also showstopped himself earlier, which was fun.
You really love throwing people under the bus, don't you? You're like,
he won.
Pause. How's it going, Lauren?
He won and he played well, so it's fine.
Okay, that's the caveat to it.
You're allowed to bully people doing well. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
That's why you're not allowed to be mean to me, but I can be mean to you.
Right. Yeah, brilliant. But again, I think kind of rolling it back to the conversation we were beginning to have is, what does Vitality look like with that Trex element coming in? That's certainly something I think on a lot of the forefront of people's minds. How much would that change expectations when it comes to this match? Because I think a lot of people actually are underestimating Gentlemates here in this head-to-head. I mean, looking statistically online earlier, just to see where people were kind of putting this, it was heavily in favor to Vitality, which I think is a little bit of an undersell of Gentlemates. I think maybe if you're looking externally, you haven't kept up, or maybe saw that qualifying game that, really truly is the Cinderella story, you could have missed it, but they're very much a good side. Very easy to underestimate, but incredibly talented.
Well, the fact is, you look at Team Liquid, who just won. 3 of their core were picked up from the second place Ascension team. Gentlemates are the first place Ascension team who 3-0'd them. Now, maybe that was a surprise in itself, but even still, this is a good team.
All right, we're back in the action. Thank you once again for bearing with us here. Hopefully everything now is sorted as we do dive into the ever-thrilling round 2, which means 2 Sheriffs and a whole lot of nothing else. But maybe we get to see some nice skins for classics, who knows?
Have they got them equipped yet? I didn't notice them equipped in the last game, but they are now. They're now live, right? You can. I think you can buy them with your own. Who are you buying?
I don't know.
Who's your allegiance with? So that people can finally answer the question is, who is Pansy biased to? Yeah. Wasn't it Fnatic, right?
I go wherever Potter is, so EG, I guess. That's rough, I know,
you're like the one person buying EG skins.
Look, I'm a Potter fan, that's all I'm saying.
That's
if
fair,
we could have
fair.
a little look at the classics when we get a chance. I'm curious to see if they've actually equipped them yet, so I want to see those skins in play. However, for now, we do see just kind of the standard approach towards EA, so I'm not too fussed about this round unless something goes terribly wrong. We'll see if Logan can cause a little bit of mayhem. Not the case at all. Run up, comfortable on that. Gonna take down Logan, and the site's pretty much theirs. Again, this round, maybe more of a fact finder. I'd like to see them try and do something maybe a little bit more aggressive, but also keep in mind that Destrian's finding a lot of timing here, a lot of space as well to work. So this could be something to note going forward into the later rounds.
Planted.
Yeah, chance for him to potentially
Hello.
Or
Hello, the entire team.
Or die. Now, the thing is, he's actually the one with the least to lose. So him and Safe, they're kind of doing a similar thing to what we've seen from Na'Vi. Go for 3 rifles, 2 players don't buy. Then in the next round, you come in with a really hefty bonus round. I think that's going to be something we see a lot more commonly played, because if you lose 2 players or less, you're probably coming in with all the rifles.
Yeah, flashed quite across the corner, but the weapons more than up to the challenge, and there we go. Sorted in the end. Did lose kicks, but not the end of the world. Vitality navigate the second round very well. No footfalls there for them, keeping it clean.
Yeah, I'm excited as well to see more of Kicks and Runner, because obviously Runner, we saw from Diamant, he was one of those players who was sort of like a real standout in his team. Kicks has been on a lot of different, like sort of mixed team rosters, a lot of them unsigned, one of them under the legendary Bonker. I know you're a huge fan. And I think he is someone who was kind of like underrated for a while. Good. I'm really happy. I get more time to actually talk about this.
Please,
so that's 4 for you, 2 for me. Obviously, you're incrementally going to get further and further ahead.
I can count, surprisingly. The British score system didn't completely fail me, but close enough too. Yeah, no, but I do like the background that we're starting to see from some of these newer players, right? It is the changing of the guard. I think and I think that goes across the entirety of EMEA especially, but I think other regions are starting to see that too, that we are seeing these, let's say the old guard being moved away, a lot of that fresh talent coming in, a lot of younger players that have been kind of poached from the smaller teams have been picked up and brought forward, which I think was overdue, if I'm honest. It's fantastic to see. Now, some will be hits, some will be misses, so I think it's just kind of waiting to see how well they fare when it comes to the stages like this, right?
And I think as well, it's good because we've seen, obviously, a lot of criticism of the initial Tier 2 system, but the fact is we are getting a lot of talent, at least thus far. Like, you look at those Ascension teams, the top 2, well, it was one qualified, the other, every single player still made it into the league in some form or another. We've even got some from the Tier 2 coming over from Americas as well, like where we had that previously in KC, so it does seem like we are getting that sort of little bit of extra talent, and that is sort of the risk when you look at Gentlemates. Obviously, they were one of the teams that qualified, but there seemed to be across the league a lot of upgrades to be had, and we've even seen with, like, for example, Giants only, or Giant X, sorry, I forgot about the X.
We're on branding.
But obviously they only made a change of Redguard coming in. They've come up against one of those young teams, actually kind of got banged. It happened again. You've got Foot, who did bring in a youngster, and also CNED, and they had the same thing as well. Like, these sort of young up-and-coming teams from Ascension are proving that, at least on an individual front, they're doing very well.
They certainly are, and speaking of doing very well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, production have a little I guess, reward for the audience who are trying to play so nicely. They give a little wave to the camera, turn around, there they are. Little French team covering this.
That's where we duck down.
Yeah, no, that's right. They don't show us. I've bribed production to not put us on camera.
What does that say?
Wait, it's
Too quick.
I can't read that fast. Yeah. I'm a simple person. But if you are wondering, tech pause. Yep. Well, I guess it's probably number 3 in this game, really. They didn't notice the first one because the game didn't start yet. Does it count?
Okay.
Do you think it counts?
Well, technically, you hadn't. I don't think you'd graced the mic yet.
No,
so
I
I don't think that counts for you.
Okay, but that's like an overall one.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
We got a while until we beat Pacific anyway, so it's like, if we're still there, you'll catch me sleeping under the desk.
Yeah, we're looking towards NA right now, but not quite there. We're good. And of course, it's on the 3 best of 3 day. Anyway, once again, time to go back in, and we come back through into at least a nice round. Yes, it's the bonus for Vitality, but look, it's got a bit of bite to it, right?
Yeah.
It's got the rifles coming out. This isn't going to be just a walkover round by any means. So Gentlemates need to get this one in the bag if they want to start racking up any sort of numbers. Oh my God, the pace of that. Blink and you miss it, but attack right back in. This is a brawl again. They're willing to scrap this out, Tom.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. When you have a lack of one of those sort of extra controllers, you have to kind of go pushing a little bit. You need to take those fights because you've got that extra initiation. Unfortunately, it hasn't really gone great for them. It seems like the patience of Vitality, again, is enough to get them these advantages. And it feels like they're very happy to just go, okay, you're going to do that. We're going to win the battles. And now we'll just slow right back down again.
They've done all that initial hard work, but I guess a good gamble to an extent of pulling all the players towards A. Now they're going to feel better about it, hearing all of this coming their way. Vitality are leaning towards this A side, and look at this potential crossfire here. Logan on the left and on the right, Bayaz. This could be nice. This could be very nice. If Logan's hitting shots like that, needs a bit more. Gets more. Gets them all. Stunning from Logan. A necessity to get across the line in that round because Vitality looked in the driving seat there.
I've missed him in the VCT. Honestly, we had him back years ago playing through like his mixed teams, playing with BDS. Like he was always unreal with the Sheriff as well. If they have a low buy round, watch out for this man. Alliance still have nightmares. Sorry, Mitch, but not really. And just ridiculous stuff from him. A huge gamble taken by Gentlemates, but realistically, it was perfect.
Oh, so well done.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's just incredible work from them. Again, yeah, a little fortunate they had the players in the right place, but hold on, they're straight off to this aggressive start. Look at the tank. Straight away, trying to be commanding, trying to take control of these spaces, force them to have to invest utility to re-clear or potentially do it dry. That's dangerous, and it doesn't work out. Yeah, I thought maybe they'd have to respect this pressure, but it looks like they're doubling down on this again. Paranoia Ascent. They still want to be applying more and more pressure to this Vitality side. No comfort to be found. Safe has got a bit of room to work here, but how far he can take that with utility in the way, who knows?
He's just going to break that trip and fall back. A lot of teams will break that door initially just to put that little layer of doubt in the opposing side, because leaving that closed means that they can have that little lock for them to back around in towards the B site. Trip available on A, but again, slowing back down on the rotation. A cam placed at least for Logan, but they're going to slowly make their way into the site, and I think the only problem will be safe.
But it is safe, right?
True.
Like this guy is a talent unto himself. Now, let's look at the spacing here for Gentlemates. This could be a disaster in the making. Yeah, okay, gonna find one, gives away the position now, but they have to deal with him. So the site is still on a plateau. That kind of swinging roundabout is that Logan's now have to deal with too if he wants to be proactive, but with the Seekers there, he's gonna have to respect this, right? Kick's already buying all the time for the safe plant to come in. There's no room for Logan to work, and Safe is being such a presence in middle, they're taking the longest routes available to hit that rotate.
Yeah, Whalers as well. He literally is all the way through main just to try and get back into middle, and they don't even know where Safe is. In fact, they don't know where the other team have gone as well.
Yeah, and they're getting proactive in the post plant. That's so nasty to try and handle. Look at Logan. Just try to carve out a piece of safety on the map for himself, and there's just not much of it. Whalers looking trying to come through. Logan's timing could be imperative to this, though. Have they lost track of him here? Don't think he's going to be able to have much to say about this one. Yeah, time's gone here, but can he do some damage? Not really. Safe. Essential on the way he approached that as well. Lovely work controlling towards middle, basically putting the fear of God in this side.
Yeah, he's someone when you look at this team, you go, oh, surely he's the duelist, right? Probably second best duelist in EMEA last year, the other being Durka, so you're not really...
fair.
You're probably not going to get above that guy, and he maybe had a slightly better team. So the fact is, now that he switches over to another role, you always question, like, is he still going to have that same level of impact? The answer's normally yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite the exception to watch. Again, even in that round, just having that presence in middle was pretty much the the wrap on the round. Now, the fans trying to pump up Gentlemates here. They're going to need a bit of that here. They've been struggling to get into this so far. Maybe not quite feeling the rhythm yet to it. I like the aggressive starts, but it is leaving them a couple of times at a disadvantage. Now they're going to be suffering monetarily. You can see the tank is one away from the ult, so not a million miles away.
He took the trip back before he got destroyed by the nade, so he could place
Very
it
nice.
back down again. Just the small details. The thing is, you don't really expect anything from them here. They have those couple of weapons, but not much else.
I mean, Whalers could do a little something. I mean, he's causing them problems, right? It may open up an opportunity for Logan. Get proactive. He's one of the 2 players with the rifle, right? Like, this is his chance for it. But does he get timed out here? Does this just kind of fall by the wayside? Safe's going to be coming back around, and it's all about timing, right? And now, again, on the other side of things, can Whalers even hold them back here? They're starting to apply that pressure on the site. They're starting to close the gap. Runner leading the way. The tank's a soft target. He only had the classic. It was Whalers who could have been the back line to it. Didn't get as much as he would have wanted. Only Destrian down. So by all rights, Vitality have done well here. Now, the threat is in the hands of Logan.
Yeah, the question is, does he actually go for this? They have to finance this for the next round. No. Okay, if you get swung by Runner, I think they expected players to be there. You see all 4 just moving in that direction. Sender might go down here.
Sender gun out next time, maybe. That's a rifle recover for Takas. How far does he want to go for this? I mean, Runner's been good for it. I wouldn't want that challenge, and Kicks' angle should be superior. It is. And now Bayers, I mean, there's nothing more to do for him.
Yeah, I think the thing that's worrying me a little bit at the moment from Gentlemates is it's very one-dimensional. Like, you can't play a passive round with this composition. Like, we talk about the other side of things, having that Viper Cypher, you know there's going to be so much delay when they go onto that defensive side that can slow you down, have constant pressure for you to basically get past their utility. Whereas in this case, well, Vitality are just waiting for them to push. They haven't had to do anything crazy just yet because they go, okay, well, they're playing a Yoru, they're playing a race. They have to come to us.
Reading it well. I'm curious when the first timeout's going to hit for Gentlemates, when they decide to kind of pause the brakes a bit. Another go at a gun round here, and they've got a couple of ults to play with, so maybe this is the one they want to kind of run through, see how it goes. But it feels like it might be looming. They're not quite getting their footing down. As you said, it looks a little one-dimensional, very few win conditions, but now a little bit of a switch up. Operators coming out, that's in the hands of Takas. We do have, as said, the ult sitting there too and a buy to play with. So now we look at Vitality. Similar scenes, right? Default across the map, take their time, expect the aggression to come through, and just slow space being taken by Runner.
They have almost completely rotated after the initial start to the round. It's like they're doing a swapsy, moving the Omen back, and then having this aggressive player in the form of Natang go back around. Now bear in mind, he's one of the players with his ult, Showstopper available, and the Dimensional Drift for information if they want to use it. And Vitality, same as ever, they're just playing passive, waiting for that push to come.
It's a lot for Takas to handle. The flash even connecting as well, so knowing where he is, but not obviously who's there. They're drifting away from it again, so the clock will start becoming a factor. Late exploration mission towards the B site as well. 3 of them taking a glimpse, but it is going to be a bit of a burst play. You can already see them kind of crunching towards that B site, but they've got to get a move on. That Spike is still just sitting in middle. The tank with a massive opportunity here. Takes out Runner, and they're starting to lose options. 37 seconds now. Takas readjusting around, and it looks like they're going to try and end on B, but I mean, they're going to be late on this.
30 seconds left.
They don't have a choice. They have to go running into this B site execution. They run straight into the trip. It's so easy for Bayaz.
Oh, this is much better. Starting to get that tempo down, that pacing down. Maybe Safe could have made a difference, but the timing's not there, and he's now up against an army of players. 5 to take down, and barely any time to do anything with it. That is better from Gentlemates, having to adjust that pacing, Tom. They couldn't do that early exploring across the map. And honestly, Vitality timing themselves out this round, it felt like.
Yeah, only using one ultimate as well for that Andaluthia Flawless. It sort of puts you in a spot where you've still got everything available for the next round. The Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, all they really used was the Dimensional Drift for rotations. They got a little bit of information, but they didn't actually have to do too much more. And that was based off patience, so that might be something that they try and continue with. The problem is Vitality have been playing so slow because of the way Gentlemates have been playing. Now they might opt to pick up the pace a little bit.
I think they've heard you, but lovely stall here. Runner going to struggle to try and close that gap. Hit. Oh, I thought that could have connected. It doesn't, so they live to fight another day. You can see Whalers just one south. They're going to give up the site.
Oh,
that's an interesting ult to come through. I guess it does cut off a large portion of that play back in. It really does funnel them in an uncomfortable way to play the retake, but Vitality taking their time here to, really slow and cautiously clearing towards the site, which does open up a chance for a potential pressure point now. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. There's the pressure point, there's the explosion. Now they don't have the plant, and that should be a dead player. Yeah, Sender's gone down, and now they're stalled out with a spike left on the site. Issues are plenty here. Can Vitality re-hit this almost with less to work with? Kicks, the first man to feel brave enough to work forward. It's Runner to find. The tank's gone down, and they're down 2 players here. Logan has to escape, and he gets away. But it's a 2v4. This has worked for Vitality. They've held the numbers somehow, which seems almost obscene. But now the plant goes down on the second time of asking. You've got Whalers and Logan with very little to play with.
Yeah, I feel like they almost have to back out of this. So low on HP, not really any avenue. They can't even try and switch up the angle they're coming from unless they go in around the entirety of the map or try and go through a Viper's pit with no information. I actually think that it's the re-aggression from Vitality I like, because I see them stuck in that pit and I go, okay, you're kind of screwed here. Like, you put a pit down that almost hinders you, because if you leave it, you open up an angle for them to come back in again. Instead, they just aggress through it, and a lot of that comes down to the success of Runner. He's someone that's been really hyped up by community, by his own coach, and by the looks of it, so far he's delivering.
Yeah, certainly a player to watch going forward if he keeps this level of performance up. The value of his kill so far has been exemplary. So already putting real quality work in on the server. 5-2 now. Vitality are firmly with the lead here, kind of, I guess, responding as expected after that previous round with a much pacier piece. You could see the intention here of that kind of re-aggress on the side, denied that plant, but then look at Runner's work. Again, there's a little bit of pressure coming back in, clearing out the tank. You've got everyone just re-clearing through. That's a little unfortunate, but you take them when you get them. But still, very well managed, very well maintained. But does this then mean that Gentlemates have lost that little bit of a grip that they had on those last couple of rounds, or last round prior, I guess?
Yeah, that's the thing. Just the change of pace from Vitality instantly puts them back in a spot where they go, okay, do we have to continuously aggress for information? Because they don't have any, really. It's Cypher. Well, there you go. That was it.
And we're back to this. We're back to that mid-pressure. But that's a lovely little paranoia on top here. But can they make the most of it? Runner's still going to stay alive. It's the tank who's fallen again. He's struggling to make this count. And Vitality are just weathering the storm every single time.
They're so ready. That's the thing. They know they have to do something like this. And each time it's just failed miserably. They are patient in their push. I think Sender gets a little bit lucky to be able to TP out of there, but it's got to be frustrating when a lot of your basis of your comp evolves around aggression and Vitality aren't even breaking a sweat.
No, they are handling it so very competently. And now it's going to be that slow lean back towards B. Yeah, they're going to have the extra body there. Takas is leaning over that way, but again, it's very hard to hold this side. They don't really have the means for it. And Bayers can't work off any part of this, has to respect it, fall deep back towards CT, allow basically the plant to come in. Whalers has to give away position too, and look at the late lurk coming out. Safe, creeping ever closer. He could catch Logan, he could do whatever he wants. His timing could be perfect, and it is. Up in the kill feed, Safe has found Logan, but this is a little bit of damage. But can they break the back line? That's the last safety for Vitality, and it's going to be hard to break here. Whalers already down quite low, doesn't have a great deal to work with as well. And Safe, the big boy on the server, not allowing it to get anywhere near danger. It is nice to have that safe pair of hands there, isn't it, when Safe is still standing.
Every time, safe pair of hands. It has to come up at least once.
I don't want to hear it, Tom. I don't want to hear it.
It's looking fairly dominant as well. Yeah. Like, they've done well to control middle. It's one of the main pushes that you see Gentlemates wanting to go for, but it's also just lack of information. Like, your solo initiator is a breach. There's no way to get info from that. The only info they have is from Cypher, and once that cam is destroyed, there's nothing. And that was one of the rounds they won, was when they ran into that Cypher trip. Other than that, it's been very easy for Vitality to just play these slow rounds, fall onto a site, and it's basically, okay, as Gentlemates, have we guessed correctly or have we guessed wrong? And the only other thing they have is what they're using as a quasi-initiator, which is Takas, who, let's be real, he's getting destroyed.
Yeah. And as we were kind of discussing in the earlier rounds, the option of that timeout was going to have to come in here. Yeah. But the solution isn't going to be easy. Again, the composition is going to limit them to what they can do here, I feel, and I've got to give credit to Vitality, really. They are so prepared for the aggressive leans, these aggressive pressure points they've been trying to lean through. So I'm curious to see how deep the playbook is on this map, specifically for Gentlemates. I don't know how far into the the comfort zone this would sit, but obviously, I mean, they didn't remove the map, so they're willing to leave it out there. But again, I'm very curious to see what they can come up with as a solution going forward after this timeout.
Yeah, I think the obvious choice for Gentlemates is just having that breach. is to set you up. So they need to basically be using that just a little bit better. It was something mentioned on the desk by Lothar, just that's something cool to have within your playbook, but what they have lost is something like a Sova. That's what we're seeing a lot of teams like G2 or T1, they're both running Sova on this map, so you get that bit of extra info.
And, similar scenario, looks like the tank just... Wait,
What?
He went further? That feels almost... And Takas has been rewarded as well. This just seems ridiculous. Does get hand...
Oh,
yeah,
no.
save!
Oh, no.
He's just... That is such a message of don't you dare get aggressive. Who do you think you are to try and do that to us?
You just dry peek my teammates?
Yeah, literally. It's
Sit
just
down.
That's my job. Get out. So again, bringing it back to this almost fair 3v3, but again, the weaponry, you got to lean that a little heavier towards Vitality, as there is still Takas, the Guardian here. What utility? One flash, dog still there for kicks, so that's got some space potential to it. Safe, obviously investing the wall elsewhere, but still could work into this one. Destrian again, a couple of options, but not many. So one bonus though, they do have time. 45 seconds to play with still. Destrian, oh, Ogre, sharp still. And it's down to the two, kicks and safe. The angle, very favorable for Takas, could be a second. Don't underestimate safe. Yeah, you can see Takas instantly on red alert. He does not want to give an option here. An opportunity. 4 HP is all that safe has, and it's not going to be enough. Takas keeps cool, calm, and collected. And they do get across the line. Did the timeout do enough?
I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could give any credit. Like,
tank, go
I don't know if Existence is taking credit for the tank walking up dry and getting a couple of kills, then fair play. He'll take credit for anything. But that was a big round for them, just even for a confidence booster. Because the fact is, last few rounds they have not been able to get anything done whatsoever. I don't think that's something that's going to work. Again, the thing is though, I'm looking at just the build-up on the map. I think they're going to go for this mid play again.
Looks rather likely, doesn't it? And there goes the tank. I mean, willing to just throw his body on the line for it. He's got the early contact, does eventually fall away and doesn't lose his life for it this time. But he's going to force them to have to re-clear, take a couple of seconds, shave it off the board. But beyond that, didn't get the scalp he would have wanted.
They've burnt out a little bit of utility. You've seen a paranoia disappear, but the control is ultimately still there. Now this trip within the smoke might cause them a few issues. It's going to be something expected, or it should.
Yeah.
Just walk straight into it instead. And now, well, at least that little bit of information has gone over to Gentlemates.
The one issue is, though, the Gentlemates pushed on the A side, right? So, fortunately enough, they win the fight out. They have just superior numbers onto the fight against Safe, but top mid's uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable. And it looks like Takas wants to get some control, and Runner backhands him. This is now panic stations. Look at the surround on Whalers. He has to deliver beyond expectation. Good to isolate one, could not quite make it onto the second. So the gateway, the floodgates are open to the B side.
Yeah, again, I think Vitality are doing fantastically well to just work the map, force players into awkward fights, and now Bayers in the tank. A single kill for the tank will give him a showstopper. That's the one way I see them getting back in.
Does he get given that chance? Destrian doesn't need to overdo much here. Oh, that was very close. Destrian on 11 HP. Pop flash and go. Bye-bye in a tank. And now it's all Bayers.
He's got the ult.
Yeah, he's got the ult. There we go. There's the silver lining. But I'm very impressed with Vitality on this map so far. Their mobility, their quick adjustments, their reads on this have been very solid.
Yeah, again, it's a composition that I kind of hope for Gentlemate's sake should work a little bit better on attack. I think Yoru's always very difficult to get those set plays right when you're looking at things defensively, but even still, it's just the way that each time that pressure has come in, either they've fallen back, held their numbers, not given too much away and used a small amount of utility to force them off, but it's then like, okay, they've been challenged in mid, and their response that round was, let's take it away. Let's push all the way up, surround the players in the backline, and it looked like Gentlemates just didn't even fathom that as an idea, as a concept. Even when the trip broke, you could see, like, Takas' response was, okay, maybe it's one player, I'll just go fight them.
Yeah, wasn't one player.
No. And even if it had been, he's still lost the fight.
Still lost. The issue now becomes, though, they're going to be suffering from the money side down on Bulldog and a Sheriff. They've got plenty of ults to play with. It's a shame that Bayers doesn't quite have his.
Who's the Sheriff on, though?
True.
Is it a disadvantage, or is it an advantage?
True. I mean, Logan, show us some magic, would you? I'd love to see a bit of it.
He's had one kill other than that 4K, though.
I don't want to hear that,
That's
Tom.
the only, yeah.
Don't want to hear it. Now, they found a pressure point they want to explore again. Vitality is willing to challenge. Oh, the flash is just outstanding. Look at this. It's masterful, the way they're controlling the map, right?
Out of charges.
Where's that off to?
Yeah,
Come on, that's...
That looks like panicking. Genuinely, it's like, okay, they've taken mid, I need to do something immediately, and it's so controlled by Vitality. Like, something that was mentioned is Sender picking up the role of in-game leader. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I was worried. I wasn't expecting it to be fantastic straight off the bat, but this team is moving like a unit, whether he's the one calling the strat or not.
Well, I mean, this is the welcome to the big leagues, right,
Yeah.
for Gentlemates. This is the rude awakening of, okay, this is what to expect. Now, you don't know where you put Vitality X. They're not at the full strength of the roster. Hold a minute, because Natank has an opportunity. It's 37 HP, and it looks like he's getting checked.
Good stun.
Oh, dearie me. He's just let off the leash. Can he get it? No. Finally bailed out by Sender, but man, he did some damage. Bringing it back to maybe a winnable scenario. 1 HP for Bears is far from ideal, but can they work off the back of him potentially? No. Dealt with, handled, Vitality large and in charge.
Yeah, the stun from Bears was sublime. Caught 2 players, had a couple of pod flashes, but it didn't even seem to matter. That's the thing, they've had these little traps and set plays that they're using off the back of his utility, but the reaction is what's been so impressive. Every time something goes wrong, something just seems to go right straight afterwards for Vitality. They're not panicking at all. They're not struggling against, as I said, a bit of an off-meta comp, even if it's brand new meta.
Sure.
But that will be the hardest time to play against this sort of thing, but they're not breaking a sweat at all. And while they've got one more chance to actually boost what could be a pretty rough map for them.
It could be. Again, this is Vitality's map choice, so don't lose heart just yet, but it's only going to be weighing on the mind. The way Vitality look, though, I do want to give credit, and I think you're right that Sender looking very in control. This team playing very much as a 5, but let's see if the Mayhem can really start. Takas wants to see a whole lot of everything, and Runner didn't make much of it either, but Takas does need to make his mind up as to what the plan is pretty soon here. Looking for the support system to be in place. Does get out with his life for about 3 seconds, and then that's it.
Yeah, that was an ult. He got a little bit of information, but then ended up going down to it. And again, oh dear.
Excuse me? Okay, fair enough, Natank. Give us a little more, though. We need more from you. Asking a lot from the man, but he can deliver. We know it. Whaler's by his side as well. Finally, Gentlemates with a new lease of life. Sender and safe, though. Still a chance, and it's taken away. A small tip of the scales. Tiny, barely.
That's
They've
what it
given
took.
themselves
A judge. Just a judge blast back over the top to kill someone at the back of sight. Like, why didn't they think of that before?
Got you. That should have been the plan from the offset.
Switching
But
sides.
yeah, I think let's kind of sit here and almost review, right? Let's kind of look back on this first half. I think the composition for Gentlemates didn't love it on this side, but I guess it's not really made for that side anyway. So we'll see how it looks going forward. But I've got to give credit to Vitality with how well they weathered every single storm front that came through from Gentlemates.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think the rounds that we saw were blips on the radar. Okay, a triple kill from the tank, blast packing over the site. A 4K from Logan when they were a man down and he just took the round into control. Like, that has been what has lost them rounds, and what has won rounds for Vitality is them being controlled, calm, collected, and making their decisions just proactively throughout the game. So I'm impressed. Now I get to see their defense, and as I said, this is kind of the meta comp for a reason. They have a lot of ability to delay.
Deep breaths now. The Gentlemates got to be working early here, if I'm honest. Vitality, as you said, they have the meta pick for a very good reason. The tank always happy to put himself on the line here. Oh my word! Oh, what is that? The tank so clean with it. Does go down, but gives him so much, and Takas' timing couldn't have been better. Come on now! They're just putting on a show. Just sandbagging on the first to get us worried, and then they bring that out? Okay, safe now. All right, 1v4. Let's go, Magic Man. Pull something out of the hat. I don't think even he can do this one, and he is normally good for it, but bloody hell. What a ridiculous round.
It's like a fadeaway. Like, it's literally like, it wasn't even attempting it.
Clean.
I think
not clean enough.
Yeah, not quite clean. 20 HP.
This one, all but wraps for poor old Safe, but I want to watch that replay every day. I want to see both those. Like, seeing it once with the tank, I was like, oh, wow, that's impressive. Like, oh, he's done it again. Oh, we go, run it back one time
It's
for us.
like a no look. Like,
Yeah,
he
literally.
literally was just like, yeah, I'm reloading. Or am I? I don't even know what it was. It was such. The thing is, I think he still had plenty of bullets left in the clip as well. He had 9 bullets and then reloaded. and use one. Like, it just it's completely unnecessary.
They're getting pumped up as well. Good for a team like this. I think they need that confidence, a bit that almost, being boisterous, kind of getting in their faces. And it works with the comp.
That's the thing, that's where the pressure comes from, really, from Gentlemates. They, by far, have had the biggest fan base here.
Absolutely.
The loudest is, it's not even in question. So it gives them a boost, but it's also pressure.
Yeah. We'll see if they can keep it up, though. That's the first step, and obviously in quite some fashion. But they still need to keep going in this one. We always talk about this round, they've got to keep it clean. We said it in the first half. I'll say it here again for now, Gentlemates. If you want to see 5 alive, they've gone for a whole lot of rifles.
Yeah.
One of those drops gets into the right hands, danger. Now, luckily for them, they've kind of gambled and got it right. You know what I mean? It's a 5-play stack for Vitality over towards B. They put all of the eggs in one basket, and that's fine. I mean, in a round like this, you're not expected to win with just classics if you play it out normally, so why not try something? But now they're going to be hearing this and kind of thinking, well, wrong place. Oh well.
Yeah, this was an investment of nothing as well. Like, the only thing they bought is utility, which obviously they carry on into the next round. So I'm going to make the assumption that Vitality are going to die to the spike. That's the plan. It's not to even take any fights or go for any orbs. None of their players are even remotely close to getting anything anyway, and they don't want to give it up to someone like the Tank or Takas, who's only 3 away, so they are literally going to shift walk into the spike.
Wonder if anyone's going to stick around and try and mop some of this up. I mean, Takas could. Wouldn't see why not.
I think they swapped the gun over as well. He gave his gun up to Logan so that they can make sure that gets saved and he can maybe get some orbs.
Yeah, I like this. You can get much for it. It is him on an island. He's purely trying to farm for that ult. Oh, the flash is so heads up. Does still get one actually, but Vitality will, I believe, get their wish. Yes, they do. Down to the spike. So get to kind of wipe that away somewhat cleanly. But again, for Gentlemates, they'll be happy enough, right? That's a clean round 2 coming in. Building up a little bit towards Takas too. That's a lovely little silver lining. On the other side, Vitality just had to kind of accept fate in that one.
Yeah, and this is a map as well where it's relatively easy to challenge for the orbs. So your opponents on the defensive side are going to have to basically, are they going to aggressively push B main? Are they going to aggressively push A main? So for him to be 1 away, that should be his ult, unless, maybe 2 players or Safe was to fight you for it.
Well, right place, right time, isn't he? Let's see. The battle oh, very close. Having to commit a little bit of utility early on just to gain that B main control. Again, looking for patience here. And paying off on this map, see if they can catch any of that early aggression or fact-finding across the map. It was a bit of a fake teleport. 3-play stack towards A early for Vitality, but already dismantling that and bringing it back to more of a standard. Going through on middle, gonna spot Takas, runner. Hoping a bullet might connect through, but not to be. And defaulting back, it looks like, towards that B side.
Yeah, one thing worth mentioning as well, that for most of the players in this game, they don't have much on the line other than maybe the French battle looking to go through. For the Tank, maybe a little bit of revenge. He got dropped by this team, had to go through the tier 2, look to make his way back. He has been fragging so far, and I believe he does not want to lose to this Vitality squad.
No, but in this round, already seeing the issue here. Oh, the ult's come through, so that's going to be working its way forward. That's safe spotted. Did they get to...
He put a stun on him.
Did they note runner? I think they did. Okay, so they've seen quite a bit here. There is still the player by Pillar. There's going to be a problem, but Takas actually commits. Stunning work from Takas. Exceptional on the pressure. Destrian, the only one still on this side. Does he get an opportunity? Yes. Takes down one. And the... Oh! Destrian! With the triple! And now things aren't going as planned. Whalers and Takas are going to be sweating. They're panicking, they're worried. Yeah, it's 1 HP, but look, heals coming in. Gives away Kicks' position, but that's fine. They've got a big opportunity here. Sender's still got plenty of kit. Kicks has a flash. There's so much to be played with, Tom.
Last players just looking to hold on, make it just 1. Takas, he kicked it off, but now to try and do everything. The spam isn't there, though.
Destrian.
He's been insane.
That's hero level work coming out. Individually saving that, because you think who they lost. Safe went down, runner went down. It was looking like B was on a platter, ready for the taking, everything looking good. But then Destrian controlled it perfectly. Look at this. You thought round surely done, right? Takas has done it.
The thing I really love about this is every single time he makes one of these plays, Bears is just sat in the back line like some little gremlin with his stun, just like, I've got you, buddy. It happens each time. You look at him go for an aggressive play, that stun comes through the wall. One player can't do anything. The other is having to fight. He did the same thing with a flash in this round, straight through the wall, and it's perfect.
You've got to say as well, that's a tilter of a round for Gentlemates. You're going to be frustrated with that one, because that one looked good, right? That was the investment of the early ult that you've just been managed to be able to collect. It could get frustrating for them on that factor, so I'm curious to see if that weighs on their mind. Do they get maybe a little annoyed by that one? Two players noted for Destrian. Can't over-respond too early, though. And Takas, I mean, very close to having the ult again.
Fake teleport. They're just farming it. They know how much space and value he can bring with that ultimate. In the meantime, we're seeing a little bit of a re-aggress. I like the way they're using the screen. It is basically just to deny that information of where these players are in terms of this mid-fight. And even if you smoke it, Safe can sort of section them off, so they have to look for a play through.
This time they're going straight up middle, though. But you can already see the response. I mean, you've got two players very ready. I say very ready. Takas, quicker to it than Kicks. And now they just fold. They flood towards the A side, leaving Whalers the one to try and hold them back on the rotate. Did well enough for one, but you can see Sender's the one. Oh, he did completely blindsided. Yep. Didn't expect the tank to be there in that timing, potentially. But still, the information, yes, free-flowing, but you've got two players on the other side trying to dissuade this.
30 seconds left.
I would just say, you know, not necessarily raps, but a tough one. But Destrian just went nuclear, and it's safe. So I'll always give it some credit. Oh, he's going to be annoyed with that. Yeah, that one's going to kind of almost tilt you out of it. Make you fall away. Both positions now noted for Vitality. And, well, their options just shut.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of cash in the bank as well, so it is probably worth just holding on to these rifles to potentially get a buy into the next round. But the same sort of plaudits we gave over to Vitality in the first half, I've got to give it in the second half. Like, I love the fact that this is something Gentlemates did in their Ascension run as well. Moving as a unit, very good synergy in terms of the tank, and obviously Takas, as that sort of double duelist. When they used to run it, they run it on split as well. They play in perfect harmony. It's like they've been playing for years together, and just the movement there to almost, okay, the tank's this massive distraction, and Takas is popping your head.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, they course corrected, right, which almost kind of wipes away the issues of maybe losing that frustrating 15th round. This is instantly back on track, quite clean as well. I think it was 4 alive at the end, so they'll be happy enough with that. You can't really complain. Otherwise, Takas back on the ult already. That is almost instantaneous. That is crazy to me. He's instantly got that into hand. And you're going to start seeing a little bit of those issues occurring for Vitality. And this does test, do they have that wherewithal as well? They're up on 9, so they are leading. It's not a problem just yet, but this is a tougher start. And a new look, again, kind of cutting it in a new way this round.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of their delay, you'd look at like snake bites or trips or all of these annoying abilities, don't really work when you've got the Yoro ult. And he can just cause problems. They're doing the same again. Exactly the same play. And this time the tank's the one to just take the fight on his own.
It works. Safe is still on that A site, but I guess last time you could say Sender was. But look at the buy. It's rough. Yeah, runner's gone down. It does look like it, right? You like blink and you're like, wait, hold on, did I just miss this? But no, you're absolutely on the money. So once again, your heavy hitters for this round are Safe and Destrian. Rifle now noted, they'll know where at least Destrian. Oh, awkward. There we go, all good, no harm, no foul. Sender looking to try and maybe make something of this. Having to work together through here. It's scrappy, it's so messy. And Destrian couldn't quite get around the corner, and Takas takes away his chances. Trying to get right back to the he's already got Sat in his pocket, but is Safe left alive, and not for long. Gentlemates closing the gap here, Tom. They are right on the cusp now.
I wonder if they've spotted a weakness in Kicks at that backside, because the way he's starting a lot of these rounds is to put a flash out A. If there's nothing there, he falls back to try and cover over middle. It not only leaves him a little bit away from some of the angles you'd want to be fighting, but they've now just blast packed over that same corner because they're going, okay, he's standing here every single round because he can pop flashes into mid. He can get that small bit of info that was actually missing for Gentlemates on the other side. We go, okay, if I know he's standing there, I reckon I can kill him. I'm going to keep pushing him every single round.
Well, it's kind of stirred the embers enough that Vitality have pumped the brakes, right? Sal is on the phone. He wants to have a chat with the boys because he's not liking what he's seeing. Now, again, if you're talking about great coaches, yeah, Existence, the name is legendary, obviously, but Sal he's worth his weight in gold as well to these players and this sort of team. And now he's got to try and keep them in line, right? Give them options. Maybe know what we've seen, that pressure point that's being pressed time and time again by Gentlemates. Now again, though, on the other side, in my mind, I look at the versatility for Gentlemates too. What do they then bring back in? Because obviously both coaches have a chance to have a chat.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. I think if you're talking about coaches we have within the scene, these are two of the most prep-heavy coaches we have. And it's not even comparable. Like, Existence was doing this as a player, now moves into that role, and we've seen the sheets of paper. But Salah, I know even with the roster last year, I don't think he slept. I think he just stays up all night coming up with different counters and different ideas. He's even trying to get in the minds of people like Angel. Imagine trying to do that. Angel's just like, bro, what are you doing? He'll walk up to people at events and go, let's do the beta right now. And I've seen a lot of people go, what are you on about, mate?
I mean, looking at the current reigning champions in Valorant itself, it has been the year of the coach, right?
Yep.
Like, you get a good coach behind you, you can see what can happen, but...
Wait, you're a Potter fan?
Could you guess? Right off the rip, Taka's going to pop the ult. Now, we have to look to see if we can identify, note the adjustments, the changes. This is all, again, a bit of a ruse. Takas is here, there, and everywhere. He is just applying pressure throughout the map, but keep your eye on the spike. Keep your mind on where it's going, because Takas is just taking the toll.
I don't know where he's going.
Yeah, I was like, I swear he was on A.
He's just made sound through their cages. Like, you've seen 3 players move to the B side because he's just gone sprinting around. The thing is, he's made space for Bayers to just walk up A. He's gone, this is all clear. I'm going on the other side so I can check where these players currently are. It's got to be so confusing for Vitality.
Now, great timing on the check on the dog, though. That's going to be valuable information to note that that player had crept up, but they are right at the door. The tank is very close by, and he's on towards the site. Safe can't be isolated. He's got to be careful. Gets away, still breathing and still standing. But he's cornered. He's pinned. This is an opportunity for a plant here. And it should be a 5v5 post plant.
That's the showstopper online as well for the tank.
Oh.
So much delay potential with that ultimate, but also we've seen how much damage he can do.
His head down, runner's got... He's not got the foggiest. Oh dear, Takas can do so much damage. And it is him to take it away, actually, from the showstopper, if anything. Probably could have waited it out, but still, pulled the trigger and got the job done. Down to 3 now. Kicks just... Oh god, Kicks just swung in, hoping for the best. And Gentlemate's having none of it.
I'm loving what they're doing with this Euro on the attack side. Even if it's just purely for distraction purposes, they're able to get little pockets of the map and then just hold on to them. And it's up to Vitality to go, okay, we have to now check this, we have to now check this, we have to now... And they're using all their utility, so when it comes down to a retake, you might be realizing, oh, they actually don't have that much left because they've had to use it throughout the round to try and get anything. And then it comes down to individual fights, and there's no slouches on the Gentlemate side. They will happily take these fights. They're pressuring Safe out of the site within a few seconds, and we've been hyping him up all game.
Yeah. And we go back in and you look at the financial impact now. Vitality down on Sheriffs, I think Frenzies. They have a couple of ults, yeah, but I mean, is this a round you really want to be using it? But this could be the lead then for Gentlemates, right? This is the tilt round that takes it back into their hands, but Runner getting a little bit closer near here. He's pushed up middle. Takas doing a similar thing on the other side, right? Barely divided. TP.
Teleport stopped.
Sender just found Takas. Okay.
Did he try and take... He must have tried to take his TP. Yeah, that is a little bit unlucky that there were 3 players back towards that spawn area, but a bit of a bold TP to try and take.
Yeah, and that's a rifle. And that's a corner not checked. Luckily, Bayaz is snappy with it, because that really could have been a problem. Not the pressing issue for now, down to a 4v4. Can Kicks make anything of this, though? That rifle in hand could cause a problem. They're starting to get a little bit stuck here. Seeker's even coming through. You know, identify still players in middle splitting through towards that B side, so that should be safe now on the rotate instantly. Logan, though, taking control of Destrian down. Yeah, not a chance in hell. The tank, nasty positioning here. Yeah, beautiful from the tank. Stunning work from him as Safe. I mean, wait, you're pretty far out from this now. If you could do any damage, brilliant, but very unlikely.
Yeah, I think if Launders was in Valorant, he would be the biggest tank fan. Just his movement, the way he's just sort of bunny hopping up these little corners. The opponent had no idea, even though he basically full sprinted up there. Just got the timing spot on, so nobody could make that rotation. And again, Gentlemate's doing fantastically well. Nice work from Safe, always good for one.
Yeah, you feel like you can't doubt he's going to do a little bit of something, but I think you're right, though. It's when you're watching a tank play, it is pretty Valorant, right? Like, he makes it look good, which is a strange thing to say, but there are a couple of players who very much have this kind of aesthetic to the way they approach it, but there it is. Lead now in Gentlemates' hands, tipping this away from what looked like a Vitality performance. That first half feels like a lifetime ago now.
Yeah, and one defensive round, and all we can talk about is it was the mistake. It was Destrian cleaning up on that defensive side, and then other than that, they haven't really got close in any of the rounds. It's just been super clean from this double duelist. And that's the thing, Takas had a real quiet start to this game, and he's been taking some serious risks. He's still positive. He's still at the top of the board with the tank.
Yeah, and you kind of think about how that mentally must have worked for them, taking these very aggressive fights. They were, more often than not really winning out in that first half, getting kind of pushed around. They've come back in almost kind of incentivized a little here, but this is a big round. Rifles on deck, and away we go. Okay, Sender got it, so it doesn't really matter. No harm now, foul. But speaking of harm, it's Takas again. He gets handled by Sender. Not allowed that freedom this time. Denied all that pressure. But look at the rotations that they pulled. That's 3 players on B, and identified a large amount of them. Logan trying to keep their attention here. Well, look at the spike. It's going walkabouts. It would be safe potentially to find them.
So much space into middle. Sender has an eye on it, but he's a little bit low. They've spotted him out, has to fall back. Now the wraparound from Kicks, he's always the man to try and catch them in this position, but it's all about timing.
It's imperative that he doesn't fumble the timing on this as well, because it's a very different scenario. Safe is playing to the time, right? He's just doing around the world. He doesn't need to overly risk too much. He knows they're probably going to come this way, but he has to play safe. His life is paramount right now. Still curious if they were taking the long route. They're not. We can see where they are. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Smoke going up, just to that left side of top middle. Beaz on the hunt. He wants to find safe first. That's their plan. That's the goal! And he's actually got it. Okay, now there's a plant, and now it's a 2v3, far more feasible. You've still got Paranoia, you've still got a lot of kit for Beaz too. You've got a lot to play with here, but you can see them getting it a little bit ahead of the curve, right? They want to challenge on this CT side. They want to find an individual, and they almost had him. Kicks has to be careful. This guy cannot drop the ball here.
Oh, it was a little bit of an over wide peak, but I like this from Vitality. They're grouping up.
This is better, but Wayler's angle isn't bad. Nice double swing, lovely. Vitality keeping composure there. I got a little nervous when they were starting to jump spot a little early, almost costing Kicks his life, but no, really well handled as the 3 at the end.
Yeah, I think this is where you see the risk and reward of what Gentlemates are doing. Like, that initial jump through from Natank was insane. Like, this is insane what he's doing there, but it's basically just to make space for Takas. And I think if Takas wins that duel versus Sender, this round just spins completely out of control. So it's a gamble, but this time Vitality managed to weather the storm. The problem is, Lauren, they've only done that once, and I said it was off a Destrian 4K. It has to build into something here, because again, the attack sides of both teams have looked dominant.
Yeah, I am seeing a timeout. I'm kind of curious who called it. Maybe Gentlemates, just to make sure that they don't... Yeah, okay.
You lost one round, I have questions.
But Existence may be kind of going through what they can look at other than this, right? Like, maybe they felt that they've been not necessarily countered, but that kind of Takas and the tank combination hitting towards that, the site itself was just like starting to be read a little bit, maybe reading into what the adjustments from Vitality are after their last timeout. Why not come back in? You've got a timeout, use it, right? Don't drop the ball on this one. It is mostly Existence having a chat there, so it does seem as though he will be checking in with the boys at this point. And for Vitality, again, I look at repeatable success. Can they continue to control that B site, and kind of complement it with the market pressure as well? Because as we know, Takas loves to run through there, use that as his kind of stomping grounds. Is this something they have to be worried about, or is that was just a blip on the radar? It's hard to tell.
But that's the thing as well. The last few rounds, they've started to gamble stack into mid and B, because they've just left Safe alone. And I wonder if there's going to be a switch up, because I'm looking at the map right now, and Safe's looking to start over onto the B site alongside Destrian. So I think they've now gamble stacked on the other site, assuming that there's going to be a risk taken there from Gentlemates instead.
This could be monumental, though, for Vitality B here. They're going to feel like they're in the hedge. Oh, the Paranoia, the timing. Yeah, brilliant for Kicks. Gets to work off the back of that Paranoia sent out so perfectly. This is exactly what they would have dreamed of as a beginning.
Perfect. Like, literally countered exactly what was being expected. Still have really deep control into B main as well, with all of the Cypher utility able to hold down mid in case there's re-aggression. And because that's been something that's so commonly fallen back on by Gentlemates, they now have 2 players waiting for somebody to push top mid.
Shadows traveling.
This has kind of scrambled the plans a little of Gentlemates, losing out on Takas, who is normally that kind of 1-2 punch for them.
Yeah.
Still have Bears' ult, though, so there is a lot here to play with if they feel like they can maybe bring that into effect. But again, you got to give credit to Salah in these sort of situations as well, that, maybe he equipped them with that positioning, with that hold. It worked out.
Right as well. They gambled that they would try and go back to this mid play because it's been successful in the past. This time Kicks wins the duel though.
He doesn't need to overextend on this one, he just needs to play his life. Again, he got one that's good. He can back away and play somewhat safely. They're not finding the same success through top mid now. It's already been adjusted. That little pressure point has been handled. Now the other side of the factor is, though, they've respected this far enough. Look how deep Vitality is sitting here. They are deep towards CT. They're not playing actively towards the sites. This will give up an opportunity for Gentlemates to get a plant in. But again, it will be a 3v5 post-plant at best. So let's see if Bears can hold back what is going to be a flood coming his way. He's the one with all the kit, all the utility, and he's gone down. They've got a plant, but they've lost the player, and now a 2v5 is near on a mountain to climb. Logan, yeah, this man is good, but he's not that good. Sender puts him to bed as Whalers now. Yeah, not going to happen. So there we have it. Vitality allow Gentlemates a glimpse of what it's like to lead in these matchups and take it right back away.
I'll be honest, this round in particular looked like one of the pages of Existence's little sheet just fell into Salah's hands.
Yes.
Because that was,
yes.
Okay, we're going to stack early onto A. That's where they haven't pressured. Perfect paranoia, force them back. When we force them back, where have they gone? Middle, we'll place 2 players at the top of middle. Okay, they've got an ultimate that can force us into awkward positions on site. We'll play no one on site, and we'll pincer him from behind. Like, that was perfection from Vitality.
You're doing a great job, guys. Keep it calm out there. Good fight on A. Good fight.
Look at that one, nice guy.
Yeah. Why aren't my ranked teammates like that?
Huh.
Just like, stupid British noob. That's what I hear
I mean,
a lot.
it's a fair assessment for all of us, really.
But Brits are never toxic, so I don't know what their problem is.
But as it stands, Gentlemates are starting to hit that brick wall, right? That late round point that they like to pressure towards top middle has been dealt with. So credit to Kicks on that, because he was the one just on the receiving end of it a great deal. I like this early round adjustment, but let's see what Gentlemates still have up the sleeve, right? They still got to have something in mind that they can run here. Or at least you hope so. Late exploration back towards the A side of things, but leaving quite a large pack of players over towards B, so see what they can discover here. 2 players called to attention towards top mid as well. You can see how much Vitality are paying respect to the amount of pressure that was coming through middle. Takas will be revealed somewhat. Looks to kind of dismantle that and fall back towards mid now a little later.
Well, they've gone for the same gamble again, this time on the B site. They're just going to shut him out. Yeah. Force him into the angles they want. As said, they've been doubling up in towards this mid position, and he doesn't have a whole lot of places to go. There's the stun again, and the shorty out. It's beautiful, but it's only the one.
But it's Natank who found space as well, so it's not just one. They're able to just build on that in the slightest way, but they've still got to keep safe from the other side. Look at this crunch point coming back in. Runner could catch it, he does. Great punish on Logan, who couldn't make it out in time. He had to get that spike down. So there's still chance here, still opportunity, but Bayaz has that ult. Now, really huge work from the tank there, and he's just going to put life on the line, make the most of it. Nice work from Runner to get out of there. Oh, Runner. Oh, Runner. Oh, the paranoia. What is going on here? Both sides desperate to try and play in their players, and they have made it past the ult now. Bayaz burning it early, forcing Whalers into the fight, and they luckily do find one, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Runner on the money this time. Bayaz got to play the clock, and he's gone down. Runner has done absolute wonders in this one. Brilliant work from him. And Gentlemates are going to be kicking themselves for that.
I think this is the second time where we've seen a scenario where I think Gentlemates played things excellently, and an individual on the side of Vitality has just smoked them. Because it wasn't like they really did anything wrong. The initial setup, again, beautiful off the back of the stun combination with Yoru is something I really enjoy from them so far. Something Lothar mentioned on the desk that could be fantastic and has been. And then the space that Natank's not sitting there. While everything is going on, he goes, okay, that's a gap for me. And then Runner killed everyone.
Yeah. It was actually beautiful to watch. I genuinely think, that's when your stomach starts to sink, right? Like, wait, I use my early. Speaking of ults, early, either side, one connects, and that time it's the tank taking out Runner. So the man who just got the ace gets to sit out this round, take a break, relax for a moment. But early beginnings, and look at the time they've managed to pull off that first blood.
Really early stuff. And again, they expect a fallback into mid. 3 players from Vitality are actually going to go pushing this time around. Now, they've spotted the Tiger going down mid, but will Takas catch the rest?
I know exactly where you are.
Oh, they will now.
Well, that's unlucky, isn't it? Yeah, they're scrambling away like, guys, we weren't doing anything weird, don't worry about it. We're just rotating, don't look our way. Kicks maybe trying to creep a little closer. Logan's on the other side here. It does get played, well, you can see the trade out, but again, it's going to be Sender on the side. He's got a bit of damage, but again, just down to Bayaz. 1v2, not a pretty situation, no plant on his side. And still Destrian just trying to pull the attention, pull the eyes! And just draws blood. It is going to be Vitality who stem the bleed after what was a brilliant half from Gentlemates in the end.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the first times throughout this tournament so far I've seen a really high impact pause. Second we see the pause come through, Vitality, they get a little bit of a chance to talk to the man himself in the backlines. They don't lose a round since.
And call it what it is, to do that against someone who has existence at the helm, that is highly impressive for Salah. So that's map 1 done in the books. Join us back for map 2.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
am so excited because I have been invited into the box of the Gentle Mates. We've got Gataga, we've got Squeezy, and we have Brooks as well. You must still be catching your breath after that map because I was watching the three of you commentating and the boys nearly made a comeback. How was it watching the action so close to this stage?
So the game was really, really close. Some little details went in their favor, but I felt like my players had to warm a little bit more, to come really to come hot in the game, and the more the game was going, the more we were really hot, and it's just one map, so I feel really confident for the next one, but everything's fine, everything's great.
And do you take much notice of how the guys are practicing between games? Do you ever get to see behind the scenes?
If what practice you?
So before even, say, today's match, did you check in with the team?
Sure. I'm always with the player, so basically, like, I came to Berlin really early to stay with them, to make them feel really confident, really on top of their performance. So, I watched their practice. I watched them practicing. They've been practicing for so many months right now. They felt ready, and I'm happy the way that they've been practicing for all those months.
But you have been watching, and you know you want your team to do well. Have you got any advice for them going into their map pick next?
For my team, no, I don't have really advice. Like I say, they've been working for a really long time. They know what to do. They just need to be confident, to trust them, communicate well, and everything will be fine. You know, practice makes you perfect, and they practice a lot, so they may be perfect. So we'll see on the next map.
And what's it like having so many of the mates here to support the team?
Come on, they're incredible. They're incredible.
Vous êtes incroyable!
They're incredible. They're giving us so much energy. They make the players being so confident, and they're rooting for us. Even though we are losing or winning, they're always rooting for us. So I want to say thank you to them. Some of them travel for a long time, 12 hours by car. So they're really exceptional. They're incredible, and the only thing I can say to them is thank you. They're incredible. Nothing much to say. I love them.
Well, right now, we are also streaming on Squeezy's Twitch channel. So if you actually want to see the guys in action and listen to some French commentary, you can do on Squeezy's channel.
Exactly.
Squeezy, can I ask you a question?
Oh my God. Yes, you can.
It's okay. Okay, I'll try some.
Oh, I stay here?
I try some French. Yeah, you can stay here. It's okay.
First second, cringe.
The camera can move. You're okay. Okay, so, pouvez-vous gagner ces jeux?
Oui.
Oui?
Mais on peut gagner ou pas là? Est-ce qu'on va gagner là? Et voilà, si on perd, il y a des sacrés clips à faire.
Qu'est-ce que c'est la différence contre le Vitality et Gentlemates fans? Is that right between like the...
So do you know the story that they actually created Vitality many years ago? So
I have heard this story.
Yeah.
Did you sell them for lots of money and then decide to make a new team?
Yeah, exactly. No, but we created Vitality with Gataga and Neo, and we decided to leave to do our own thing, and it's just like playing or flirting with my ex right now.
Yeah, do you kind of miss the bees?
If I miss them?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I'm really proud of what we did with Vitality, and the way Vitality goes. One of the best organizations in France. So I'm really proud. But I just want to smash them really hard. And that's what we're gonna do next map and the other map. Let's get it, baby.
Let's get it. Can Gentlemates be as big as Vitality though? Because they have taken over the world.
Vitality? Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Gentlemates here right now, and we're gonna take over the world.
It's a way of life. It's a way of life. I love this. Squeezy has just alerted me to the fact that I've been told to wrap up this segment and throw it back
Sorry,
to
I
the
tried to
analyst
help you.
desk.
It's not easy
Squeezy.
for you. There is so many informations they try to give you, and we are like so happy to be there. So many information for you. Sorry.
Tu as mon travail maintenant. Alors, look at the camera and throw to the analyst desk in French.
Try to say what?
Say like, nous retournons à vous guys. I can't. Just say we're returning to the analyst desk.
J'ai pas compris.
Oh, wow. What an honor to be on the receiving end of that toss. But definitely some strong words coming out of that. A lot of their fans here to steal. It was close, though. It could have gone either way. Maybe a couple of mistakes they ironed out.
Yeah, and we could see why they have so many fans. I was about to say friends. They're all mates, right?
That's actually funny. Fair enough. Yeah.
But we saw it was really close, right? We saw in the first half the pistol round went down all the way to a 1 versus 1. You know, if that round goes a little bit different, could we see, for example, Gentlemates taking that map?
Yeah,
it's
never
possible.
know.
And then there was also a round that happened. They went really aggressive into B main. They got a 2-man advantage. It was in a 5 versus 3, and then they did a really lapse of judgment repush, and that came down to a 3 versus 3, and then they ended up losing that round. You know, these are the smallest margins, and when a game gets so close, once it's in like a 13-10 territory, that's when it's like, you know what? Any of these small moments, had they gone the different direction, we would be talking about, you know, a different result.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing about Gentlemates is that they are very mentally resilient. They're not going to be able to have that in the back of their mind. It's very much like a GG go next mentality, it seems. But coming on to Lotus, I know it's been a hot minute and the map is new, but Gentlemates, they did like leaning towards the Phoenix. Tell me why you think that could be a good or a bad idea here.
Well, the Phoenix on Lotus could have been good back in the day when there were the 3 orbs to pick up, and you could usually start and do your like CBA thing, where you start with the C control, get that orb, go over to B, get that orb, maybe break down, you know, whether it was Killjoy or Chambers, Sentinel utility towards that area, and then you make your way over to A, and then maybe you also get the spike planted. So in the round, you could collect up a lot of orbs, and with only 6 ulti orbs to get the Phoenix ulti, it was good to be able to spam that and always have some dude running in first that could just come back to life. But with the change being at front B, you don't really have that luxury anymore. So maybe we probably don't see it. It was a long time ago. The meta's changed a little bit. We are seeing more Gecko, less Sky. The Gecko getting the reclear info on C from Waterfall area is really strong on defense specifically. We might see Gecko and Sky. So it's going to be interesting to see what direction they move in, but until we start seeing what they're locking in, it's all kind of just like up in the air, and we're just, you know.
I mean, a personal preference, right? Would you think it would be a bad idea for them to stick to that Phoenix?
I don't know if it's the best. We've seen a lot of value from Neon. We've seen a lot of these 50-50 areas being opened up, so the stun value is there, fast rotation value is there, having that extra wall is there. I don't know if it's there over Neon, over Yoru, over Raze, even over Jet at this point. I just don't see it there.
Well, let's see if we are going to get that Phoenix.
There you go.
And
Well,
with the breach, they love this Phoenix breach stuff.
Yeah, well, we got the double duelist. We got the Raze and Phoenix. We have the single controller and the Sentinel. So when they're starting on attack here, obviously it's going to be a little bit easier to control the pace of things when you're on attack, when you have the double duelist and the breach. But when you have a composition that's like this, where you don't have the double controller to deny info, to be able to kind of keep the round being a little bit more fluid, to be able to set up these fakes and double fakes and being able to move around the map, you have to do more straight up hits, straight up executes, and straight up gunfights. And that's what we're going to see from these guys on the attack. So on the flip side of it, we're going to have to see the defenders really just being ready for that.
Yeah, and safe on the Omen as well. I can't wait to see how this is going to pan out. Once again, over to the casters for map 2, Pansy and Combis.
Thank you so much, and indeed, a little bit of a question mark here in my mind, Tom, is how good does this look? I love the way we basically had Steel going, don't love this option, don't like this, don't like that, but it could work maybe, I guess, but it just doesn't work these days. I love that idea, and then we get to see it in practice.
Yeah, I think I said to you just before we went live, if there's anyone else in the world playing Phoenix, I'm not happy. Natank, I can somewhat get behind it.
Yeah.
He somehow seems to make a lot of these niche agents work, and well, straight in with the initial fight.
And dead.
Yeah.
Look.
Next
To be fair, look at what Vitality are doing. They are running, there is pressure across the map. This is obscene. They just want to get a stranglehold around on this. They've left the A site completely open. They're like, no, we're just going to brawl out C. We're going to pressure on B. We'll just play for retakes if we have to.
The thing is as well, it still needs to be checked. Gentlemate's just having a little bit of time to just try and clear some of these positions, but it is a death ball being built up by Vitality. They have the advantage already, so let's just go as a unit.
One of the 3 players standing for Gentlemates, now make it 2, would have had to have gone nuclear.
Yeah.
There is just, as you said, a death squad rolling around this map. Yeah, Bears can buy a bit of time, but time is not really the biggest factor. It's the numbers, the sheer amount of bodies on the Vitality side. And again, Whaler's trying to play his life. Good opportunity to get to the third. Just slips through his fingers. Not going to get that. And Vitality, it was from the start of the round, Tom. They are sending a message.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because, again, they're up against a comp that a lot of the time you are going to need to go for these fairly aggressive pushes as you don't really have that information on that Gentlemate side. Again, like you have to even bear in mind, last map they actually had themselves the Cypher, so they had a little bit. Now they don't even have that, they've got the Killjoy, so it is basically just going to be down to Natank to run in and take these fights head on. They've actually forced into this one as well, at least once we get back into the game.
Yeah.
I'm also looking at Whalers going for an attack side Judge, which I can only make the assumption they're going B, because if they go anywhere else, he's lost his mind.
I did this whole composition, this whole start has already got me somewhat reeling, but we'll see if there's some method to the madness, right? Like, show me what you're planning here, because the tank is in on the site. Takas was just melted. His HP was so low then. Logan, I mean, we noted the Sheriff earlier, but again, these are all favorable engagements still for Vitality. Sender's got to be a bit more careful. He doesn't want to put his life on the line, but they've noted pretty much everything. Even if they try and lean back, hey, look at this position from Destrian. Oh, that was sloppy. That was sloppy. The tank happy on the drive-by, and they've carved a path. They've opened up a chance for themselves, an opportunity now to actually make this work.
If the word I'm thinking of when I think of Gentlemates is bold, and just look at Whalers.
Love it. You got to do something. It's a Judge. What else are you meant to do? He can hold this as long as as long as he can stand, right? He's still a problem to get past. Look at this utility pouring in, buying precious seconds this time. Bears going through all of it. Lovely work from Whalers, still alive. One more go of it on the corner. You can see Kicks just closing in like, I don't want it. I don't want any of that. I'm out. And the force buys worked out. It was a bold maneuver, a bold idea, and it's actually worked.
No, I really like it. Like as said, anywhere other than B, and they're insane, but it's more so the adaptation again. These mid-round calls from Bears, obviously we always talk about their leadership of existence, but the thing I love about Gentlemates is their commitment to the idea. If he says, okay, we've taken B site, but I want to go A. We know that they've been rotated, we've spotted players outside C, I want to take this call. You watch Natank full sprint W key out there. He's not hesitating for a second, and that is what makes this team successful. Yes, they're outside the box. Yes, they're taking risks, but if everybody commits to those risks, the percentage chance of it succeeding goes up massively.
Yeah, this is probably a little frustrating for the Vitality side as well, in their minds, looking at how that round went. You're going to be feeling a little bit off kilter. Again, have to keep our focus on this game because it feels like it can go any which way. Now, we do have the remnants of what was that previous round, right? Sender still with a Bulldog, Kicks still with that Guardian. So can they make themselves integral to outcome? Can they do a bit of damage? Because this buy isn't still fully fleshed out for Gentlemates. They've still got, Stingers, Spectres, bits and bobs, not the full kit and caboodle. So there is a chance, there's a window, and it looks like they want to get a little proactive towards that A side, but, already sent away.
Doesn't look like Natank is going to be stopping anytime soon. Util going to be popped. That will buy a little bit of extra time. But bear in mind, the Destrian on the side doesn't have any weaponry. He's mainly just set up for Sender.
Okay, a little bit of chip damage on the way through. Not a great deal, but he knows there's a player, but he doesn't know about Sender. Played in near on by that classic rattling away. Sender's managed to at least dull the tip of the spear. Now, we look at, do they follow this path? They didn't really get to see the greater amount of amount of Gentlemates that are coming this way. Now they know, and now they're going to burst through. Logan's got to be careful, could be overwhelmed, but he handles the pressure very well. Fighting two, but Sender's still standing. puts a couple of shots downrange, and Takas falls. It's a 2v2, but the weapon's still favorable towards Gentlemates. Whaler's still there with that rifle, which is huge. Kicks has to be integral. Can Safe potentially play him in? Is there a weapon to be recovered? There is. Bulldog now in hand. Bayaz, the timing is outrageous near on. It's all on Safe, and you can see the stall, the time being purchased here. Does he get a chance? Can he punish? Any silver linings? No. The one way on himself.
It's not, yeah. That's not gone to plan. Not what he was hoping for. And again, it's going to be that resurgence continuing from Gentlemates. I like the ideas. Again, it's just that fake out from Destrian to give Sender an opportunity. He's getting closer to that Viper's pit as well. But even still, you look at the sort of purchases that are coming up here for Vitality. They kind of echoed that last round, and their buy is still fundamentally worse than the one that the opponents are going to be coming up with. They don't have any ultimates online. Well, there'll be a happy Mitchman somewhere because we've got an Odin on the board. It might be the one map where I'm kind of okay with it on defense.
He's poisoned your brain.
Oh, you can spam,
I don't want to hear
spam the doors and the walls.
What a thrilling way to play the game. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
What?
That's the most safe round I've ever seen. How has he gotten away with that? Daylight robbery. The Natank falls. Yeah, I'd love to see the shot of Natank's face after he loses that fight, just absolutely reeling. But again, gonna have to try and persevere now without Natank. Bonus is they still have Takas there, so they can easily use that as their launch pad forward. Runner forced to respect, forced to fall away, and the site somewhat under the Gentlemates banner.
Yeah, the thing is they've been losing a lot of these early battles, but they're not shying away from this C-side. Clearly confident. And especially with the defense, not having a mass amount to clear them out with, the main thing is going to be what Sender does with his snake bites. Can he force them into awkward battles as they look to push back in, and the paranoia?
Flash, paranoia, and there are those blast packs. First, oh, that's stunning. Runner on a mission, but he can't break the back line. Bayaz and Logan still alive. Going to be trying to desperately hold this. That's great work from Bayaz. Tried to just almost predict the swing, but now that plant isn't ideal for them. Logan can't do much to deny. He's got to accept his fate here. And the Odin, well, it's not pretty, but at least holds him back as well. That was a lovely way to retake the side. Vitality will be happy enough with that one.
Yeah, I think saving that paranoia, that was the thing. We had Safe in a pretty aggressive position. He could have used that proactively to try and save himself, but I think they've realized how important that piece of utility is going to be for the retake, and, well, there you go. It made me... Well, he looks fairly chill, to be honest.
He wasn't that upset by it. I'd have been absolutely livid.
That's the one thing I'll say with this Gentlemates roster, even from watching them in Ascension, it never really looked like anybody was getting massively frustrated. They always seemed to believe in themselves. Same in the last map as well. It didn't really have any of that like table hitting or stuff we see from a few other people in the league.
I enjoy a table hit though. Love a little bit of rage.
Do you partake in it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Natank, though, feeling, once again, up for a wander, up for a walkabout. Not alone in this. He did have Takas by his side, and it is a shoddy purchase, so why not try and get a little... Oh. He's waiting for any tap on that. It's like, well, you've got a Phoenix. You want to get this. You know, go and...
He's one away. So they know that it's coming.
He's like, what?
Oh no.
Oh, the timing. Sender. Oh god, Kicks. Just monstrous impact here. Oh, and he even gets the follow-up as well. Just eviscerating Gentlemates as they try to come on through. Now, Natank and Whalers. There's potential for a plant, right? They can offset that. Can Natank get anything? Not really. He has to try and defend for the plant, so he doesn't get much freedom for it. Trying to think is there any way they can kind of play together to create an opportunity in this 2v3.
Kind of wanted him to play. It was a showstopper. Well, yeah, that's one way to secure the round. I guess they were just as worried as we were if there was any chance, and just decided, you know what? Let's just showstopper the tank out, so there's absolutely no hope. Don't worry, they're gonna save the Odin. It was 1 for 2 in this round. 1 kill, 2 deaths. Great gun.
Great gun. I like the way you're enjoying a new lease of life, you know what I mean? A bit of freedom away from Mitch, so you can say how you really feel.
I would have had an argument for the next 5 minutes if I made that comment. It's the same way if I were to say something like, you know, I'm not sure Liquid are going to get through to Madrid. He's probably going to burst in the door in a second.
He probably will. He's waiting outside. He's chomping
Enzo
a bit.
finish bottom.
Don't bring up Enzo. I don't want to hear it.
Eiko had to drop 37 kills. All of these things, I wouldn't be allowed to say that.
True. Just don't speak ill of Potter, all right? Otherwise we got trouble. Now, coming into focus on this round, though, look at Gentlemates and look at those ults. They have so many to run through. Surely this is round in the back, but maybe something explosive off the rip from Vitality could really cause issues. Let's see. Runner, can you be the problem, or... No, absolutely not. You are swept aside in a second, and Takas just off the leash. The tank charging him down, so trying to take as much space as possible.
Yeah, I don't know how he's got both of those. Found a player up above and then down, quickly switching things up. Now Sender's back at the site again, and he's got a quick rotation from Kicks. It's possible.
I'm looking a little at Destrian's position, if that does have effect. If Sender can hold them away, right? If he can hold them back, the tank already takes down Kicks, so it is literally the last standing bastion of hope was Sender. He's fallen, and already Destrian's thinking better of this.
Yeah, I think, again, we're just seeing the power of this double duelist. Like, a lot of teams will always sort of pump up those initiators, get all that extra information, but when you have players that can almost just run it down like this, that was an aggressive push initially from Takas. He wins a 2v1 duel, gets both kills. The same things moments later from the tank going into the site. Like, they are breaking these crossfires with pure individual skill.
Yeah, it's very potent. It's working very well for them. Destrian can do nothing but respect the outcome of this round. But again, I almost worry when it's that bulldozer, right? Because you think, but what if they just have a couple bad rounds, they lose that springboard? But again, he's running a Phoenix. I mean, everything points to the fact that they are this confident, that they complement this with that raise. This is what they're banking on. Tank will fall, but he's very, very close to his ult. Again, he's still just farming that back up. So I want to see how close he is actually after this round, because he did obviously invest it in the one just gone. And tying the scoreline back up at 3 apiece here. And it's a scrappy game, Tom. We are really seeing them kind of put through the ringer on both sides.
I think the thing that, again, I want to give credit to Gentlemates over other teams running these double duelists, running the Yoru, is I think the two players running it have the mentality of, I can die 6 rounds in a row, and I will still keep doing the same thing. I think the prime example was Takas on the last map. Horrible start.
Yes.
And yet he still tried to do all of these tricks because he knows that that's what's making the space for the team. And I believe the same for Natank. Natank is 1 and 5.
Yeah.
He now just got a double kill because he was the most aggressive player in the round.
Yeah.
They don't fear or shy away from these plays.
It's very oppressive to play against, right? It's very hard to handle it, and again, it feels like they've got a very quick read for Vitality. They know what's coming their way. They've just left safe, propped up by C. They pulled the rotations across, but now we're going to see if maybe Gentlemates do adjust slightly. Do they try and springboard in towards that B side? They have no other looks, though. It is going all this way. Yeah, ults are there. Again, the Viper spit on the other side's a little interesting. That spread pretty far, and Takas, though, could spot anything if they drop down. I'm kind of curious how much he can see from that. Seekers as well going to come through. This is everything. And the kitchen sink. Vitality are just trying to get back towards the site. Can they clear this out in time? We've got the lockdown coming in, so there's a time limit. They got to get going. There's so much on the screen right now, but all you can really know is the tank has fallen. Takas still there, was still trying to put his body on the line for this. Sender has to give away a little of the game, and they slowed it down just with the lockdown and Speaker. No way! No way does Takas get away with that? Dragging them down to hell with him. That was everything they could have dreamed of.
Do you want to know the worst thing about it? They checked that the first time. That's why they didn't check it the second time. The first time in, they had the Viper's Pit, which gave them the drop down, but they still use Seekers to clear anybody close. The second time, they go, well, unless someone has run all the way back into that position, it's probably clear. And on the way through, not a single player checks it. One even TPs into the corner. Takas, again, he is the biggest nuisance. The golf clap.
Can't do much about that one, can you? And that has shattered Vitality's money. They're down as Sheriffs, they're down as Classics. I'm seeing Ghosts in play. It ain't pretty. I told you this game was one of those kind of very precarious affairs that was on a very knife's edge. You can see almost that crunch play coming out from Vitality, looking to see if they could catch someone over towards that seaside mound, but not to be the case. Gentlemates quick on their feet.
Yeah, constantly putting pressure, but it seems like they found their success over on towards this A site so far. And with weaker weaponry, you can't really expect much. In the tank, he'll get his ult next round no matter what. He's running him with a Spectre, so he doesn't really have anything to lose and has, well, not much to gain now. So he's going to send Takas in instead.
Yeah, farm it up, boys. Get those ults back online. Takas wants a bit more as well. Look at him. Ooh, careful. Almost went up there. That could have been his doom.
Gun here. Spike
Trying to
planted.
slip down to maybe grab that Phantom Menace, could be noted. Takas waiting. Yeah, he's really trying to get towards that ult, isn't he? Destry now is just the cursed Phantom. Yeah, another victim of it. As soon as it was held in hand, death awaited. Gentlemates for standing, no threats there. Couple of ults very nearby, Tom.
Yeah, I love the ult management from them. Like, you can tell that they are consistently aware of it because the initial push comes in from the tank. I think the only one wasted was the fact that the tank planted. Yeah. Other than that, it's okay. Now I have my ult, you guys go and farm. And Takas is then sent in front, and they would have picked up the gun nonetheless. So they are very aware that if you get not only that Phoenix ult, that run it back into play, but also a showstopper, those players can combine wonderfully. And on the other side, none of the ults are particularly close.
And we were giving so much credit to Vitality for dealing with that explosive Gentlemate style on map 1. It has not translated the same way here, so I want to see if Vitality maybe hit the brakes soon and try come up with that plan in mind. It feels like the dust is only just settling after such a volatile first couple of rounds back and forth, so we're starting to see what maybe these rounds will start looking like. But we know Gentlemates like that high tempo, that adrenaline-based Valorant, but now...
And the attack. They like the attack. I think that's the main thing.
Yes.
I think both of these teams are going to succeed more on the attack, similarly for Vitality. So they get to 5-6 rounds, I think they might still have this.
Yeah. Let's see if they can make the wow, that line. Fair enough, Kicks. Gonna find that. That's the tank gone, which is pretty telling, but luckily for Gentlemates, they do get to keep that spike and pull it back away with them. So they've not had the same success that they've had in the last couple of rounds now. This is a different beginning.
And they lost one of the ults that they had. That was the major thing that is gone from this round. We haven't really seen them have to slow down and play back into the B site. It's either early C or early A. So for the first time in a while, we might see Destrian under pressure, but he has support very quickly from Runner.
Okay. Should know what's up here. Certainly have those audio cues. Runner called in. Wow, come on, Runner. What was that? Destrian not going to be able to have the same sort of success, though. Oh, the timing. Whalers counting his lucky stars for that one, but it is just on Whalers and Logan. TP is there. He's taking it. Where's he off to? All the way to C. And Sender is running it down. Time, 6 seconds. He's dead. And that is surely the round. Logan can do nothing about this one, but accept fate. Vitality slow down this matchup. They dealt with the tank, they took him away from the deck, and suddenly they were lost.
Yeah, they lose the 1-2 punch and everything looks a little bit flat. Like, that was the thing. I think after that initial kill, you could see the Gentlemates were almost waiting for some sort of mistake. And then when they try and split back in to that B site, you could tell the Vitality were very ready for it and even caught them off on rotations as well. So great round from them. It did start off with a little bit of luck, though, and I don't know if they're going to get that so often with finding the tank early.
And I think we're seeing a little bit of the follow-up to that is the Gentlemates have instantly hit the brakes.
Yeah.
Something about that round they didn't like. And I think what you were just talking about is part of that factor coming in. They want to talk through this, get ahead of those issues, and potentially preempt what they want to do going forward. They are, if you're looking at Gentlemates, they're one away from having Takas' ult. They still have the tanks, as he did go down in that previous one. So those two key elements can come into effect. Again, for Vitality, though, this feels like, as you said, they've kind of maybe started to really identify those core strengths that Gentlemates were running with. I still feel there's a chance that you can lose a gunfight or two, and that's suddenly the round going the other way. But as it stands, I think Vitality now have a chance to get a good foothold into this game.
Yeah, as said, I think if they get 5, and anything more than 5 in there, laughing. But I think that we've already seen this map lean quite heavily into the attack, and the composition being run by Gentlemates, I don't really have high expectations of it. The same again as last. You're running a double duelist. You're going to basically have to be pressuring in towards either Mound or Rubble every single round, because if you don't, you're defensively sitting there with a Phoenix, which is one of the most pointless things you can have, unless you're going to be playing constant retakes, which it is possible. Maybe as Hot Hands comes into play in a retake. I reckon 90% of people don't even know what Hot Hands is.
No. But we do know the ult has been used and sent back almost in an instant. It's Takas who keeps getting them value from this. Every single time they go for this kind of brawl out towards A, right? They fight for this area for Rubble control. It's not the tank doing it. No. It's come down to Takas, and he's bailed them out before, and he's got them that first again.
Well, it's basically the reverse of the last map, where Takas was the distraction and the tank got the kills.
Yeah.
It's the reverse now. He'll be the distraction, and it always gives space, and Takas always capitalizes it. And now he has his ultimate as well.
This is almost infallible as it stands. 2 big picks on either side of the map. You couldn't be asking for a better outcome. Sender's got to respect it as well. You don't want to lose all presence, but again, do you then just springboard straight through towards C? You just got the pick on the solo player, or what you'll assume is a solo player. So yeah, you absolutely do. They're caught on the heels. That's a problem. Takas goes down, so now they're a little bit uncomfortable. You can see that look back. And they're just lost Bears! Oh dear, the tank has got to go absolutely clutch, and it's not clean. Safe's punished, and this is now looking like an absolute nightmare in the making. Logan, you've got a 1v3 and 20 seconds. What are you going to do with it? You don't know how close they are. You're taking a risk, and the risk is paid. He's got time for a plant. He doesn't know how much time he's got to play with. A little bit of utility now back into play here. He could utilize this, opts against it. And does he get to keep his life? He's just heard this coming in. He's got to run this down perfectly. He's played it very well on the first. The follow-ups are there. 2 more players to find Sender. 1. And Safe sitting this. Oh, this is lovely. Actually gets denied. He can't depend on it. He has to body check this. He has to go forward, and he can't do it. Sender held the smoke. Cape kept safe. Keeps around on their side.
It's a 3v5 as well. Yeah. And this is the one time I'll have real criticism of Gentlemates, because it's mainly because I've loved what they've done throughout the rest of their attack, and they didn't do it here. Every time we've seen them get a big advantage, they group up as a unit, they go together, and then they trade effectively. This time, you can almost spot all 5 players on different parts of the map running around on their own.
Yeah.
And you give Vitality individual duels, a team we talk about being stacked with talent. That's the worst way you could have played a 3v5. And I understand if you get that much map control, you want to try and hold on to as much of it as possible. But you had a couple of players going on C, 1 lurking on B, 2 outside A. It was just messy.
It was messy. And it's Runner and Safe are going to have the biggest challenge in a moment's time if they continue along this path.
Not here again. He's going to TP into a wall and then shoot the guy in the face.
Yeah, and it's the slow play towards the A side. I don't know if the bird actually caught any of the players. I know they sent it out. I don't think it pinged. So this actually might work out well, because they've got the tank playing a little bit deeper. I think you've got Beaz by his side, so they're both actually in a good position here. They could springboard forward. There is one player to try and dissuade this, Sender, and he's feeling that pinch. He feels the pressure coming his way. He's trying to deny as much of that space and tee himself up to do just that. Slow down the roll, but Takas having none of it, wants to get ahead, gets dealt with almost by the dog, has to just post that, but look who's ahead of it again. You've still got Kicks here, who could potentially be an issue, right? He's holding a lot of this space, and he even takes down Takas. It's Logan and Whalers with a world of trouble against them.
He's the only one within the sight, but it's a nice shot, and somehow they've turned this back.
It ain't over yet. They're holding on by the finest of margins. Whalers tried to be a little cheeky with the timing of it, but it didn't work out. And Logan so low on HP. I don't know what you're meant to do here. This is looking like this is done. I don't think Logan can really deny anything. Beautifully played by Vitality here, in my mind. They've really stemmed the bleeding. They've handled a lot of what Gentlemates were trying to do.
Yeah, they started really taking map control away from them in the early stages of the round, but even still, I think a lot of that just came down to Sender. He's having a great map, 15 and 6, but they are trying to challenge through his snake fights. Like, even if you've managed to stun him up, it's going to take a bullet or 2 to kill you off. Like, that's, again, we talk about being bold on the side of Gentlemates, but it sort of is like, it's the teetering on insanity now. There's like, okay, let's run through utility that's going to make me incredibly weak and try and challenge an Odin.
And I quite like the way they're now trying to challenge the C-side, but again, I don't think they've got the full read on what it looks like now. They absolutely don't with Runner putting on a class. And now Safe just going to TP away. He didn't need the extra pressure. They've already got 2 picks almost instantly. That's the perfect beginning for Vitality.
Yeah, and that is the main factor of their defense now is, okay, we can't allow them to have this space for free. Let's fight for everything. They've got deep control on A as well.
And look, yeah, Sender's positioning is massive.
With an Odin.
And Mitch is going to be insufferable. But no, yeah, this is the core problem. They haven't had what they needed in this map. They haven't had the attention.
What is this?
What the dog doing?
Weirdest standoff I think I've ever seen.
Who would win, a dog or a tank? At this point, they've really lost the amount of bodies. They'll never have a favorable fight on any of these sides here. I don't know how they managed to get past it because, as you said, Sender's been magnificent in his work.
Same again. Exact same thing. Snake bite down, go on, push me.
Yep, just holds so much of the map. And yeah, they can go back for this B take potentially, but there's still players here. They can't pull this many players away when there's only 3 of them. Losing out those bodies earlier on was basically the first nail, and Kicks is the second in the coffin. Vitality getting a grip on this game towards the end of this first half.
Yeah, closing it out as they mean to go on with an Andalia flawless. It doesn't really get much better than that for them. And as said, 7 rounds on the defensive side when you're playing up against a team that's basically running this double duelist to try and get as many attack rounds as they can. I'm very worried for Gentlemates. I think they showed that sort of turnaround in the last on the attack.
Yep.
This map is one that is famously known for its attack sides, and they have gone down on a half that I don't know what they're going to have in response. They're going to have some really good ideas. I'm almost thinking back to like some old school like Zelsis Phoenix,
Christ.
you know, on Haven where I used to like pop flash out of
Sure.
mid. That's about all I've got, because I think that for the most part, unless you're going full on retake and basically just playing your defense as an attack, the Phoenix isn't going to have that much value.
I'm always ready to be proven wrong, but I think we are underway, so we can jump into game here. You didn't miss too much, but let's kind of recap a little. You can see the space that is a high priority for Gentlemates, right? They've taken over that A-Rubble side, and they're going to continue that affair. Clear deep as they can, because they have to, right? There is no rest for them. There is no sitting passively. Sender will be the one to try and control this. He's called back for support, that's lovely. Sender finds a second on for the third as well. Bayaz has to run. He's scrambling away, eats the paranoia, but luckily enough can navigate around well. But he has just rescinded the entire way back towards A.
Yeah, we have had a week of IGL's top fragging. Sender now doing it. We had Boo. We've had Pora.
Yeah.
I think Boaster's going to drop 30 when he finally gets to the server.
Okay. I like that.
Maybe not. We'll see.
No, you called it. You will stand by that one. That's a prediction we can bank.
There.
But again, this feels quite indicative of how this game might go, or at least this half, this kind of almost hell-bent aggression from Gentlemates that you need to do, but it's very hard to make it work. And look at this, utility in play. Logan teed up with the perfect position to punish Anna going down. Now, what can they make of this, though? What can they do with this? Can they get that plant? Is that a possibility for them here? Is there a challenge? Here's that challenge. It's a swing back in. Destrian does very well to find Logan. Down to Whalers and Bayaz here. 12 more seconds. Time becoming a factor. Bayaz the only one standing, and Sender absolutely magnanimous in that round. Just playing out of his mind, honestly, dealing with the main threat initially, Tom, and then just having the time of his life.
Yeah, he's on fire. 19 and 6, he's been the difference maker. Everybody else is relatively close within the server, but he locked down the A site when it came to the defense, and this time he basically spotted the push. He came up against that terrifying double duelist and took them both down like it was nothing.
Yep. Getting a little scared now. Right, this is when I get a little scared that you didn't get that first, which is a bit of a problem. You wanted to see if they could maybe deal with it, but look at what we're seeing here. Look at the start here from Takas. It's very all in. Sender has been up for the challenge. Definitely spotted Takas there, who now is responding by keeping his damn head down. But you've got to be cautious, right? So they've shown a lot, and they've quickly rotated. Now, again, they are on pistols, Tom, so I'm not that fussed that they're trying something like this. This is a round to do it in if you're going to get almost over-aggressive. But still, it's going to be very hard for them to make much work. Logan does at least have a sheriff, so maybe a couple of shots.
We haven't seen a sort of magical Logan round yet. I thought he might get it in that 1v3 earlier. I had a little bit of faith. Like,
yeah.
But we haven't got that yet, and I think it's something they're missing. He was unreal in their Ascension run. I think especially versus Ascend. I think he had like 80-something kills. It was just absurd. Oh no, wait, that wasn't a tank. He was versus Apex. So in the final, he was just unstoppable. So they're going to need some of that now because, again, this is a pretty rough spot to be in. Bear in mind, the other team in their group is Fnatic.
Yes. I don't even want to think that far ahead. But the problem is, it is a gamble stack we're seeing now. I would have gone a little bit more. I am a bit worried. The amount of bodies that are on this site, Tom, I don't actually like this for Vitality. Now, in my mind, they should overwhelm them, right? They should be able to just outgun them. But I just get scared seeing the time. And for now, not a problem. They've weathered the storm really well. Again, sometimes I do get nervous just because, time limit. If Spike gets lost, someone goes down, rifles get recovered. Not an issue. The tank, the only one still there. Sender. Unlucky. Wow. Short-lived, wasn't it? quick vengeance. Runner comes swinging on through.
It's in the name, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
in the
literally, right? I should have seen it coming. But still, that's perfectly fine. Vitality now propping themselves up with a decent lead here. This has to be the start if Gentlemates want to make an impact on this half.
Yeah, and I am worried for them because, again, we're seeing a lot of teams do this where quite heavy investments have a pistol or two and then they're able to just purchase up into these next rounds. So you're looking at rifles across the board. Like, there isn't anything missing here. On the attack side as well, Vitality have been very good at just being patient and waiting for their opponents to make mistakes. And again, there's not really anything else that Gentlemates can do. You've got a Phoenix on the defensive side and a Raze. You have to do something to take map control. Or maybe just pull out a cable and you get a little bit more time to think about it.
Hmm.
Do you have like a pedal or something? I'm genuinely curious at this
if I
time.
press it, if I think, I need a little bit more time. I don't want to go home yet. I'm having such a good time, Tom. Just, you know, that's...
I heard you saying you really want a third map.
Where?
Desperate for one.
Where did you hear that?
Someone in my... I thought it was you. Maybe it was...
No,
maybe
I think that was Kevin, actually. Producer Kevin.
He lives here, though, basically.
It's true.
In the
I mean,
studio.
yeah, because last year, or I guess, the last time we were doing this sort of regular season, we had producer Sam, obviously, who meme unto himself. But now you get producer Kevin, which we'll introduce you to as we go. And, we don't want to bring up Alberto. That's too far. But we'll get you there.
He likes to stay here just so he can be home alone.
I'm going to let that breathe for just a second. That was awful. Right, back underway. We are going to have to focus on what's going on because it's quick, it's pacey, and it's Takas on the hunt. Oh, God, the flash just about gets out of there. This man is playing so precariously. He was just flying forward. He was so desperate for that brawl.
Yeah, the fact is, though, Vitality, they're ready to go back for more because they know that chances are the flashes, the stuns, everything that was used to support him is gone. So he has to fall back off the angle. So that initial fight got them some information. Now they're putting the pressure on, but look who's there again.
Here. Sender is just omnipresent, it feels like, every time they try and go for this. But look on the other side, nice little flash up. Maybe with Whalers, this could work out. A little bit of a pinch from both sides. But will it be the similar scenes? Will be the, is this...
He's got support now.
Yeah, this is just feels on a knife's edge, doesn't it? 'Cause he's creeping pretty far ahead. Runner, does he spot him? There's the flat. Oh, come on, Sender!
What?
Did he just blind do that? Was that...
Oh, no, he just wallbanged him from the back lines. That's what that was. That was a different push that came through, and then Sender just went, I'll just pop his head through the box.
Madness. Takas did just win that fight towards Destrian, though, so they are actually keeping the numbers advantage here for the Gentlemaid side. Can they control the end of the situation, though? There's still a player that's a problem. That is going to be Whalers here, tucked away in the corner. Oh, he's going to be hard checked and hard cleared. He just, between a rock and a hard place, he didn't know quite what to do with that one. Plant going to come down, and now down to the 3v3. Safe over by the tree, too, trying to get a little ahead of themselves. Logan, this could be everything, and it is! On for the 4, no, not going to get it, but left on the 3rd, and it's safe left alive in a 1v2, and this man is a monster. This man, terrifying in his own right, but can he do it now? The smoke about to fade, and they waited for it. Bayaz is there. Gentlemates will not go quietly away from this game.
Yeah, very patient stuff. Again, following his call to the latter and winning a round that they desperately needed. That was one that looked like it was going to fall apart. The initial fight, like, this is what I mean. He actually just spams it before the flash comes through, knowing where his opponent is. Sender's been having a great game, but I think this was the fight that was important. Just catching that late rotator, and then obviously... does this count as our Logan round? It was pretty good.
It was a pretty good round.
Is it Logan standard,
though? No. Logan's got more to bring.
Yeah, he's got like 1v4 with a sheriff or something.
Yeah, you know when you see it.
Versus a team whose analyst... What was his name? It was like Man Mitch or something. I
don't know who that is.
Yeah.
But what I do know...
the coach was Banks, that's who it was.
Right. Banks. Yeah, not the No Majors Club here. But what I am looking at is this death ball that Gentlemates have just evacuated from A. They rotated towards B. What is this round? What am I watching here? This is like a complete switch up. The tank is just putting himself on the line here. Bear's going to make the most of that by punishing Destrian off the back of it. And now they try and chase him down. Where are they off to? Whalers is about to get overwhelmed. He can barely make it out of there alive. He's got to run away on 12 HP, just about getting a smoke back online, but that's almost too late. Yeah, they want him dead. Kicks is hot on his heels. He's gone. Sights open. Plant's going to be in.
It's almost like Vitality to leap out of their book. They were caught in a weird spot, and they have just gone hunting. Logan needs to be a hero again, and he takes down the Danger Man.
Now, this could be a Logan round. This could be a little something. Did he spot both or just one? Not going to get it. Runner, clean, sharp. locked on perfectly. Bears and Takas know that ain't happening. That post-plant situation, unbreakable.
Yeah, it definitely seems a little bit disjointed as well. Like, the way Natank played that, okay, the initial fight definitely got his teammate a jewel, but then he does the same thing. He's not in the ult anymore.
Yeah.
Just goes running straight through into that B site, and obviously at that point, Vitality are just watching for it. And there isn't any follow-up. There isn't any way to trade that. And so they end up losing those advantages. Logan as well, he basically has to 1v3 to get them anything. It just didn't seem like there was much of an opportunity, and what we sort of spoke about with Gentlemates on the last map thriving, again, there's been a few rounds here where I just feel like it's not quite as regimented as I expected it to be.
This game is not going to be regimented, is it? Let's be honest. No. The way the comms coming out, everything, yeah, this has been one of those. Now, Gentlemates got to get a grip on this game. If you want to see them go further, they've got to be able to stop this bleeding, because Vitality is starting to string together rounds here, right? You look at the start of it, first two back-to-back, yeah, the dip off there, but back to business already, breaking the money of what Gentlemates are going to be bringing in. They have the lockdown on Logan, yes, but again, these are really important rounds. And here comes Takas. Are you up for the challenge? You're one of the key components, and he's fallen. Runner's got the punish, and now there's problems. Safe wants to get even further into this. He's willing to challenge, and he loses. Bears is there, but Runner instantly picking up the slack. This guy is terrifying to watch.
He's already had himself an ace in the last one. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it here.
Runner's a hell of a player. Starting to see him come into his own in this one. Considering how chaotic Gentlemates are playing, that's a big credit to his side that he is able to be this disruptive.
If you push Safe off Duelist, you gotta be good at something.
That's fair. That is such a fair assessment, right? And you look at the post plant here, right? Look how much they've got. What are you meant to do if you're Logan and Whalers? I mean, hey.
Die to the spike.
Yep, that's about it. That's about as far as you get. So that's gonna be 11 for Vitality. And you look at those ults, they're really close by. Sender, one off, Kicks already has
That's why you die to the spike.
Away. Exactly.
You don't want to give anything over at this stage.
So close to even having a snowball round in the pocket, which is just, you know, 1 foot in the grave, right? That's the worst case scenario. And Sender, well, he thinks, why not go see if I can get a little something for myself here? I absolutely can. There we go. That's devastating. But Gentlemates not going to get their way, and that is the Viper's Pit now complement sitting alongside the Seekers. They've got a lot to play with.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see a road back at this stage for Gentlemates. Like, I was really relying on this attack side being good, and their defense has been almost exactly what was expected. Constant A aggression, and you can see each round Vitality go, okay, you want to fight A, we're going to make it as awkward and difficult for you as possible. And Runner, he's almost just taking this as a challenge.
Yeah.
Like, he is cleaning up house when they fight this together, and it's going to be the same again.
They've got to show up now. They've got to put in an appearance here. And once again, doubling down, tripling down. It's Runner not up to the challenge this time. Gets put to bed by Natank, who gets to dip away and keep his life. Safe though!
What?
Finally gets in, gets 2 for himself. Natank's not stopping. He still wanted more pressure. They are willing to fight till the very end here. But they have to back away. Vitality have to move. They're working off the back of these Seekers. Kicks is just going to take the tour if he has to.
Found them.
They're going quickly towards C. Logan's here. Logan could stop this before it even starts. He's got to know it. He's got to know it. But the timing of the seat coming around, this is a 1v2. Destrian has an opportunity, Tom.
Yeah, I wondered if he was going to preemptively use the lockdown. He was able to do it on the rotation, but decided to fight instead. And that was giving Destrian a chance. They've got to group up and fight this together. Natank already fairly low. Tak has tagged a bit. And honestly, this is a scenario where Destrian can really make his mark.
You just heard the ult go through, so Natank needs to be pretty much a scout. Actually turned the flash really well. Oh my god, I thought that was done for. Destrian really had a small window of chance, and he was halfway through it for a second there. Not to be. Diffuse going to come through, and Gentlemates live to fight another round. They stave off the Wolves for another go of things.
I wonder if this will be the moment where Vitality decide to just maybe take their foot off the gas with that fight towards the A side, because it feels very 50-50. Like, Safe sort of TPing his way behind them made that a little bit more interesting, but it has just been basically, can Runner find both Takas and the tank? Most of the time the answer has been yes, but as you can see, that same fight's going to come through for Gentlemates. They're going to rinse and repeat. This time they're leaving Sender behind. Odin on attack. He's about to wallbang the hell out of them.
Okay, timeout coming in. Gentlemates, with that little bit of a lifeline, that little bit of a show of life in them, they've gone, okay, let's see what we can do with this, right? 11-7. easy enough to close when you think about it on the board, right? You think,
Yeah.
hey, that's not that far. That's fine. We can absolutely do this. They have a lockdown to play with. They've got Takas. I think, what, 1 off, I think, from the showstopper.
Yeah, 3 ults, 1 away.
Yeah, look, they are right on the cusp of something here. But do they continue to do this, right? This just like smacking their head against that A brawl, and it's not a coin flip necessarily, but you are just banking you're winning those fights, which I wouldn't say has always been going the way. Sender's been monstrous against him. He's been dealing damage the entire time. Runner's been a nightmare to handle. So do they risk it again? I don't know how many options you have with a composition like this.
I think the one thing that's going to almost prompt them to keep doing this is the fact that with a lockdown, you can pretty much clear B and C. The A site always gets a little bit more sketchy because there'll be angles you can hide in, maybe back towards tree, or depending where you put it aggressively. Whereas the C site, you're going to get forced all the way out towards mound or have to fight forward. And the B site, I'll be honest, if they have a lockdown for a B site retake, you're probably in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah. All right. Time to inspire the troops here. Gentlemates, what have you been able to come up with? Giving yourself a new lease of life, but it looks like they're just going to go for push on C instead. Oh, Runner again. This guy is sponging all of this aggression. Runner has dealt with it on A. He's dealt with it on C. He is their kryptonite.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just predicting what his opponent's going to do. Maybe thinking of what he would do in that scenario. It needed to be cleaner if Logan was going to be able to win that fight. Unfortunately, Kicks can't heal himself, but that's the least of their worries. They've got a 2-man advantage and a free A site, and they got rid of the lockdown. That was the one real dangerous ultimate that's online.
That was the integral piece, right? Yep. That could have been something to it. I think this is going to be a very early call to save here. I think you're going to have to give up to 12. Destrian.
He's on the steps.
Oh,
they've gone like ships in the night. No, his teammates got that. Whalers must be like, wait, how's he there?
How's that happened? Still, Bayaz and Takas do need to keep control of this. Yeah, Takas will get ult from this, but still, I want to see them keep these rifles as best they can because they are going to be working up against it. This is when the real challenge starts. I mean, it's been challenging the entire time, but now it's do or die moment, right? You don't get any more chances. I want to give a lot of plaudits. Again, yes, Sender's been probably the highlight if you look at the board for Vitality, but Runner's been a godsend here. He has been putting in his work. I don't think he meant that.
You're doing all right, Sender? Maybe he had enough of the Odin?
Yeah, it's fine for cash, don't worry.
If he buys up an operator. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, he's look. That's more embarrassing now that we've seen that.
That's
he died looking at sprays.
Right, this is it. 12-7. If you look at Gentlemates, they've got ults. 3 to play with. Bayaz 1 off. On the other side, though, they have had the read. Vitality have had a stranglehold on this half. They have got it figured out. Now, an adjustment. Vitality this time pressuring in towards that B side, and on a platter is Takas. That is the ult removed, and the B side now under the Vitality flag.
And the tank trying to do whatever he can, but they just have utility ready every single time. Bayaz having to use what he can to force them out. I think this is done. Lockdown finally used, but I think it's too little too late.
It might truly be untenable at this point. They can try as hard as they can. Let's see. Logan, Whalers, if there's anything left, now is the time. This is your opportunity. And they've got to respect the ult. This is time being purchased. There's nothing you can do about it. That is as best you can get. Dip away, and now it's down to the wire. You've got to run in there. Gentlemates, the options are dwindling. Time is dwindling. You've got to face the music, and Runner is just running through him. Whalers beautiful, but down with a knife! The ultimate disrespect from the man in charge. Sender with an outstanding performance here today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of new IGLs, we've seen a lot of IGLs return, but the fact is the fragging power of the IGL is what's really impressed me. Yeah. Runner might have caught him up towards the end though, Lauren, as he's got that 23 kills on the board, and for a newbie, for someone coming in as a rookie, he looks like a real prospect.
You highlighted it, you said it right. You've got to be something special to take that roll away from safe, and I think we've seen a little glimpse of what that man can achieve. I've got to say as well, Sala behind the scenes doing wonders on map 1, dealing with that, giving them the tack pause that came in so perfectly. And if you look at it from the other side for Gentlemates, These guys have come up into the big leagues now, and they put on a good game. It felt like it lacked a little bit of depth in the versatility because of the compositions, but I liked what they were trying to do.
I like that they're taking risks. Like, that's the thing. A lot of teams will come back in and it will be sort of a little bit, I don't know, scared to play anything outside the box. They have come in and gone, we're going to throw in comps that you haven't seen before and see if you can deal with it, and Vitality could.
Yeah, this is great signs for Vitality, and it makes you wonder, with full 5, what does that team look like, right? Like, that's what's on the back of my mind as well. But a fantastic little glimpse into this squad. Liking what I'm seeing from Safe, like his role in this team as well, liking kind of how he's fitting into this. There's been a couple of questions in my mind, how they were going to fare as this roster, how Runner was going to slot into this, and actually it's been very, very good. I just, again, so impressed by Sender, especially on this map. Exceptional performance.
Well, the interesting thing is, there's a damn good chance that we're getting this matchup as a rematch as well, because obviously it's going to be Vitality going on to face Fnatic. The loser will come straight back down again. So now, not only have you beaten them, but you're going to have to beat Existence when he has data. And I think that's a very, very different game.
No, you're absolutely right. What a tantalizing prospect that is. Oh, we do seem as though we are checking in on the birthday boy over there.
Yuri.
There was a little cake being cut up as well in between.
Oh, I've had some. Yeah.
Did you have the cake?
I had some of Yuri's cake, and you know, it was very good.
See, I absconded. I should have probably had some. I feel like I should have gone over
Yeah,
there.
you left at the wrong time, you know?
But I do like the way they've actually attached the balloon to him at this point.
Yeah.
Mitch's solo job was attaching that balloon to the
Oh no, it ended up with Uli doing it because Mitch cannot be
yeah.
trusted, and also, I don't know if you've seen this, but Yuri's quite tall.
That would have been hard.
He's not reaching that high. You have to know your limits.
Yeah, so he's got what looks like a bowl of fruit
The thing is,
now.
I think it's because we've eaten the cake. Like,
I didn't eat the cake. All right, that was all you.
I mean, I was part of the, you know, I was part of the Spanish group having the cakes. You know.
How nice of you.
I know. Sharing is caring.
Yeah, I do see it. I'm looking. I think that's Frankie weighing down on stage with Sender. So why not here for the man of the moment, joined by Frankie.
Thank you very much, Tombiz and Pansy, and thank you, Sender, for joining me.
Hello.
I watched a video that Vitality put out where Coach Salah was saying that you stepped into the IGL role because he asked you nicely to. And it turns out you've been a revelation. Did you always know you'd make such a great leader?
From my past times, I was IGL in other games, so pretty much it was natural for me. And Salah asked nicely, so obviously I accepted his offer.
But he didn't realize. Apparently, they didn't know that you'd be so great.
I mean, it turns out I'm a gem.
Yeah, you're absolutely a gem. You're also a fragging IGL, it turns out. That seems to be becoming a trend on this stage at VCT. Why do you think this is a thing? How are you able to perform so well with so much on your shoulders?
Because obviously because of the coaching staff, they give us a lot of preparation, so I don't have to rely so much like thinking myself. I'm doing the theory correctly if everyone is following my calls, so it's easier to shoot and everyone is just following, so it's easy to shoot then.
So you don't have to discipline the boys, the coach does it for you?
Pretty much.
And it was really impressive actually from the get-go, from the start of this series, seeing how disciplined the team looks already, seeing how much work you have put in. Has it always been so easy, or have you had to overcome some barriers, shall we say?
It's never easy to put so much work on it. Like, we always be realistic with our work. Like, if something is bad, we actually change it, because instead of going it a bit bad, like, it's not gonna be good, you know? Like, so we changed a lot of Sunset comps, we tried everything, so what sticks now for us is sticking with us right now.
What was your reaction to getting to play with Safe? Because this is a man who's regarded as one of the best players in Europe. So he was such a great pickup for Vitality.
My honest reaction, I didn't react at all. I mean, I knew he's a great player. He's a very great individual player. I mean, my honest reaction, I'm happy that I have an amazing teammate.
Sender, I don't think you react that strongly to anything, really. How would you react if you won? Say, how would you react, in fact, if you get through to Masters?
I wouldn't react because there's Masters and we will have to win it then. So there's no reaction.
Okay, how do you react if you win Masters?
There's no reaction, there's champions.
Okay, how do you react if you win Champions?
Maybe there's some reaction then.
Do you treat yourself to a cup of tea?
No.
No? Okay, what do you treat yourself to?
Coca-Cola.
Oh, well, that's good to know. He likes a fizzy drink now, and I hope you brush your teeth afterwards. I also just want to quickly ask you also about the younger players on your team as well.
Yep.
Runner has been regarded as definitely a player to watch for the future. Is he just a natural on the server?
We're just growing him up pretty much to be the best duelist out there.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And it sounds like he's got a really good support team around him. Sender, thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the victory. I hope the success continues for you.
Thank you.
And I hope you guys at home have enjoyed the action today, because we got so much of it coming your way. But we do actually have to take a bit of a break and turn the lights out and let everyone have a bit of a rest. So we will say bonne nuit pour maintenant, but we will see you tomorrow. Bonne nuit, à bientôt!
One enemy.
Here are the starts. Stop it! What?
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday,